historian of Columbia. He had a blog and did a ton of research, ran Artificers Exchange. In addition to that, he was a veteran, and we honored him on Memorial Day. Wanted to recognize his passing. He was a huge and prominent member of that community. And also, Harley up at the Music Factory is one of the remaining music shops within the area. He always helped a lot of people, and a lot of folks went through, and he did production for them at a pretty low cost to be able to help get them on their feet. He's somebody I've known for quite a while, and he passed as well. So bow your head for a moment of silence. Thank you, and they'll be missed.
All right, thank you for that. All right, for those of you who are in the room and also on Zoom or calling in, there are instructions on the back table as far as how to participate. Also on Zoom, there's instructions there as well. We're going to do oral communications. We set aside 15 minutes every board meeting to hear from you guys, the public. This time you can come up to the podium right here. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If it's not on the printed agenda, that's what we invite you to come up and speak about. If it is on the printed agenda, then we ask that you please wait until the item comes before the board. So after 2 minutes, you will hear a beep, and that means you have 1 minute left, and after 3 minutes, I will have to cut you off. So, sir, please come to the board, and good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to one and all. I'm here today to speak to you about a situation in Columbia that we need help on. You might have read it in the newspaper recently about a bear incident in Columbia. Well, let me tell you, when you come out of a bathroom and you hear the explosion of a window and you try to get your wife out of bed and save her, you know PTSD. And that's what happened to us. And we've been going through the bureaucratic rings to try to get things done. The Fish and Game came up and they did trap the bear. We identified the bear specifically and they hauled the bear away. And guess what? 2 days later, he's back. They put a tracking ring on him, and he's browsing around Columbia and Maloney's. And people in Columbia are really, really scared. And I'm telling you, there's probably 130 rifles, firearms that are sitting close at hand to all those people out there because of this. One lady, she lives by herself. She had the bear come up to her slider window, and she had to bang on the window to scare him away. And she's so scared she's sleeping in her living room right now. So it's a terror out there, and this covers not only the Gold Springs area, but the condos down below. This whole thing is a maze. And one thing that was pointed out to us is in our environment now where we have people and we have garbage, we probably are going to have bears. But the law provides, and we sent a copy to Jaron on this regulation, that if you have a rogue bear, and we think this is what we have in this situation, that the rogue bear can be handled according to the state guidelines. And apparently the rogue bear has to be determined by the state biologist. So what we're here for, or I'm here for, is to ask you to direct the county council to get involved and see how we can get this bear classified as a rogue bear so he can be treated for the safety of all concerned out there. I'm sorry I went over my time.
You have 44 more seconds. Sorry, you have 44 more seconds. I'll give you 50 more seconds.
Okay, so anyway, if you can help us by getting somebody get involved with the state, and we've been talking to the Fish and Game, and they apparently have reached the end of the bureaucratic nightmare there, and so they said the last thing they could think of was to get the state biologist to declare this bear as the rogue bear under the guidelines that we sent up, and that way they can handle the situation. But I'm telling you, it's a safety issue out there. I mean, somebody's going to get hurt bad out there with all those weapons flying around and these bears flying around. There's going to something happen out there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just follow up on that very quickly, as we talked with Marcia yesterday, had a call with animal control, so they are aware of the situation as well, and the follow-up that the bear did not stay away for very long, and some of the conversations. They're gonna be having a call, and I just got notice with Fish and Wildlife today, to talk about, that, and hopefully either if it's a relocation, it's a lot further away, or other options of what to do. Because it is very different to have a bear going through some garbage can versus climbing through a bedroom window and a screen door and those types of behaviors. So I appreciate you bringing it to my attention, and they are working on it. And Kelly Schroeder, our ag commissioner, but also head of animal control and 3 other things. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. 2 Peter 2:19, they promise them freedom, but they themselves are slaves of corruption. For whatever overcomes a person, to that he is enslaved. Lord, thank you for these words today. In Jesus' name, amen. You'd have to be brain dead not to realize that the world and our country is full of corruption, but many feel distance from it as if it is not in our own backyards. Well, here it is, right here in our yard. This is the contract between Tuolumne County and Garland, Inc. for the Jamestown fire roof, and in it is the blueprint for exactly how this corruption is happening. Garland, Inc. is located in Ohio. They are a multinational roofing material supplier. They do not do the work themselves. They sub it out, only never to local contractors, unless you consider Fresno local. This eliminates our local contractors from getting these jobs, but that is not the worst of it. In this contract, Garland is billing for 3,600 square feet of roof. The Jamestown fire roof is slightly over 2,800 square feet. That is fraud. This contract is also 3 to 5 times higher than if quoted by a local contractor. Garland also appears to be charging 5 times the amount for what similar materials would cost if they were to be purchased locally. Also, Garland will not return my request for material quotes on the 3 buildings which I am about to start building. I suspect that is because I do not have a government email address. It would appear to me that Garland Inc.'s entire business model is to sell to government agencies at a price far beyond the market value. I've spoken to local contractors, suppliers, and firefighters. I'm not just making this up. I've given you an opportunity to address this with me, but you haven't. All you have to do is prove me wrong, and I'll go away. Eric Earhart didn't answer my questions that I asked via email, and Anaya, you won't meet with me. And I know that you say that there may be reasons for that, but you announced to this entire chamber that you were willing to meet with us for those who had concerns. So I tried. This is a disgrace. If this is going on with such a small project, what is happening with the bigger ones like the jail? Cancel this contract now. There is more than enough legal justification to get out of it. This is fraud against the taxpayers, an attack on our local businesses, an attack on our local employees, and an attack on our hero firefighters. Think of all the extra life-saving equipment $175,000 could buy. And as we continue to discuss the homelessness problem today, don't you think we could do a better job if we weren't just giving money to criminal corporations with garbage like this? Thank you.
Thank you. And I will send you another email because you have had the opportunity to meet with Eric and go through billing and invoices. But I'm not going to get into a public back and forth. Is there any other public comment? Good morning, ma'am. Oh, we have someone here.
Good morning. My name is Janet Gregory. My husband Ed and I moved to Groveland 12 years ago. I'm talking about an item that's kind of auxiliary to today's meeting agenda, but it is one that came up at the June board meeting where the discussion of county budget, items to include, not to include, and I know this will be a topic of future meetings. I want to talk a little bit about the Groveland Airport. It's an important asset and very valuable to the county. It's a key component of the county's transportation infrastructure and critical to effective emergency response. The Groveland Airport is one of only 2 airports that serve the 56,000 people that live in this county and the 2,274 square miles. Groveland Airport is a public airport. It is owned, operated, and funded by Tuolumne County since February of 1973. It was originally developed by Boise Cascade, the developer of Pine Mountain Lake, and thus they also gave it that separate name, the Pine Mountain Lake Airport, in 1969. In 1973, it was deeded to the county at no charge. The importance of the airport addresses also Tuolumne County's vision and mission. There are 4 key cornerstones in the mission statement, and the first one is create a healthy and safe community. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Groveland Airport's role in providing access to life-saving services. Groveland is a 1-hour drive from Sonora. My husband and I drove it this morning, and Sonora is the location of the nearest hospital and medical care. Minutes do matter when saving lives. PHI helicopter services that's located in Columbia come up there regularly, as do Air Medical Service, CHP, police services, and search and rescue. So we live near the airport and we can hear the helicopters. They come in about, on average, I'd say every 2 weeks. And sharing a quick story of a friend, Steve and Joy Thompson, who in November a few years ago, he got up to make coffee and collapsed in the kitchen. His wife jumped up, found him on the floor, called 911. That set everything into motion, where Groveland Fire Department, CAL FIRE responded, sending EMT and ambulance. But they didn't drive down the hill. They drove up the hill 5 minutes away to the airport, where PHI was waiting for them and took him to the hospital.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, the 3 minutes is coming due. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the room? All right, any on Zoom? Okay.
Morning, this is Todd Robin giving you an update. The Cure and Correct letter was sent out a month ago to Sarah Carrillo regarding the climate action plan, and haven't heard back. So they had 30 days to get back to me on that. Maybe it's in the mail. I would respect an email so I know. But if the county doesn't respond, there was a violation, because John Flynn stated that he was going to file a lawsuit. So there was a mandatory duty for the county council to inform the board and have a special closed meeting to discuss the merits of Mr. Flynn's complaint. And that didn't happen. So the Brown Act would say that that would be null and void. And I sent an email out on that. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. And it would be the second time, just in the small 2 things I've dealt with the board, that there have been open meeting violations. So this is the second time that there has been a Brown Act violation, which renders your decisions null and void. So I don't know what the problem is with Ms. Carrillo, but maybe she needs to be replaced. You know, this is ridiculous. It creates litigation, and I don't know if the attitude over there is just that you're cavalier and above the law and you can just get away with this stuff. But that's why we're watching you and making sure that this doesn't happen. But sure enough, it did. You know, those are the facts. You can't deny it. And that's the reality of this. So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have more on Zoom? No? Okay. All right. We're going to now move on to staff reports. So if there's any staff in the room, come on up. Yeah, we changed the room.
I should know. It's my fault. Okay, thanks. Welcome back. I have been absent. Good morning, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I just wanted to remind the public that your board did approve state mandated updates to our building codes. And so typically when this happens and they go into effect January 1, that we do get a rush of building permit submittals at the end of the year. And the last day to submit plans under the current building code that's in effect is December 29th. We'll be open from 8 to 3 as usual. We do expect a rush at the end, so please plan accordingly. Bring a coffee, a book. I also just wanted to take this moment to thank one of our staff members, Terrell Turner, who's going to be retiring at the end of the year. She's done a great job for our department and we will miss her, as well as Shady Gonzalez, who's moving on to Air Pollution Control District. We expect her to have great success over there as well as she did in our department. Also make sure that everyone knows our elevator is back up and working, and we wanted to make sure we gave a thank you to the facilities crew. We feel for you and what you are about to endure in this building, and we'll offer counseling if you need it. And lastly, just want to thank our board members, our stakeholders, and our public agencies, our fellow county staff members, and the public for voicing your questions, concerns, and your support this last year. And we look forward to continuing to engage with all of you in 2023. So thank you.
Good morning, Dory.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. 2 quick updates. Last week, we wrapped up 3 public opportunities for the public to participate in our evacuation needs study. That information is online through Tuolumne County Transportation or also through our Office of Emergency Services. There is an interactive web app as well that is still continuing to take comments up until I think the 24th of December. So you still have time to participate in that, and we want to encourage the public to do so. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank one of our staff members, Tracy McKnight. She's back at the office working, hopefully listening as well. But wanted to acknowledge that today is her 1 year, and we're so excited to have her. And she's been huge help in the work that we're doing within OES. So thank you.
Morning, Board. Eric Hart, County Administrator's Office. To follow up on Quincy's compassion for what we're about to endure, I'll let everybody know that tomorrow morning the elevator will be taken down for its modernization. The A&F building is complete and they will start work on our elevator tomorrow. Their hope is to start drilling Monday, so there will be a bit of ruckus. We're working with departments to make accommodations for the public and for employees. And we will either be holding board meetings over those 9 weeks it'll take at Stryker Court or the Tuolumne CRC. We're still working on finalizing that. As soon as we have that information, we'll get it out to the board as well as the public.
Cool. Thank you, Eric. Is there any other staff reports? All right. Not seeing any. We are going to move on to the consent calendar. So would you, clerk of the board, would you please read items on consent? And lucky for you, it's not 3 pages long today.
Item 1, adopting a resolution 129-22, authorizing temporary closure of a section of State Highway 120 near Chinese Camp on February 4th, 2023 to accommodate the Sonora Sunrise Rotary's 34th Annual Orient Express Foot Race. Item 2, adopting resolution 130-22, approving the acceptance of the Youth and Programs Facilities Grant, authorizing the county administrative officer to sign the standard agreement and any other documents required to secure the grant, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $167,529 and increasing appropriations in the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility by the same amount with a 4/5 vote required. Item 3, approving an agreement with Kaufman Associates, Inc. for professional services Services to update the airport land use compatibility plan. Item 4, approving a letter of support to the California Public Utilities Commission for Public Health to submit an application for a 211 service to be implemented in Tuolumne County, providing citizens telephone access at no charge to confidential referrals to various health and social services. Item 5, recognizing unanticipated expenses to the Public Works Administration Fund of $31,817 and increasing the Public Works Administration Fund revenue by $31,817 while decreasing the general fund contingencies account by the same amount requires 4/5 vote.
All right, thank you. Would any member of the board like to pull an item on consent?
Just a comment.
Sure. Any pulls?
I have a comment on one.
Okay. So I'm not seeing any for pulling, so why don't we go ahead and we'll make comments and we'll open up to public.
And my comment is on number 5, the item that has the Public Works asking for an increase in funds to remove a really old gas tank that's underneath the street there. And I have been in conversation with our administration, and I just wanted to make sure that we are following up on the actual owner of this tank to recoup this funding if at all possible. And I've been assured that that is taking place. Just wanted to make those comments.
Okay, and Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about item 4, just to highlight the working with the FCC and CPUC to develop a 211 service. It's a number that you would call, and that we're trying to implement in Tuolumne County, free confidential service to provide access to local community services. And I just had an experience in my own family where we needed services and we needed to look at what was available through counties and through public agencies. And it's difficult if you don't know where to look. And I actually have a level of experience in this type of thing, and even I struggled knowing who to call and where to go to get help. And so the fact that we're looking at implementing this in our county, I think is a really good thing, because there are a lot of good services, a lot of good programs, but if people don't know about them, then it's all for nothing. So very much in support of it.
All right. With that being said, I'm going to open up to public comment. Is there any comment on the consent calendar? All right, not seeing any. Do we have any on Zoom? Okay. And I did have some questions that I sent out to staff earlier, so thank you guys for answering those. I don't have any comments on or questions on the consent calendar. So that being said, I am going to look for a motion for the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a first by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Consent passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Before I get started, I wrote down a few notes here so I don't forget. If you are here for the item 12 and 13, those two items will take place after the lunch hour. So again, item 12 and 13, those will take place after the lunch hour. And then item number 19, we have pulled that item.
Which one?
19. 19 has been pulled.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item number 6, CDD with Quincy Yaley. Clerk of the Board, would you please read that item?
Item number 6, discussion and staff direction on reducing the minimum lot size in the single-family residential zoning district.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director, and I'm joined here with Dave Ruby, our Planning Manager. I'm going to give a brief presentation this morning, and then we've got some members from our Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee who are here to add some additional notes and context for the item today. our Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee back in July made a recommendation that the Board of Supervisors consider reducing the minimum lot size standard for the single-family residential zoning district across the county. And we are bringing this to your board today to get direction on if the current scope of work for the Title 17 update project should be modified to include this specific item. The Housing Policy Committee expressed a belief that reducing the minimum lot size would encourage housing production within the county. And they also discussed that it's not possible to develop to the current maximum density that the R1 district allows, given that there's other requirements for sidewalks, infrastructure, street widths, easements, and the such. So in addition, the smaller lot sizes would allow for additional residential density, help meet local housing needs, improve housing affordability, and increase possible number of lots in new and existing subdivisions. They did create an ad hoc committee to review this and the county inclusionary ordinance, and did give a presentation back to the committee. So right now, the minimum lot size in the R1 district is 7,500 square feet, which amounts to 1 unit per about 1.17 acres, or 5.8 lots per acre, which is why we round up to 6. The maximum density, as I said, is 6 dwelling units per acre. And just for some context, in the R2, which is our medium density residential, the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet. And in the high density is 15,000 square feet. I also sent an email out to my professional network for other county planning directors and got a lot of interesting responses, and I've included those in your staff report. Given that we have topography and infrastructure limitations, the proposed development, it can be a challenge to meet that 6 dwelling units per acre target. I should say allowance, and therefore projects are often having to request exceptions to our ordinance code in order to achieve what we call by right density, or 6 dwelling units an acre. And those exceptions come in the form of a planned unit development, which is subject to discretionary review, which means it's not, minimum lot sizes are not, smaller minimum lot sizes are not automatically granted. This can add a level of uncertainty for a developer, because they are, in addition to the review that comes along for the entire project, the actual lot sizes also are up for review as well. However, in addition to the PUD, there are other ways that a developer could achieve a smaller lot size. As I talked about, the plan unit development is one way. A second is that accessory dwelling units on R1 lots can be constructed in order to increase density. And this construction of an accessory dwelling unit does not require any discretionary or CEQA review. It just goes straight through the building permit process. In addition, the state has passed Senate Bill 9, which allows any lots greater than 2,400 square feet to be split into 2 lots without any discretionary or environmental review. So again, that's a ministerial process. So you can create smaller lot sizes through both the plan unit development, you can increase density through an ADU, and you can also create smaller lot sizes through SB 9. One of the caveats to the SB 9 process is that the lots cannot be located in an urban area, and they have to be located in an urban area and cannot be located in a high or very high severity fire zone, which presents a big challenge up here in Tuolumne County. So in 2019, when the general plan was approved, that plan evaluated growth based on the existing lot size for the R1 zoning district. So a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet, or 6 dwelling units an acre. And additionally, the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, their regional transportation plan, their growth projections of where land use was going to go and how it was going to occur across the county also used that same metric of 6 dwelling units an acre. And so we didn't analyze smaller lot sizes in those big, broad environmental documents, because we do them on a case-by-case basis through some of the mechanisms I've described. So we're requesting your board to provide direction on this recommendation by the Housing Policy Committee, which would be to specifically prepare an amendment to the zoning code to allow lots smaller than 7,500 square feet. The current proposal, the way it's written right now, is that this request is that it would apply to all R1 lots across the county. And so not just new development. And if that were to occur, a significant number of new lots could be created both in vacant parcels, raw development sites for subdivisions, as well as in existing subdivisions. And we do recognize that there are limiting factors that could prevent existing subdivisions from being subdivided further, such as infrastructure, topography, slope, and the such. But we would need to do environmental review on the most feasible outcome if it did apply across the county. So it wouldn't be that all R1 lots would be evaluated to be divided, but that we would use parameters and select the most feasible portion of those to do the evaluation, because the action would require environmental review. We did work with our GIS division and identified just over 6,000 parcels that were zoned R1 that are located within 300 feet of utilities, water or sewer line, which is a really important parameter when we're talking about density. So if we were to do an environmental document, we would not assume that all 6,000 would be divided, but we would use a set of parameters to identify what is a feasible number. A difficulty that the county may encounter when looking at denser development is the fact that the majority of our county, or most of our county, is in a high or very high severity fire zone. We do expect that in the next upcoming weeks that CAL FIRE will release new fire severity zone maps, and so there could be changes. Based on my professional opinion, it would be more property that would be in high or very high rather than a reduction of that. And in addition, in the upcoming months, we're going to be required to implement new Board of Forestry regulations, which also makes increasing density in the high and very high severity fire zones more difficult. We did reach out to our project consultant who's been working on the Title 17 project to try to ascertain what the scope of work would look like. And if it was, if the request that came back to staff to work on was just to sort of correct what could be a math error, which is really just a rounding, then that scope of work would not necessarily require significant amendments to the existing EIR, because the amount of growth that the project could create would be minimal. If it were to be applied across the county, we would have to look at new land use modeling, new technical studies such as traffic, greenhouse gas emissions, and it would anticipate just high level that it would be at least $250,000 to add to the environmental contract for the Title 17 project. And again, that would also be open to CEQA litigation. We also talked to TCT Director Darren Grossi about this, because land use and transportation are inextricably linked, and that the RTP would also need to be updated if the county changed their minimum parcel size. And so we would be working in partnership with TCTC to develop a new growth scenario, should that direction come from your board. And lastly, thanks for bearing with me, but there are some alternatives that your board could consider. Again, the proposal being that this would be implemented countywide across all existing R1 zoning districts. We could look further into this plan unit development process. Right now, that is linked to the provision of affordable housing, which can be difficult to make pencil out when you're doing a development project. And so we could look at alternatives to that PUD process to unlink the requirement for affordable housing to be required if someone requests smaller lot sizes. And additionally, we could also just look at modifying the minimum lot size from 7,500 square feet to 7,450. This would be the math without rounding, essentially, for the R1 district, and that would likely be able to fit into a CEQA exemption. And so and would just require a small budget amendment. So at this point, I'm either happy to take questions, or we do have members of our Housing Policy Committee. They've prepared a PowerPoint, and I can run that from my computer, and they can address your board when you're ready.
I have just a clarification, Quincy. Option B would be to reduce from 7,500 to 7,260. Is that correct? That's what your memo says. Which would afford
Thank you, sorry. Yeah, I had
7,450.
my numbers mixed up. The plus or minus, yeah, that it would, instead of about 6,000, we would be looking at about 7,500 lots that would affect.
Right.
And then we would just be doing environmental review on the feasibility of a portion of those lots. Thank you, Supervisor Haff, for clarifying.
Okay, are there any other clarifying questions real quick before we see the slideshow? No?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I have one, just regarding, previously, I think this issue came up before our board, and there was discussion about trying to achieve the 6,000 square foot, which I believe would allow the lots per acre. Is that correct?
So the Housing Policy Committee, and I'll let them sort of address what their ideas are, but there was a range of discussion that happened about the different lot sizes. Some was discussed about 6,000 square feet, some were smaller, and we have approved subdivisions on a case-by-case basis with much smaller lot sizes, 2,500 square feet, 3,000 square feet. So today, today our goal is just to get feedback on the general direction. And certainly, yes, 6,000 square foot minimum lot sizes would allow an increase of density beyond 6 dwelling units an acre in the R1 district.
Right, and maybe I'm not clear on that, because I think it basically came down to 6 lots per acre, and I may have the square footage wrong. Under this proposal, 7,260 square feet would allow, more. Is that correct, or is that at the 6 lots per
Dave's
acre?
double checking my math for me.
Yeah,
But
and my apology.
that's okay. But essentially at 7,260 square feet, that gives you 6 dwelling units an acre, just straight across the board. On top of that, as I mentioned, they're still required to provide setbacks, easements, road right-of-ways and things like that. So the concern from the Housing Policy Committee is that 7,260 doesn't solve their problem, doesn't solve their concern. They're requesting it to be smaller than just not accounting for the rounding. You want to help me?
7 lots per acre works out to about 6,225.
So it would increase the density. If you went down to 6,000 acres, you'd get 7 and change instead of 6.
So, in your board memo, I'm looking for the item number. Item number 9 in the board memo discusses that there would be a cost in the reduction that could equate to upwards of $250,000 that the county would be responsible for. Am I reading that correct? And again, we're looking at different sizes here, so.
Right. The general idea I'm trying to present to your board and the public is that there's existing environmental review that's been done that we can tier from. We can base additional analysis on what we've already done. If we changed the parameters, then it's no longer apples to apples. Now we're talking apples to oranges. And so we'd have to go back and change the apples to oranges in our original high document in order to now start comparing oranges to oranges. And so if we change one without the other, we have a disconnect. So in order to change the zoning code, we'd have to go back and change the general plan. And in doing that, that would require an additional CEQA analysis of the general plan. And that's what, depending again on the amount of growth that the change in the minimum lot size would allow, that would be a cost to the county. Excuse me, I'm gonna move this present so I don't have to leave.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so I hear what you're saying and appreciate that. If a developer is requesting a reduction, through, various committees, I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with the county having to absorb $250,000 in cost in order to do so.
And that's a ballpark estimate. That's just
Right.
could be less, could be more.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Another question you said?
I'm sorry, I have another question that I didn't think of until just now. I know that next year, 2023, we're going to review the housing element of the general plan. Would that be an appropriate time to look at the 6,000 square feet? I mean, could we do possibly option B right now with the idea that we could further look at, further reduction when the time is more appropriate?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So it's not the cost isn't necessarily determining what number the minimum lot size should be. It's the environmental review and whether or not we can use the general plan or whether we need a new environmental document. So the cost is not in picking the minimum lot size of what is best suits Tuolumne County. The cost is then doing the environmental review for that, ensuring that it lines up with this eternal conflict between state housing policy and Board of Forestry fire regulations, as well as all of the other things that CEQA requires us to look at, transportation, greenhouse gases.
So the cost was important, but not as important as staff time and the environmental document and that kind of thing. So just to clarify then, would we be automatically doing a new EIR when we do the housing element?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We would be tiering, unless there was something in the housing element that was specifically in conflict with the environmental review that was done in the 2019 general plan. Otherwise, we would be tiering from that general plan, and we wouldn't be doing an in-depth environmental review.
Okay, we are ready for the presentation. And Quincy, who is this from? Members of the
Housing Policy Committee.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm Brad Vondrak. I'm with the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. I'm president-elect. Sat on the ad hoc committee with Mike Lemke of Lemke Homes and Trinity Albia from Habitat for Humanity. So this presentation is just going to highlight some of the key points that we talked about. We mostly spend most of our time talking about the inclusionary ordinance, which I'm not going to get into right now because that takes a lot longer. So in any case, Tuolumne County, as you guys know, we need more housing. We're not meeting our housing goals outlined in the housing element of the general plan. Our affordable lots for development are hard to find and very often expensive to improve. If you look at the next slide with the graph, you can see the land ownership in Tuolumne County. We've got 77% of our land is owned by the public, 17.2% is ag, and improved private lands 3% or 3.3%, and leaves us with 2.4%. So to increase our density, we do definitely need to look at smaller lot sizes to help with that 2% of available land. Quincy kind of already talked on it, and just a second ago about our math error that we have as far as the 6 acres, as far as rounding up. And if obviously you bring that number down, we can increase the density. But the thing that we also have to understand is even if you get 7 dwelling units per acre or 8 dwelling units per acre, you're still going to have issues with setbacks, right-of-ways, things of that nature, open space. And because of our topography, that's the problems we're going to be facing here. So affordable housing units, 5,000 square foot minimum lot sizes, definitely seem to fit that bill. So on the next slide. So where the general plan notes that the density bonuses are allowed which have not been achieved, if LDR allows 7,500 square feet now and the majority of R1 parcels are permitted for over 10,000, then there must be a reason that is not really very feasible to make it smaller. The housing growth rate has been slow and projected to be slower even yet. So in most LDR projects are having a very difficult time to achieve much density. So in the county, at 3 dwelling units per acre, most projects are developed at actually less than 4 dwelling units per acre. If we go to the next slide, you can see Valley Vista planned unit development was previously approved at 3.2 acres, 3.2 units per acre, and it's actually operating at 2.4 units per acre, so it's quite a bit less than what the R1 zoning even allows. Similar density increase comments were made about ADUs when allowed by state laws referencing the SB 9. There has been no significant increase in ADU development in our county. I don't know if that has issues to do with people not wanting to do it, or they're not interested in building on their lots. I just lost my place. County fees require a sizable upfront expenditure to split a lot, which will impact the number of people desiring to even do a lot split if it meets the criteria. On the next slide, you can run through those kind of expenditures. So county permit application, $6,300. Engineering, surveying, easement, staking, $6,000 to $10,000. Updating cultural ports, $5,000 to $8,000. Updated environmental, $6,000 to $8,000. And a TUD application and infrastructure development and costs could be still to be determined, but with smaller lots, well or septic, your well and septic fees are easily over $13,000. So you can see by splitting a lot and trying to develop it for a standard homeowner, it's going to be quite expensive to do so. So I don't know that we're going to have a lot of people running to the county to go split their 10,000 square foot lot into a 5,000 square foot lot. Fire obviously has to be addressed. Defensible space is an existing requirement. All new construction must be wildland interface compliant. Density is already capped at a maximum of 6 units to the acre, unless rezoning or a PUD or an MU designation or density bonus is approved by the county. In summary, correcting the lot size error will help provide a range of lots and housing options to help the county to achieve stated housing goals. That's all we have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And stick around just in case, do we have any questions regarding the presentation?
Yeah, I just had a kind of a general question. So I don't know if this would be for you, sir, or for Quincy, so I'll just throw it out there and chime up whoever wants to. So what you said something interesting, which is, so you're saying that while option B would increase the theoretical number of units per acre to 6, you're saying effectively it would be 4 with when you take into account the
Open
setbacks.
space, setbacks.
Okay, is that the position that you have as well, Quincy?
I think that from the staff's perspective, until we sort of research and settle on what the accurate minimum square footage would be, it'd be tough for me to project. But you know, as you go smaller, you also have to maintain all of those things that are required for the functionality of a lot, including easements, setbacks, road right-of-ways, and as well as floor area ratios, so that basically in the R1 district, you can't cover the whole single-family lot. You have to have a front yard and a backyard. So it'd be tough for me to peg, you know, what that density would be, but getting direction from the board on what you would like us to move towards, if there is that, that's helpful. When we do on a case-by-case basis, we are able to go a lot smaller because that environmental review is just limited to that project. And so we don't have to look at a smaller lot size outside the project boundary. And so we are able to effectively really reduce those lot sizes on new projects on a case-by-case basis. And as I mentioned, right now, there's a couple of ways to do that. One of them is linked to the requirement for affordable housing, which again can be a challenge to have pencil out. And so that would be something to consider, is looking at modifying that PUD process, keeping it on a case-by-case basis, but then giving some more flexibility to the developer on if they have to provide affordable housing or not. So there you go.
Okay, so the answer is it depends.
Depends.
Okay, and then you mentioned green space as well. I know that that's an issue, was an issue more so in the past where there were developments where large sections of green space, I thought that we removed a lot of that. Is that still a requirement for new development that, I mean, do we require per acre a certain setback or a certain percentage would be green space, or is that again based on the nature of the project?
It's based on the nature of the project. And so in the general plan, that we did in 2019 recognized the role of the wildlife handbook, that it did provide direction in the event it should be used. But the regulatory environment of natural resources has evolved significantly beyond the wildlife handbook, which had a prescribed percentage to parcel size or a habitat size equation. So now we look at it much more on case by case, and the general plan drives that very clearly, that there should be no minimum requirement for open space zoning specifically. Since 2019, we've often done it differently. We've done it through building setbacks. We've done it through drainage easements. We've done it through, like we did in Valley Vista, we worked out a habitat management plan to allow extensive, upkeep of the open space if needed. So we've done it a little bit differently than the way in the past.
Yeah. And then I guess the last question, kind of my general thought on this is, you look at the different factors that are kind of contributing to our struggle with housing in our county, and we're certainly not alone in this, but you have, and I thought you did a good job pointing out the lack of availability of space that's suitable for new development. It's a real problem in the county, and then infill projects and these types of things. But then again, you also have state regulations. You have the fact that it costs more in general to develop up here than it does elsewhere. That the pool of people with incomes to purchase homes is smaller in the county because we're poorer in general. I guess to what degree is the minimum lot standard contributing to our lack of available housing? I mean, if we lowered it down to 1,000 square feet per acre or something, I'm just going to the extreme as an exercise. Would that solve our problem, or is there something larger at play?
So members of the Housing Policy Committee have expressed that the minimum lot size is the #1 constraint to development in Tuolumne County. Our staff might have a broader perspective on that in terms of some of the other constraints that we see folks going through, and I don't want to speak for the specific members, but it was brought up that it was the #1 constraint was minimum parcel size.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, you're good. Thank you. Are you part of the presentation? Yes, sir. Cool. Good morning.
My name is Mike Lemke. I am a local builder, president of the Tuolumne County building industry area. A lot of interesting points that we want to bring up, and also a member of the your Housing Policy Committee, former. Thank you. When we're talking about these thousands of lots that we have in our county, we're talking about our lots. This is the lot that mom and dad bought. They're looking to raise their family, build shelter. They were optimistic that this would be an investment in their future. Eventually, maybe they could split off their lot. Maybe they're going to have their sons or daughters move back home, live next door to them. Maybe they're going to split off some lots, and this was going to be their retirement. This was their vision. They read the general plan. It said 6 lots to the acre. It makes sense. They're not going to build 6 lots, but something might work out for them. As they get into it, they can achieve this dream by engaging a local surveyor, a local builder, design their magical or their lifelong dream. If they have some lots left over that they're going to sell, they'll engage a local realtor, and they'll be able to sell those off. The life cycle continues. As they get into it, they realize that this lot, this family lot, it's not perfectly flat. It has a topography. It's not perfect. There's a area of rock outcroppings over here. Maybe we have a creek over here. Mom's favorite oak tree, you're not going to cut that oak tree down. As you go to the side of the property, maybe this is where we have some flatter spot, and it's actually economically viable for you to carve out a few lots, build a few lots, smaller, more efficient, cost-effective, so that mom can move into her lot. The new additions to the family can move into the lot, or maybe these are the ones you end up selling off. When you go down to look at processing that, you open it up, and it's as if you went down to go buy a dozen eggs at the local store. It said 12 eggs. You open it up, you have far short of that in the box. What you do have is encounter a lot of fine print, a lot of alphabet soup of terminologies and density this and density that and process this. And you realize that family lot, in order to achieve that investment, you're going to need to engage a lot of outside professional processing. You're going to have to go down a procedure that's just outside of your local ability to achieve that success. You're not a big developer. You have a few acres, an acre that mom and dad invested in. You've got it there. It's not going to bring in some big out of the area development investment group to plan some massive subdivision. You just want to do something there and achieve some density, the highest and best value for your investment. The Housing Policy Committee's worked on this. We had 2 items that rose to the top of our list. If we don't achieve anything out of this group, we want to make sure we bring these to the board with our recommendations. Lot density and affordable housing ordinance. We're here to talk about the lot density today. We highly recommend that you give it firm consideration. The cost of not allowing mom and dad's lot to do something with is going to be far outshined by the millions upon millions of dollars of taxpayer money that you're going to spend on so-called affordable housing. These large mega projects, we're going to bring in outside groups, not your local builder, not your local teams. But we're going to have to bring in these to do these large subdivisions. We have to free up our local investments, our local land base to achieve local solutions out of this. I'm trying not to oversimplify it, but we've done a heck of a job of overcomplicating this process when we really have the answers here in our own backyard. Urge you to consider a reduction in size. You think about a 5,000 square foot, a big parcel, that's 50 feet by 100 feet deep. That's a huge piece of land. You have it effective. Our next generation, our seniors, aren't going to be buying some large estates. They need these things right-sized. That's a right size for this element. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Morning, Ron.
I'm also part of the presentation. So Ron Kopp, I'm speaking on behalf of the Business Council and the Board of Realtors as well for this. And thank you for your time to address this today. If we want to streamline and simplify the regulations, this is a good issue to try and address. As it's been pointed out, it is one of the, it's nothing simple in this county. It's not low-hanging fruit. Well, it is low-hanging fruit, but it all comes with a lot of complications. And I think staff has done a very good job of sort of outlining, what we're up against and looking at this county anytime we try and address some of these issues. It's never easy to try and change things, but I can tell you it's not easy to try and develop things either. They've now analyzed the impacts on lots over 10,000 square feet for 5,000 square foot lots. And what that impacts your environmental review. So maybe a good middle ground would be to let's do some additional analysis on the 6,000 square foot lots, because in order to split that with your existing lots out there, they got to be over 12,000 square feet. And I think, when you look in the LDR designation, there's probably not a whole lot of lots over 12,000 square feet that can be split. So maybe we're into more of a minor change like it was indicated that we would be in if we were just reducing the lot size of the 7,500 to 7,200 or whatever Dave's final math came out to over there. 6,000 square foot lots, when you look at the analysis of adjacent counties, that's what most of them have gone with as well, and it seems to work. Allowing some smaller lots will also help provide affordable housing, And that's what most of our local builders build. They don't do the mixed-use developments. They don't do the multifamily development. They build single-family lots out of the back of their pickup truck. As noted in the staff report, topography and other constraints allowing smaller lots will let projects provide a range of lot options. So at Valley Vista, we have lots ranging from 6,000 to over 10,000 square feet at that community, just because of the way the parcel's set up, the way the open space is set up, the way the drainage corridors are set up. You can't do it, but allowing some of the smaller lots doesn't mean everybody's gonna come in and your entire project's gonna be exactly cookie cutter, 5 to 6,000 square foot lots in that project. But having some of those smaller lots will enable you to have a range of product and then also have some of the affordable housing that's associated with that. We should allow for some annual increase in the LDR density. Right now, we're not meeting our housing goals as it is, so, every little bit helps. The general plan already allows for a density bonus, and we have minimum density requirements of 3 DUs per acre, 3 dwelling units per acre. But even when Valley Vista was previously approved, it was just a little bit over 3 units to the acre, and it's right now at 2.4 units to the acre, even having some of the smaller lots, the PUD designation and everything else. By the time you look at oak mitigation, open space, mitigation requirements, and other things that are associated with the project. In that existing LDR lots could have been sized, as it was pointed out, at 7,500 square feet, and Quincy's table that she provided a while back showed that the majority of them were much larger than 7,500 square feet. Most of them were 10,000 square feet or larger. I think if you actually look at how many are 12,000 square feet and what you can divide out, and you look at it for existing housing, you're not going to find that it's that much of an impact. But we should look at how does that impact the environmental issues, and hopefully it can be minor. And you have a very good legal staff here, but you also have a very good legal staff you hired to help you with the general plan initially, and they can probably weigh in on that and help you figure out how much of the environmental would be tied into it. But obviously the idea would be to make it as little as possible. Smaller lots will also need either water or sewer, and staff's noted that there's 6,176 lots within 300 feet of utility district's water and sewer. How many of those are over 12,000 square feet that could be divided if we went with the 6,000? And I think you're gonna find that that's probably negligible. We would hope that 6,000 square foot lots at this time is a manageable middle ground. And if it's determined that it's actually a bigger issue, then staff has suggested the interim step of using a PUD designation. That's not ideal because it would still add staff time, permitting costs, and it's discretionary under CEQA, so it just adds a whole nother level. So if we can come up with ways that it can be more ministerial approved and plug it in rather than a discretionary approval, that would help. And in that the county's looking to amend the housing element, maybe it can be tied in with some of the issues with the housing element in the near future. But we want to thank you for continuing to look at ways that we can make housing more affordable, provide a range of housing lots, and address some of that housing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And is that it for the group? Cool. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna bring it, well, no, this isn't public comment, this is our presentation. Oh, is there anybody on Zoom with any of the presentation, or, okay. I'm gonna bring it back if you have anything you'd like to comment on regarding any of the comments made, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Sure. Thanks. And thank you all for participating and taking the time. The ad hoc committee, I think, worked really well to address this specific item. And so I'm appreciative that the time that they took outside of the meeting to get all this information together and get it to you today. Just a couple of other things to add, not to contradict, but just to really add to make sure that your board understands the full discussion. With respect to Valley Vista, Supervisor Campbell pointed out the wildlife handbook and some of the prescribed percentages that were required. So Valley Vista was originally approved in 2010 and actually even before that. When we went back through the process to kind of rejigger the map a little bit, in order to avoid going into a full-blown EIR, we left all of the open space the same. So if Valley Vista had come through as a clean project in the most recent years, it's likely that the density would have changed because we would not have used the prescriptions in the wildlife handbook to set the open space parameters. But when they came back through to move some lots around and other things, we had to weigh the pros and cons. Is it worth to open up the entire environmental document and reduce the amount of open space in order to gain density, or is the preference to leave the existing open space where it was and just try to move forward? So Valley Vista might have looked a little different had it come through today. Also would just want to add that, if you have, I'll use the mom and pop example, or a single family homeowner that wants to create lots for their, for a family. If they are in a location that meets the correct criteria, they can use the SB9 process. That's from the state of California. The state of California has put a lot of caveats on that, obviously out of concern for increasing density in the high and very high severity fire zone. And so my concern would be that the county would move in a direction to allow increased density in areas where the state has told us not to do that. So we would want to make sure that any way that we move forward, we're being consistent with state law. Would also want to add that, in my 20 years of doing this, that it's rare that we get a flat square project site with zero environmental resources. And so a lot of time the density limitations are not from a local ordinance code, they're from a creek or a cultural resource. So there's other things that drive how a subdivision is built out other than just the minimum parcel size. And so changing the minimum parcel size in our ordinance code may not end up getting the desired result of increased density, given that there's likely going to be on-site constraints. And I just would sort of emphasize before you go to public comment that the Community Development Department staff is not against a smaller minimum lot size. The concerns that we have is the timing of that. Reducing the minimum lot size outside of a general plan update significantly increases the cost of the review. Like I said, for the environmental review, the need to coordinate with regional transportation plan and other local planning documents. So it's not that the minimum parcel size should never be changed or shouldn't be changed. It's just to make sure that your board and the public understand the staff time, the costs, and the potential litigation that could come along with it. So I'm interested to hear from the public and then answer any further questions you may have.
All right, trying to take some notes. Thank you, Quincy. Yeah, at this time I am going to open up to public comment. So if there's anybody in the room, please come on up to the podium. All right, not seeing any. Do we have any on Zoom? Wow, okay. Well, then I'll bring it back to the board. Would anybody like to go first? Supervisor Goldenberg. Questions, comments? It's all yours.
I don't believe I have any further questions. I know we have a housing issue in the county. It's very obvious. And there's many factors that, go into, that being a problem here in Tuolumne County. A lot of which is the amount of public lands, the amount of developable lands. I'm okay with going down to 6,000 or even 5,000. Where I have the concerns is, will there be a direct cost to the county? And if it could be up to $250,000 for increased EIR, work, we need to figure out how we're going to fund that. Does that come from the developer? I just don't know. At this point. Also very cognizant of the, Board of Forestry. We're going to see some impacts that are not yet totally known, but we're anticipating additional very high fire severity zones, which is definitely going to have an impact on development. Other new regulations that would come into effect on January 1st would be, things like the, 5 foot from the structure, kind of an exclusion zone. But that's in the actual building, right? That doesn't really affect this process, from what I'm seeing. I also realize, when we look at projects and we look at individual sites, that there may be cultural aspects, there may be waterway aspects, or other things that effectively reduce the amount of buildable space. And so I'm cognizant of that, as well. Would love to see us be able to move forward, with more projects and a higher density. I'm fine with that. But the cost to the county would be a major concern of mine. Thank you.
Supervisor Huff? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said go. Go ahead. Go for it. I thought you said
Anyway.
the exact opposite.
Thank you, Quincy, and thank you, Housing Policy Committee, for the work that you've done on this. I think when I look at, I don't want to overcomplicate and give you more, have you look into an area that hasn't already been covered. So restricting it to, you've given us 2 options here. I think option B is the best because when I look at the types of development and actually that issue of, the mom and pop owning property or somebody out of the county that owns property in an existing subdivision and they might want to develop that at some point. It very much depends on where that property is. If you're talking about an infill area that's, in the Sonora, Jamestown, Chinese Camp lower, more toward the 120, the lower 120 corridor, I think there is a lot of options there for development and infill. But if you look at a community like Ponderosa Hills, like Crystal Falls, I can tell you for sure, a lot of the people that live in these communities don't want to see increased density in those communities, and we already struggle to provide services as it is. And so I guess I don't want to harm the existing communities that are already struggling with the effects of high density in a fire-prone area. And then, of course, you have that factor that you mentioned about what the Board of Forestry regulations are going to restrict homeowners to do on their private property anyway. And so I think option B makes the most sense to me because it's kind of it's making it easier to figure that, okay, we're saying you can build, in theory, exactly 6 units per acre, which that tends to be how a lot of these lots are divided up, and it makes it easier. And so we are moving toward the side of increased density, but I think, if we're talking 5,000-6,000 square feet, that's a little much for me. And I do look at, I was just, while we were talking, I pulled up Calaveras County's system, and to me, it's much more confusing than what we have. Then the reason I did that is I noticed it was conspicuously absent from our list of the different counties and their minimum lot sizes. So I was trying to see what I could find, and there it's more of a calculation. So I think the process that you've outlined here is more streamlined, and I think it's pretty consistent with the character of what we're trying to achieve here. And the other factor is I don't want to have the increased density in these areas that are already too dense and are already struggling with the services and roads and sewer and septic and all these other issues that we're seeing further up the hill. So option B.
Supervisor Kirk, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm being very, very clear, because I was so kind and gave you option B and C, but it says alternatively, which means there's a option before A and B, which is to go in and do a full change to the minimum parcel size. So I just want to make sure all the supervisors are clear that they're really, we've sort of categorized it into three options, not just A and B. Just want to make sure that's really clear so that we're not skipping over something that's in the staff report. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I was done.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank every member on the committee that put in their valuable time to come to us today, and staff time definitely as well. For right now, I'm comfortable with choosing option B of the 7,260 square feet to align with six lots per acre. And I see this as more of a ministerial type change, because I think that was the intention all along. And so that would be the easiest to do. But I just want to state that, however, I'm in favor of investigating an option of going maybe all the way down to 5,000 square feet lots in the future when it makes the best sense to do so. We haven't budgeted for that kind of work for this fiscal year, but I'm in favor of exploring that and seeing where that leads. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the presenters. To me, we're in a housing crisis, and that's very clear to the residents of the county. In looking at it, it's multifaceted, a lot's out of our control. This is one of the things that I think is within our control to be able to change. And when we're talking about it, we're not saying mandated lot sizes, right? This is telling a developer or a person who's trying to build a second home on their property there and split it off, what the minimum size has to be. I tend to think that it's more effective to let the market dictate that, and I think most of the counties that are recommended, and thank you to staff for the list and reaching out, recognize that around 5,000 to 6,000 is kind of the sweet spot for most of them. It goes all the way down to 1,200 minimum square feet in Inyo County, which would probably, I don't even know what that would calculate out if everybody built that, up to a little bit larger. But we do have a variety of zonings. The density set for this is 6 dwellings per acre, and the issue I see is on paper we're not able to achieve that. The density is already set. And so the issue is just trying to realize that we're not even actually talking about increasing the density of the zoning. We have denser zonings. They can move to R2 to R3. We have less dense ones in ranch estate, RE type areas. But within R1, which isn't single family, but is basically single family, I think it's an appropriate size. And oftentimes you find, the land's going to go somewhere in an acre. You may have larger corner lots and some smaller lots there. Where we have smaller lots, I think there's an environmental positive in denser building. I think there's a service positive. One of the challenges we have as a rural area tends to be not just the population, but the remoteness of everybody there. These projects pay into the system, help support that. So overall, I would support this. I think it's in line with our goals. I don't think option B of 7260, one, it's not really changing anything, I don't think. It doesn't account for example, even though it's splitting it up into 6 different spots, that there's roads going through, public easements, that you may have, again, open space topography and other challenges there. And so while it's changing it on paper, it's not really addressing the issue, which is we're not looking at theoretical. We're trying to hit a realistic 6 dwellings per acre for this. So I would support going down to 5,000. If we were looking to try and amend this in some way, I think 6,000 is a reasonable number as well, and that is very common amongst other counties. I think looking at it for new development, I agree with Ms. Lemke about just the folks who live here being able to do it and use this as well, not just new development. But I think one of the goals is for new development that it would be an alternative. So simply applying it there, I'm a question a bit on whether we need to have a full EIR. As mentioned, I think there's a number of other factors of how many this actually applies to. Does it need an EIR or neg deck of some type? How many are we actually expecting to kind of split with this? So that, I'm not sure if it quite needs that. That said, if the price is $250,000, But this is something that potentially for projects on paper could increase the amount of homes built per project by, let's say, 20%, but in reality, even 5 or 10%, that's a really good use of our money. And redoing the entire general plan, which happened relatively recently, is probably not in the cards for this or next year. And so addressing the needs of today, the housing element with that, being that that it's separate from the housing element, that we have a housing crisis. This is in actually our general plan, that researching, reducing the lot size for R1, that has been in there actually since I was about 8 years old. I was looking back through, and the county, to my knowledge, has not taken action to actually realize that. So it's aligned with our goals and priorities and with the general plan as well. So I would be, I guess I'm gonna call that option C on there. I think we should go with the committee recommendation. Or if not that, I would pose back 6,000 or maybe new development.
Mr. Chair, if I could just weigh in briefly, and I just wanted to tag on to a comment made by Supervisor Campbell regarding existing subdivisions and projects. I think there's a lot of merit to that thought, that we not create undesirable areas within those, and this could, definitely affect, we're looking at a lot of areas in District 5 as being pretty open, District 4 as well, but also looking at the Don Pedro area. So we need to be cognizant of that as we move forward. Thank you.
All right. One of the things that keeps getting brought up, Quincy, is the cost to do this. At what point would we have a general plan amendment which could encompass this and maybe some other items? Like, do we have any other items on the table in the near future that we could bring them all in?
Sure, so great question. So when we wrote the scope of work for the Title 17 update, we wrote it based on the direction in the 2019 general plan. So that 2019 general plan had a list of changes to make to the ordinance code. And so that's what that scope of work is doing. The environmental document for that scope of work is covered by the general plan because that's the origin of the changes, okay? So outside of changes that are already in the scope of work, which come from the general plan, we don't have any big policy changes that we're looking at unless something comes down from the state, which, like, we've got the Board of Forestry and other things that pop up. So we don't have any broad policy changes at this point that we could tuck this into, where we're expecting to do robust environmental review. And that isn't just for what we call the CEQA document, that's for all the technical studies that need to go along with it too. So,
is the Board of Forestry, yes, is the Board of Forestry going to require general plan amendments?
Well, so the Board of Forestry is going to be more restrictive.
Right.
And so from that sense, it's not going to create growth. It's going to limit growth. And so we don't expect there to be environmental impacts associated with the Board of Forestry regulations.
So something that's going through my mind is, say we approve the 5,000 lot thing today, and in a few weeks or months, or, the state rolls, who knows how long, forestry basically blankets our whole area as high fire, which I believe, looking at the maps, what's that? We already are.
It's close.
So I'm just trying to be honest with our time, our resources in this conversation. If we were to approve a 5,000 minimal lot size today, would that basically be thrown out the window in the near future with what's going on with the State Board of Forestry?
Well, I think what would happen at that point is the county and the Board of Supervisors would really need to consider the existing growth scenario for the overall county. And so essentially what that looks at is what you're suggesting is there's some blanket regulation that comes down that would significantly diminish the counties, or let's just say an individual private property owners, to create density. If that occurs and it's broad enough across the county, our staff would come back to you with choices. We would say, this is the new business as usual model. And this is some potential alternatives because we might need to shift development in the county if there was broad limiting regulations that limited development in certain areas. So to say that it would be thrown out the window is speculative for me at this point. There's been a great acknowledgement that existing subdivisions either may not want this or may not be able to do this. It's why right now we do it on a case-by-case basis with future development. And as has been pointed out, there's a lot of policies in our housing element that support that minimum lot size to help get a Board of Supervisors, should they want to get to a yes on a minimum parcel size. So I don't know that it would be all for naught. It would be just our regular course of business where things happen that are unexpected and we have to zig when we thought we were going to zag.
Okay. Then my last question is just when somebody brought up the example of the 50 by 100, just a leach field alone. So a lot of these homes, there's not going to be, if we were to go the 5,000 minimum lot size, if you're not on public sewer, public water, just the leach field, the septic tank alone cannot even fit into 50. And maybe it's a question for a developer. Can a 3-bedroom home even fit on that lot?
Right, and so that's why in your staff report, we
'Cause
specifically
I saw
called
in
out.
Stanislaus County.
Yeah, we specifically called out existing lots that were within what the zoning code and general plan consider a reasonable distance to connect to. Because as you increase density, you eliminate the ability to do septic and wells. And so when we would be looking at an analysis in the future, we would have to look at, well, what density do we entirely shift to public water? Then those would be the areas, or that number would be what we'd look at to increase density. So it's possible that Ponderosa Hills is not even something that would be considered because it's on septic and they can't go any smaller.
So then wouldn't we be in essence back to the original process where we're doing a case by case? Even though we say it's blanket, it's across the 5,000, the minimum the minimum lot size of 5,000. Wouldn't we still have to do case by case?
So it's always going to be case by case because we have it, unless it's an outlined ministerial a ministerial project, it's always going to be case by case. Okay. What our staff is trying to highlight to your board is that to get from 7,500 to anything smaller, not only right now is it case by case, but if we wanted to have an allowed smaller, we have to go up and over the CEQA hurdle as a county rather than as an individual project.
Okay. Okay, so I think I can count to 3. I'm not hearing a majority in favor of the 5,000. Here's where I sit on the issue, and I've sat on the committee and I've heard the back and forth. I'm not a developer. I'm not in the weeds like Quincy's. I hear valid points on your end, and I hear valid points on developers and builders' end. I think at the end of the day, in my own experiences, there's so much red tape. It's so hard to do anything. If this is a tool that would help facilitate more growth, I understand. Again, like I said, I understand it's not cut and dry. There's other hurdles. There's other things. But I think what I'm saying is I think we could come up with a plan that would accommodate homeowners, developers, and so. Let me clarify. I would definitely support the 6,000 reduce, and I think I could even get to 5. And I think I heard half say that. And the fact that we still have to do a case by case, we're really just lowering that threshold, and we're still going to have to do the case by case review. But now there's more crap that we have to go through to look at that. So I do support it. So I guess if that's option C, like Supervisor Brennan, that's kind of where I'm leaning. But I'm also it's like, which one do we do first? Because when we hear about the State Board of Forestry, I'm not sure how this would affect that conversation. So I feel like there's a couple moving pieces of the puzzle, and I don't have a solid grasp of really what we're diving into.
So I think what I'm really looking for is there direction to staff to across the board change the minimum parcel size? For
me, yes. Jaren, I'm hearing yes, but I need to hear from our support.
Well, we all said yes to a certain degree. I think 3 of us said yes to 7,260 square feet.
Okay.
If we change it what will happen is if we get direction from the board to reduce the minimum parcel size across existing lots universally, we will go get a scope of work from an environmental consultant and bring that back to your board. So that you can see what would it take to update the general plan environmental impact report as well as the RTP and the RTP environmental impact report.
And is that needed for the 7260?
No.
Okay, because like she was saying, I heard there's definitely support for the 7260, which wouldn't require that. But to go anywhere below that would require what you're suggesting.
If you want to change the zoning code across the board.
So if we were to say, whether it was 5 or let's say it was 6,000.
Right.
We'd be asking, or you'd be asking the scope of work to basically come back with, this is how much it's gonna cost, this is what we're gonna look at, and we would then approve that.
That's right.
So I look at that as we would have more information to make a decision. we could do both 5 and 6 and 7260. I don't know if there's a downside to asking him to maybe give a thought on the 3.
I think that the number isn't as important, Supervisor Brandon, as the process you want us to go through.
Right.
So whether, for the work needs to occur no matter the work to change it in the zoning code from a case-by-case basis to across the board, that's the process you'd be giving us direction to do.
Okay. I say let's cut some red tape, get some housing. I would be for 6,000 to get the scope of work and make a better informed decision on it.
So what I'd recommend is, why don't we start at the 7260?
Right.
Go with the staff recommendation that won't incur any of these additional CEQA costs for, and not need the EIR.
I think there's agreement, like right now today, to approve that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, and then see how that works. It's
And And I concur, but I would like to see us, look at potential of going down to 5,000, looking at new projects, and upon further elevation and sorting out how we can fund, any studies.
I would like to suggest, on top of what you just said, Supervisor Goldenberg, that when it's appropriate for staff to do so, to come back to us with all that will entail, reducing it to 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. And when you've gotten some of your priority projects done and you have capacity to add this to the list, I would love to entertain this, because we do need to provide more space for housing for new developments. And I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't state it here today, that I'm not in favor of changing any existing subdivision lot sizes either. But that's for down the road when we decide that.
So a question on that. You had mentioned this might need to be part of the Title 17 process, just based on, obviously, its relevance to that. Is it something that is better to do with that or to do it afterwards? Because I think that is the priority project right now, so.
Sarah? Board members, I wanted to just make sure everyone understands that in order for Title 17 to be completed, we have to have direction on the minimum lot size. So right now, we can use the 7,500, we can use the 7,200, we can proceed with everything with Title 17 and be able to bring that to your board, because we already have that environmental review done from the general plan. If we make any changes other than those, the 7,200, we will have to do further environmental review. That's going to pause Title 17. And when you're talking about bringing something back at a later date, I think that staff just needs to be really clear. Are we proceeding with Title 17 now, or are we going to come back with additional information for your board at a later date? Because you're talking about wanting to potentially look at reducing it to 6,000 or 5,000, which your board absolutely has the authority to do, but the issue for staff is timing, is when that would happen, because right now, if we're gonna proceed on Title 17, we need to know, so then we can proceed and complete that project.
And that was kind of my, and thank you, County Council, that was kind of my sense on this, is that what we can do today is reduce the minimum lot size to the 7,260, then move on to Title 17. And then if it still looks like we want to reduce, we can address that after Title 17 is done, but we don't want to jam up the works, creating another issue here that has to be addressed before we even move on to Title 17. I mean, is that assessment correct?
Right, so it's essentially tweak the scope of work to change, to essentially correct the rounding, using, and the idea being that we're tiering off of the existing general plan. I guess that's really what I need. Tier from the general plan or new environmental CEQA scope of work. And so that if you, maybe that's a better way to categorize it, is do what you can within the existing CEQA, and thank you for your patience, everyone. But do what you can, but really tweak the minimum lot size to use the existing general plan, or scope of work to update the general plan EIR, the RTP, for a much different minimum lot size.
All right. I want to ask one last question, but it's not for you. It's for the developers or folks who build. because I get lots of emails from folks about Title 17 wanting it updated, wanting it completed. Is this something, you're hearing the conversation, and if you want to answer it, you can. Would you guys like to see Title 17 pause and address the minimum lot size, or reduce it to the 7260, get Title 17 back or completed, and then bring this back? Because I'm not a developer, I'm not a builder, but I want to hear what works for you guys too.
I think it's important to get Title 17 adopted. You know, it's been dragging out, so, but I think this is an important issue.
Well, you
one other-
don't get both.
Yeah, I know.
So-
So I would see Title 17 adopted first, but
Okay.
in addition to going to the 7,200, Quincy also noted one option that was maybe decoupling the PUD from the inclusionary ordinance that would help, that doesn't add additional costs. So I would recommend that we maybe look at those two things, which isn't gonna add a bunch of stuff in the issue from an environmental standpoint at the same time.
No,
but
that was
then
on this one.
Put this on the agenda to go look at after
Oh,
Title
I'm sorry,
17 as well.
Okay, can you add that, Quincy?
Yep, sorry. Sick kid at school, but we
Oh.
got this. We're juggling it all.
I hear you.
No, and I think that that is an important piece of it because, you know, another item we want to bring to your board is the inclusionary ordinance. And again, that was done a long time ago, and there's a lot of new state laws that have been passed that we're trying to wade through to make sure that we're keeping up with it. Rural counties are just going to have this eternal challenge moving forward between housing and fire. And so we're really anxious to keep exploring how we can find unique solutions. And, you know, the minimum lot size might not be the way to do it, but we really want to put time and energy into that, because if it's a struggle for them, it's a struggle for us too, to get projects through. We want to make it as easy as possible.
So I wanted to make a recommendation, just what I'm hearing with it. Like you said, seems like there's consensus on at least reducing it to 7260 as far as at least a minimum with that. What about doing so for the purposes of Title 17, authorizing a scope of work for 5,000 as the memo has, and having that scope and discussion at the end when Title 17 is approved? That seems to be kind of something in there for what we're all talking about.
And Supervisor Brandon, I would hope that that's one of many items that we'll be proposing in conjunction with the housing element update, that's going to be one of a menu of things that we're hoping we can use through all of these great synergies that have started to happen with the Housing Collaborative. And so we would hope it's one of many that we would be bringing back to your board.
So I'd like to make a motion if I could, please. Well,
Sorry.
okay, look for,
Well, from the group who's presenting, sorry. Yeah.
well, I would like to, and if it's not a motion, just looking at providing direction to county staff that we amend the minimum lot size requirement to 7,260, keeping us within Title 17. Let's get Title 17 done. We can revisit any reductions at a later date.
Second.
Work for you, Jared? Work for you?
Yeah, is that the same as this? I mean, so after Title 17, we're gonna bring that back?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
That's
Supervisor
the
Brandon,
intent.
yeah, and I
Okay.
think your
Yeah.
point is well taken in the context of the housing element update that we're gonna be going through. And, you know, that Anaya said, is it all for naught, or, it's possible that even when we get to the housing element, the requirements are so rigorous for this housing element. Again, we hope it will nest under our existing CEQA document, but that is also something that we're gonna have to look at. And when we work with a consultant to bring together a scope of work for the housing element update, the CEQA work is gonna be a component of that. So we can also relook at it then to say, like, is this something we can push in here to use this effort to address it in a more universal way?
I can see the argument. We've been through, I think, 4 housing elements while it's been within that to kind of investigate. So I hope that we'll be the ones to finally get this done. But I agree with Supervisor Goldenberg in that recommendation.
All right, so I have a first by Supervisor Goldenberg, a second by Supervisor Campbell. Oh, that's right. Sorry, it's direction. Blah.
So just
Discussion.
direction, if we can Yeah, consensus.
I think
Yep,
I
there's
got it. And I
consensus.
appreciate, again, your time in working through this, and thank you to
Thank you
our
guys for
policy
being here
committee
today.
members.
Thank you,
Yeah, we're gonna
everyone.
take a, let's call it an 8-minute break. We'll come back at 10:50. Nope, not yet. There we go. All right, guys, welcome back. It's 10:54. We're gonna jump back into the meeting. We do have a 10 a.m. right on schedule, 54 minutes later. Our appointment, so clerk of the board, would you please read our 10 a.m. appointment?
10 a.m. presentation of the Central Sierra Broadband Roadmap by Diane Cruz, NEO Connect representative with staff recommendations and board direction.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Lindy Groot, project manager working on broadband. Today we have Diane Cruz with us. She is the CEO of NEO Connect. And NEO Connect is the company that produced the broadband roadmap, which was designed to let the county understand what the current landscape of broadband was and provide direction on how we could proceed in our programs. So with that, Diane Cruz.
Great. Do you want to allow me to share my video? And that way you can see me? Let's try that again. Nope, doesn't look like my video is going to work.
Hold on, Diane. We got some tech people looking at it real quick.
Okay. And I have a little bit of a delay too.
All right, Diane, try and do your video again.
Okay.
See if it will share. There we go.
There I
Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, let's see. So I will pull up my presentation, and I think Glenn is going to show it on your end. So just quickly, the second slide, the agenda, I'm going to give a brief introduction and talk about the current broadband landscape in the Central Sierra region. And then we'll talk about the middle mile investment that the state of California is already planning, and talk about how you might be able to further invest or apply for grant funding to close some of the middle mile fiber optic loops in the region. And then also potentially establishing carrier neutral locations, which are essentially carrier grade data centers where ISPs could co-locate their equipment to serve some of the areas in the region that have very little to no broadband. And then we'll talk about last mile investment, and then we'll talk about the funding that's available in response to the pandemic. So the current broadband landscape, this chart is a little bit confusing in that these are, if we start on the right side, for Tuolumne County, 36% of the areas have less than 100 by 20 megabits per second. So 100 megabits per second in download capacity and 20 megabits per second in upload capacity. That number is important because those are the areas that are eligible for grant funds. And then almost everywhere else, 64% of the remaining county does receive over a gigabit worth of service. And we looked into this a little bit in more detail, and it's essentially Comcast Xfinity is providing 1.2 to 6 gigabit per second in many of your large population areas within the county. And then those areas that are not served by Comcast do not have any broadband service, or they have very little broadband service. So the takeaway from this chart is that 36% of the households in Tuolumne County would qualify for grant funding and are considered unserved. The next slide, on slide 4, shows a map of the Central Sierra region, and it shows those areas that are unserved, meaning they have terrible broadband service. The state of California used a threshold of 10 by 1 megabits per second, and so those areas that are in tan are areas that have no service within the county. The areas that are in purple have 10 by 1, but again, that's an outdated and old threshold. Many of the grant programs, the minimum threshold is 25 by 3, but underserved is 100 by 20. And what we're seeing in many of the new grant programs that are targeted for broadband investment, we're shooting for higher marks and looking at 100 by 20 as a benchmark for the definition of broadband service. The next slide talks a little bit about the survey results. So we did conduct both a residential and a business survey, and we received just under 1,000 responses for the region for residential responses and about 65 business responses. The primary takeaways are that people really want to have reliable broadband, and reliability is the most important factor for users. That then is followed by speed and then price. And 35% of the respondents say that they have a home-based business or are planning to start a home-based business. 26% have school-aged children at home. And then these are, I think what's really important to look at is that 66% of the households at least had one person working from home during the pandemic, and 76% stated that the current internet service hurt their ability to work from home in either a big way or somewhat. We asked in the survey if they could continue to work from home post-pandemic, and 43% said that they would work from home, but they wouldn't be able to do everything that they need to do at home because their internet is not fast enough. 16% that they work from home, but they're not able to do anything because the internet isn't fast enough. So I think those are really important takeaways. And I think what we're seeing, the trends post-pandemic, is many people are continuing to work from home. But as you can see, many of them are not able to sufficiently do the work that they need to do because the internet is too slow. We asked a couple of other questions in terms of what would people select if they could choose what type of broadband service. And this is kind of a question that we could share with the ISPs to help them with their modeling for potentially investing in the county. That last point here is that 44% stated that they would select the highest level, a gig service, for around $100 to $150 a month. 31% stated that they would choose 250 megabits per second for 80 to 100 months, and then followed by 20% choosing the lower tier of service availability and pricing. What that shows is that people don't really care as much about price as they do about speed. And that's a good takeaway to share with the ISPs. The next slide, as you probably are aware, the state of California, earlier through the passage of AB 156, passed a bill whereby $6 billion would be invested in broadband from the state. 3.25 billion of that would be to build what we call middle mile fiber networks. And middle mile is just essentially fiber that connects either communities or population centers or gives you access to internet supply or the internet hubs. And in investing in middle mile broadband, connecting our communities, then connecting them to the large internet hubs, that reduces a lot of the primary costs that ISPs have to provide broadband services to rural areas. So the state is already planning to invest $3.25 billion in middle mile infrastructure. And the next slide talks about and shows where they're planning to invest. The state also set aside $2 billion for last mile broadband connections. Last mile connections are essentially those connections that are within a community that connect homes and businesses to better broadband service. They did set up a $750 million loan loss reserve to further bolster the ability of local governments and nonprofits to secure financing for broadband infrastructure. And then they created a czar that is part of the California Department of Technology and a broadband advisory committee. The next slide shows where there's current fiber located within the region. The blue line that you're seeing is the fiber infrastructure that CNIC built a while back, sort of during the last stimulus program back in the early 2009, 2010 era. The pink lines are those lines that the state of California is planning to build with their $3.25 billion set aside. And then we took it a little bit further and we stated that you could further provide better resiliency and more redundancy within the region if you completed these rings. And so the green lines that we're showing on the map are middle mile fiber infrastructure projects that we recommend the region consider. And one thing I want to point out is that middle mile infrastructure is very expensive. It's long distances. The assumption is not necessarily that each county would assume the cost to do that, but that you would work together with partnerships with Caltrans, with the state of California, the Department of Technology, with PG&E, and whomever is working in the right of way to complete these routes. And we also recommended in our report that you establish carrier neutral locations, or CNLs. And those are essentially co-location facilities that are carrier grade facilities where ISPs could co-locate their equipment. And by doing so, you're establishing a facility within an area that is unserved with broadband service to incent the ISPs to further build out last mile infrastructure. On slide 8, it shows a summary of what it would cost to build that middle mile investment. And so again, the CPUC build, or the state of California build, we're showing what the cost would be for the state to build those proposed fiber routes. And then we also showed what it would cost for you to put in a shadow conduit or an additional conduit when the trench is open. And it's a policy that we recommended in our final report, is for you to consider adopting not only a dig once policy, but also a shadow conduit policy, whereby on key strategic routes for broadband, anytime there's work being done in the right of way, that you would put in an additional conduit for your own broadband use. And instead of paying on average, $25 to $35 a foot to open up the trench, you would only be paying around $5 a foot to put in shadow conduit. So it's a really good strategy in which to improve broadband infrastructure. And then we're providing also the breakdown of the costs for the routes that we propose to further expand your middle mile infrastructure. And please keep in mind that these are long-term projects. I know that RCRC is also a potential partner. It takes a village to build middle mile infrastructure. So I don't want you to take this slide and have the takeaway be that you need to invest $30 million in middle mile infrastructure. We did provide a very detailed bill of materials for all of the estimates that we provided in the report. And the bill of materials is a high-level estimate that you can actually use for issuing a request for a proposal, or you could use it also to apply for grant funding. So I just wanted to let you know that that was provided as part of the report. On slide 9, we show, I guess, a zoomed in version of Tuolumne County, and we're showing where there's broadband service, those areas that are in purple, and then those areas that are shown in tan that do not have broadband service. And we were asked to put together the estimates for last mile investment on a per district basis. And so we have provided estimates to build out fiber to the premise technology for last mile investment infrastructure. We did not look at providing wireless connectivity because all of the grant programs that are in response to the pandemic are really investing in fiber infrastructure. They're not necessarily investing in wireless. In order to be awarded grant funding, the technology needs to support a minimum of 100 by 100 megabits per second, and wireless services does not adequately do that. And so we focus primarily on building fiber to homes and to businesses within the study area. And then the red dots are those households that, or parcels that have a building on it. The set of estimates that we put together for Tuolumne County are, we made the assumption that 100% of that would be underground construction. There are cost savings for you to realize if fiber is deployed using existing utility poles. And we put together other considerations and estimates of less than 100% underground construction. And the trade-off of that is that all of the grant programs will pay for the capital cost to build fiber, but they won't pay for operating expenses. And so the trade-off with underground versus aerial construction might have a lower cost to deploy, but you do have to pay for the pole attachments to PG&E or to the utility pole owner. And so the trade-off is there's larger operating expenses. And so from a feasibility or sustainability standpoint, it's sometimes better to just have the grant programs pay for underground construction, and then you can lower your operating expenses and your pole attachment fees. But that's a conversation to have with the ISPs, as it's assumed that if you were to implement any of the recommendations in the report, you most likely would be partnering with the local internet service providers. We did show estimates that are reflecting the current per unit pricing, and just like every other industry, we are having supply chain issues. Cost of fiber and conduit has gone up, so has construction labor. And so our construction costs do reflect the current environment and some of the supply chain issues that we're seeing in our industry. We provided a set of estimates to build fiber to all of the unserved households within a district, but then we also provided an estimate to build out to the served areas. And the reason why we did that is most of the service providers, when they're looking at building out into a new study area, they will certainly look at the grant strategy and what grant funds could cover in terms of building out to those unserved locations. But most of the time, the service providers will also look at an edge out strategy where they may overbuild, say, Comcast or AT&T to those areas that are already served. Typically, a service provider will invest in a community or in an area when you have a lot of household density per mile, and typical thresholds are around 30 households per mile. And in these areas, you'll see that the household density is a lot lower than that. And typically, service providers will invest in areas where the average cost to build is around $2,000 to $3,000 per household. And you'll see again that we don't get anywhere close to this. So the reason why we don't have better broadband in those unserved areas in Tuolumne County is because it's expensive and that there's low household density per mile. Now that changes things when there's a grant that can fund most of the costs. And when we start adding and applying grant dollars to this, it becomes more attractive to the ISPs. So the next slide, on slide 11, shows, and I know this is a lot of information on a slide, but I wanted to show how we broke down the costs. And essentially, as I mentioned, we provided the costs for all of the unserved households as well as the served households to potentially work with the providers on an edge out strategy for each district. And the top line numbers are probably the most important numbers when we're working with the ISPs. The first line is the number of parcels, or those parcels that have a building located on them. And then the next line item is the total plant miles, or fiber miles, if you will. And as I mentioned, our first estimates assumed 100% underground construction, and then we're showing density of households per mile. So that number is pretty important to show you, where you have good density and where you might be able to see an adequate return on investment, especially if you target grant funding in partnership with the ISPs. Slide 12 then shows the cost for building fiber to every home and business within the unserved and served areas. And I mentioned that about 36% of the households are unserved and would be eligible for grant funding. And let's take the example of District 1. That first line shows the total project cost of $4 million to build out to all of those unserved households in District 1. And then if you look at District 2, 3, 4 is big. We'll talk about that in a second. And then 5, you could actually put together a grant program to build out to all of the unserved areas in Districts 1, 2, 3, and 5. And then we provided a further breakdown for District 4 because it was such a large district. The next slide shows how we broke out District 4 and the major assumptions. And then slide 14 shows, smaller projects within District 4, the served and then unserved areas within that. And we provided very detailed GIS maps that show detailed, GIS ARC-based Esri data so that you could further put together projects and, create a boundary around certain households or priorities, and then additional new estimates could be put together. But as for now, this is how they wanted us to provide the data to you all. I'll go through my next couple of slides and then I'll open it up for conversation and questions. So as you may be aware, there's been over $400 billion that have been set aside for broadband funding since the pandemic. The first round of funding was through the American Rescue Plan Act. EDA, which funded this study, set aside $3 billion. The Capital Projects Fund, which is a fund that is just now being released, and each state needed to apply for that program. The state of California will receive a minimum of $540 million under that program for broadband infrastructure. And they will actually roll out the rules and requirements for application in the beginning part of next year. We haven't seen it yet this year, but the state will be most likely rolling out the rules first quarter of next year, and then the application will come sometime in the spring. E-rate program is for schools. Next slide. Perhaps you are familiar with the local COVID state and local fiscal recovery funds that was given on a per capita basis to governments to build out infrastructure. And then the tribes also received funding. The next slide, on slide 17, talks about the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and there is additional funding that was set aside through that program. Another $65 billion is available for broadband infrastructure. 42 billion of that is for last mile broadband rollout, and additional funding was made available for affordable broadband in a subsidy program. So 14 billion of that was to provide a $30 per month subsidy for qualifying households. So in summary, we recommend that you do something. This is an unprecedented time in terms of the amount of funding that's available to improve broadband infrastructure. And slide 18 shows what we recommend in terms of your next steps. And I think some of this is underway since we initially gave our report back to the committee and team back in April. We suggested having a formalized invitation to negotiate or an RFI, RFP process, and engagement with the service providers to show them the data that you put together during your study and to ask them to collaborate on grant funding. And in many cases, the service providers would also co-invest. And so in some cases, service providers might pay for the match that's required for some of these programs. And then we also suggested to continue to work with the state, with PG&E and with Caltrans, especially on some of the middle mile infrastructure development. The state is open to feedback on further investment in their middle mile program. And so we suggested continuing to formalize those discussions with those three entities. RCRC, Barbara Hayes, has set up a Joint Powers Authority, and they are looking at building out middle mile infrastructure for the 38 or 39 counties that are participating in RCRC. They are proposing that they take responsibility to design, engineer, build, own, and operate fiber and fiber to the home networks, and then apply for grant funding to further build out and pay for some of this infrastructure. And then they would work on an open access model in working with the service providers to provide services to end users. I think the county has gone forward with their environmental impact study. That's really important because that's a requirement of many of the grant programs. As an example, we applied for grant funding through another client with El Dorado County in California. And we applied for grant funding to implement middle mile infrastructure for some of their priority areas. And it took them about a year to complete their environmental impact study. So if you're going to look at shovel-ready projects, I would encourage you to do the environmental impact study. And then we showed in the report where these projects could align with some of the federal grant and state grant programs that are available. So with that, I would love to turn it over to you all for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Diane. I'm going to, anybody like to go first? Ready to go? Supervisor Half, questions?
I'm wondering if it might be more expeditious to do the questions and the comments all at the same time, because it's all on the presentation. First of all, Diane, thank you for your presentation and for all your work on this. I have comments pro and con. I just want to prepare you. I am first off dismayed that you haven't used the new standards for internet speed. I noticed your charts and your maps include the 10.1 speeds rather than the 25. And so I'm a little perplexed by that, why you did that, because it really skews the numbers. What I want to point out is that your study shows 43.8% wouldn't be able to do everything they needed to do to work from home with their slow internet speed, and yet the maps show only 36% eligible for grants due to being either underserved or unserved. And we know that the maps, whether they're the California CPUC map or the FCC map, are totally incorrect. They're really wrong. And I would hope that we would have seen some kind of correlation between knowing that the maps are wrong and your percentages that you found, like only 13% reported fast speed and 44% reported slow internet service. Those are contrary to each other, what the map shows and what you found out. And it would be great to have a conclusion by you that we could use in furthering our efforts to correct the maps. And I didn't see the step going in that direction. I do have a question for you about Scenic. I know that was built here. That loop was finished in, I think, 2014, and we were part of the very last part of that loop because of rocky terrain here in Jamestown. Did you, in any part of your study, investigate whether the state would adopt or lease the Scenic fiber network, that it's actually a middle mile project, on our behalf? Did you look into that?
Yes. Actually, if you wouldn't mind, I would love to respond to some of your comments.
Okay.
And it sounds like you have more comments too. So maybe let's take a pause and let me address some of the comments that you brought up.
Sure.
So first of all, why did we start with 10 by 1? So from a timing standpoint, we became under contract with you all to do the Central Sierra Plan back in April of 2021. And at that time, the state of California only had mapping availability of 10-1 thresholds. And so that was the standard that we needed to use at that time. And we know that that's an outdated threshold. And so that's why we also provided data on the 100 by 20. You are absolutely right. The maps are notoriously incorrect. The state of California CPUC and the FCC maps are incorrect, and they're incorrect even to this day. It's an industry-wide conversation that we're having. The reason why they're incorrect is because of the service providers are required to report their service availability on a quarterly basis to the FCC. And the state of California also requires that of the service providers. They can report that on a census level basis. And if there is one household that is served within that census block, they can say that the entire census block receives that level of service. So let's say the school receives a gigabit worth of service. They can say everybody in that census block gets a gig of service. So they're notoriously incorrect. And there's been a lot of effort to try to update those maps and make them more accurate, because, you know, that's where many of the programs are reliant upon in terms of eligibility for grant funding. The most recent work that has been done, the FCC just recently published the most recent mapping data, and that was on an address level basis rather than on a census level basis. And counties have until July 13th to provide feedback, and I can provide the tool in which you could provide direct feedback to the FCC.
Yeah, we have that information, and we're making a full court press on that. It's January 13th, I believe, not July of next year.
Oh, did I say July? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
January.
But I just, for the public's benefit, I knew it was a misstatement by you, but I just want to make sure the public knows that, because we're under the gun to get this reported correctly. We do know all of this. So anyway, did you have any other comments to something I've said so far?
Yep. So a couple other things. You were talking about the discrepancy between the survey results, where 48% said that they couldn't do everything from home during the pandemic. That's based upon the survey results. The mapping data is based upon the FCC and the California PUC maps. So the discrepancy is 48% applies to the survey responses. 36% shows what the mapping data offers. Let's see, you asked about scenic and whether the state of California will allow their network to be leased, and the answer is yes. They will allow the scenic network and the middle mile network that the state is planning to build. Service providers and counties and other entities can lease that fiber.
Okay, that's great news, because we need all the extra mileage we can get, and that's already built. So I'm hoping that something can be worked out between the state and scenic in that regard. The last thing I wanted to say is actually kudos to you, because I know I've been a little bit rough with some of my statements, but I really like the breakdown that you provided by district, by Tuolumne County districts. And yeah, it's always been known that District 4 is the largest and geographically most difficult to serve right now. And I also like your next steps, especially the reminder to formalize discussions with Caltrans, the state, and PG&E. Those sometimes are the things that hold everything else up, and we as a board need to be cognizant of that. And we're already doing the environmental review or getting started on it, so it looks like we're well on our way with next steps. Okay, I think that concludes my questions and my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Great. Hi, Diane. Thank you for being with us today. So I appreciate it. I think having Tuolumne County somewhat in the leadership seat for this with the region is exactly where I'd like us to be. I'm mixed too, pros and cons, same kind of idea. Obviously, I'm bringing broadband up here. It's a pro. I know I look back to, I think, the National Electrification Act, right, where they had about 90% of urban area folks that were electrified and had access to that, and only about 10% in rural areas, and that had to change drastically on its rollout. And it really, it perpetuated some inequality within that. I think internet's been just another form of that infrastructure where people are able to get along, but it really reduces the opportunities. And so we do need to work on this a lot. And we did the Dig Once policy before. I actually had thought more that this was a component of that with the shadow conduit. So I'm happy that from this data, we're going to be looking at how we can craft some local policy recommendations. I wanted to, I guess one focus that I've had has been fixed wireless. So when we talk about areas is geographically challenging and also fairly remote and rural in some areas, as I think both District 5, District 4, and then up the hill in certain areas too. That really fixed wireless is to me, it's got to be a component of it. It's very difficult to make, I think, conduit, especially where it's $2,000 to $3,000 per household pass-on cost, a viable option for 6 people at the end of a 1-mile road. And we've got a lot of populations that are within that, where we're not going to hit that 30 people density within that. So I think we have to have a strategy for fixed wireless. I think it has to be, or maybe there's a few ways to do it, but to make it easy, we have our ordinances coming through that hopefully will make a lot more flexibility. But a plan for rollout, removing the encumbrance, and this is maybe more to staff with it, the per tower encumbrance, and even trying to, with some of these grants, put a subsidy into it. My understanding is that these are Christmas trees, right? You go put them out there, you have to get the permit, you have to put the tower up, you have to have the generator, there's a variety of things, but the equipment actually placed on it, the ornaments, can be replaced and are updated as the technology changes. And so and I thought that there was 100/100 wireless, at least, it maybe not as commercially available as it could be, but that it exists, that technology could be switched out in the future in a way that really conduit in the ground, it would not be able to. It won't be that easy. So within the scope of the funding and the grants, because we have to pay for it, I really strongly believe there has to be fixed wireless, because I know that there are people in my district that will not be able to get this unless they have fixed wireless. Also, one thing I want to bring up too, and this may be a question to Len, just analyzing the need to potentially have us get into the infrastructure game ourselves and to have some portion of this conduit. Is that something that we want to look into as a county?
I think it's something we have to entertain. I don't think that we want to get into the ISP business, but I think that there may be some advantages when it comes to applying for grants, to being involved in the infrastructure.
Okay, so then I would support us at least dipping our toes in that. For certainly the grant eligibility, if we can say we have a little experience with this, I imagine that gives us a leg up on the competition for other areas. I wanted to ask, one thing was mentioned, working with utility partners. I know some areas have pursued like JPAs with telecommunications, if we can do that to have it apply to PG&E. But something that sets a nice standard that not only when we're doing road work, but when anybody is doing any type of work, you know, if Comcast is laying a new cable, that they lay another one adjacent to it that's for public use there. Is that the approach you would recommend? Is that one of the staff recommendations there, is establish something like that?
Yeah, and that's part of the undergrounding policy.
Okay, good. I wanted to ask too, saw like the business outreach as well. It was reaching out to California Forward, the Young Leaders Advisory Group. It's great. I've had a chance to meet them. They aren't from this area though. That was the one specific group. So was there also outreach to, business organizations locally and some of the major employers as well that are heavy internet users?
We did have several webinars, and we had several that were targeted for businesses, and we reached out to the Chamber of Commerce, and they promoted those webinars. So we did have, we didn't have the response from the surveys as much as we had wanted from businesses, but they did participate in the webinars that we held.
Okay. I was just wondering how, I guess, California Forward, again, good group, but they're not rural, and they're not from this area, mostly, primarily not rural, and certainly not the mountainous type rural, which was one of the concerns I have with it. I wanted to ask too, related to, and I completely agree with Supervisor Half, in discussions with NACO, the NTIA maps and the other maps, it seems very inaccurate. Whether we're looking at public entities or private entities, the data that we're reporting. And there's a program effectively of local areas, I think it's through BEAD, correct, that is providing funding per incorrect report on that. I know we're looking at how do we get this info out, get as many people in the public participating, because this will be funding that we can put in that infrastructure. Is there some type of proposal though, or I guess an ongoing system, a policy change that we can make where we're able to align incentives? And the thing that comes to my head is a bounty program of some type where we're able to reimburse somebody who's able to identify one of these things that may bring in, let's say, $1,000 to $4,000 of the county infrastructure, because it is a pain and it does take some time and it can be a little confusing, or some policy recommendation of how do we ensure it's not just we're helping with self-reported as people kind of find it, but we're really systematically trying to get as many error reports to make sure that this data is as accurate as possible.
I absolutely agree with you. It's terrible that the maps are so incorrect, and we're relying on the maps to determine what areas are eligible for funding. I think some of the best practices that I've seen in other areas is they have worked with the school districts and assigned homework to the students to take the speed test, and then also what's important with that is to try to state what type of services are available that you have subscribed to. That's the disconnect and pushback from all of the ISPs. They'll say, well, we offer a gigabit service, but people are only subscribing to 20 megabits per second. And so therefore the speed test would show 20 megabits per second because that's what they subscribe to. The FCC has rolled out a program where you can report on an address level basis what services have been subscribed to, what services are available, and then what the corresponding speed test results are for that address. And a good best practice is maybe to work with the schools or to work with the chamber or to do some big community campaign. I think that that's really important. I know the state is working on that. In other areas, we're working in partnership with the universities, and we're hiring students to do this work for different project areas. So, those might be good best practices that you could implement in Tuolumne County.
That's great. I really like the school one in particular. And I immediately thought, well, an AmeriCorps project, this is kind of within the scope of any type of work like that. That's a really great idea.
It was a great idea. I just want to say one quick couple of things as you talked about policies. So as part of our deliverable, we provided several policies that we would recommend. One is a dig once policy, but another is a shadow conduit policy, especially on key routes within the communities and middle mile infrastructure. And then the maps show where those locations are. And so you can roll out a smart shadow conduit policy and substantially improve broadband infrastructure by doing that. And then we rolled out sample policy language that other communities have already adopted. So hopefully that's helpful to you.
That's right. Well, and Diane,
Let's see.
I only had two other questions with it. I know it's taken a little bit of time, and I want to be able to get to the rest of the board. I wanted to ask specifically if alternative technologies for rollout were also explored with this. You know, we're not the Central Valley where it's nice and easy and fun to build. You know, we hit rocks. It's a lot of complicated things. For micro trenching and potentially, I guess, above ground type conduit as well. Is that something that was explored and part of this proposal that may have reduced environmental impacts, easy to roll out?
Absolutely. So it wouldn't really impact your environmental impact because if you deployed aerially, you still need to do an environmental impact study. But it does reduce the cost, and it reduces the cost by about 40%. And as I mentioned, the trade-off is you would have less capital cost, but you would have greater operational expenses. In some areas, it's just not feasible because it becomes such a large operating expense that the service providers wouldn't build out that way. So there's definitely trade-offs, and I think you need to look at it on like a per area basis and in discussion with the ISPs. But it would certainly reduce your cost to deploy aerially, and microtrenching is a really great way to do it. It's especially speedy to do microtrenching, and there's additional cost savings. So that's great from a project standpoint. We'd highly recommend that.
Okay.
In terms of alternative technology and using wireless, we had a lot of conversation about that early on in our discussion with the committee, and we were directed by the committee to focus on fiber rather than on a wireless solution because the grant programs will primarily fund fiber infrastructure. So from a scoring standpoint, you will score lower if you're going with a wireless solution. There are areas where wireless makes sense, where it can support the higher level of speeds, and that's maybe on a point-to-point basis. So perhaps from, say, a location within a larger population center to a development that's located outside in the county, you could do point-to-point wireless and easily support several gigabits worth of capacity. And then maybe fiber is your distribution method to homes and businesses from and within the development. So you can mix and do a hybrid approach, and you can meet the requirements for the grant programs in terms of speed. And so, you know, that's something to consider, and that would reduce your overall cost substantially.
Okay. And thank you, Diane. Appreciate that. And I guess my just last thought on it, and this is more staff's not a question, is as much as we can within the regional JPA and with our surrounding partners, just looking at just the recommendations there, the more we can try to match our ordinances, I think is as best as possible and policies related to it. I know we're going to be talking about what can we do, but thinking regionally, I would be curious in hearing that as we move forward. How are we making sure that when you build something here, it's going to look really similar in Calaveras and it's going to be very simple? For ISPs looking at the cost of these projects, I'm sure that they would give some value to aligned policies with that. But thank you, Diane, for presenting. Appreciate it. I'm happy we're getting this amazing opportunity to move forward with broadband, and that, like I said, for the area, we're in the leadership seat. And I know Supervisor has been working a huge amount on this as well. So thank you.
I'm looking at the time, so we gotta try and button up this conversation. Hopefully by the noon hour, we have Supervisor Goldenberg and Campbell, and then I believe you have another thing to present to the board. Okay, so Supervisor Goldenberg.
So I'm going to be pretty brief, thank you. First of all, we do have a dig once policy, and so we'll work within the confinements of that. Second of all, I am not in favor of the county being involved in becoming an ISP in any way, shape, or form. I think we need to rely upon our experts for that. As far as fixed wireless, I personally had wireless 2 different times in 2 homes in different communities. It was pretty successful. It wasn't what I would like to have had, but on the other hand, it provided a service that I don't think we'll ever get to the point where we're going to have wired connectivity, at least for quite a number of years, to all of our, residents. And, we need to remain cognizant, and I remember when I was campaigning for my supervisor position, that there was a young lady that could afford to buy a home in a community. It was actually in Cedar Ridge in this case, who refused to do so because they didn't have high-speed connectivity. And our businesses, when we're trying to recruit businesses and their employees, that becomes an important factor. Thank you.
Campbell? Or do you want to wait till?
Well, we still have a staff recommendations, so I don't have any comments at this point, and
Okay.
we'll see if I have some after you're done. Thank you.
All right, then take it away.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diane. Appreciate your time and you speaking today. Could we switch over to the next presentation? So the staff recommendations really focus on 3 sorts of things. First is the strategies. We could go with all fiber. We can use wireless point-to-point. Starlink has been discussed, even though it has some drawbacks, and even Diane brought up using a hybrid approach. Staff recommends using a hybrid approach, and the reason is that gives us the ability to be opportunistic, right? We want to be able to use the most effective, affordable approach to reach as many people as we can. When the funding is rolled out, I can pretty much guarantee you we'll never get as much as we want. So we need to be, I think, flexible moving into the process so that we can try to adjust in advance. That might include fiber, where we can have fiber. It might include a public-private partnership of some sort, of an open network, all of the things that the grants are looking for. Infrastructure could be privately owned, could be the public could own a portion of it. But overall, the idea is to reduce the risks to the county while providing as much access as we can to our citizens. On planning and policies, as mentioned, we have the Dig Once policy. We have a programmatic EIR in progress. And the permitting process is moving to a new system, which should help streamline the permitting as well for all of this.
Len, just on that, I wanted to ask, can you clarify in the Dig Once policy, is that a binding requirement for conduit specifically, or is it just utilities fixing the roads after access?
So right now, the Dig Once policy was put in, I think, a couple years ago, and a space was left for broadband. The broadband aspect of that is being worked on right now.
Okay, thank you.
Right, yeah. And then what we recommend in the additions is to investigate the feasibility of some other types of policy. We'll add shadow conduit to this. But in addition to that, new development. So if somebody creates a new housing development requiring fiber to be included as part of their plan. Or GIS integration. If somebody is digging up the ground for some reason or putting in infrastructure, that part of their permitting process is providing files to our GIS staff so that we have a more robust record of infrastructure. And then coming up with lease agreements, those kinds of things that might help. We already do leases with private entities, and so having that all set up and ready to go would be, I think, helpful. want to coordinate our policies with the CS Buzz Consortium, which replaces the broadband, Central Sierra Broadband Consortium. That's, Amador, Alpine, Calaveras, Mariposa, and us. And so we'll probably be setting up a meeting sometime next week, provided you guys provide this direction, so that we can start coordinating on policies, right? So that we're starting from the same place, right? So for example, our Dig Once policy was based off of Calaveras' policy. And, Alpine doesn't have one yet. So if we're all starting from the same point and from the same resources, that should help sort of streamline the process as we go. And then to coordinate the roadwork plans with PG&E so that we have the opportunity to do undergrounding as it comes up. From funding, Diane talked a lot about the funding already. So far for pre-construction, we've done the broadband roadmap, we've got the programmatic EIR, we have a strategic plan in the works, and we're trying to get funding for network design. Network design would provide the engineering so that we could actually enter into specific types of agreements with people. So we know that this is the type of infrastructure we want here, and this is the way we want to approach it. So that it gives us an ability to be more specific in what we're doing. And then for construction, again, this was all mentioned already, you've got the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. There's a last mile federal funding account. It's American Rescue Act funds, but it's not the same funds that we already had. And then there's the loan loss reserve, which all of these grants, many of them require some kind of match. And if we find ourselves in a situation where we do need to come up with something, then there is this loan loss reserve that the CPUC has put together to help counties. Our goal is to try to use in-kind and work with to find other ways to fund our match, and this would be a last resort. And so really that's it. That's staff recommendations are that, and I'm really looking for guidance on how the board would like us to proceed.
Okay, well, I think you heard from most of the board members as far as, and I do know Half has some things to add, but I'm going to start with Supervisor Campbell real quick.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lynn. Going back, and Supervisor Half kind of touched on this, but I just kind of wanted to get a little bit of understanding of the scenic high-speed internet line. Is there it hasn't been utilized to what it was designed for. And so to me, just kind of using it and actually taking advantage of that is a very important element to this. And I guess my question is there a shelf life to this system? Because it's very old now. I mean, by the standards of technology and broadband internet, it's old. Right. And so is it in danger of being obsolete? What kind of updates need to be done, and what are the costs associated in doing that?
Fiber itself has a pretty long shelf life. Where you end up, I think, needing to keep things updated are switches and connections and those kinds of things. That network is now operated by Vast Networks, and the CPUC recently sent out they published a procurement process by which they could try to enter into negotiations with ISPs to lease fiber. I have asked repeatedly if Vast has been part of that conversation and haven't gotten a good question yet, mostly because the process has not been completed. So my hope is that we have a lot more fiber here than we might think in the county, and that we could take advantage of the existing fiber without having to build all that infrastructure. But that is the CPUC's effort right now is a voluntary solicitation. It's asking people to offer their services and offer to lease long-term to the state. My hope is that if that doesn't work out, they would pursue some more persuasive.
Yeah, and that raises another question. Is there any trend toward the voluntary? It doesn't look like anybody's taking them up on it.
I don't have, I can't actually speak to that.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what their response has been. They have gotten some responses, but they haven't detailed what those responses have been.
And I very much agree with your recommendation that we should pursue additional grant funding and maximize infrastructure. But within that, I think looking at connecting communities to high-speed line that's already existing, to me is none of it's easy and none of it's cheap.
Yeah.
But to me, that's easier than starting from scratch.
Yeah.
And so I tend to have an emphasis there. But I agree that we do need to look at the hybrid approach and look at all of these different options, because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. And if there is, where the very nature of this is emerging technology. And so by investing all of our grants that we hope to get in the future, as yet to be named, we're losing out on opportunity.
Right.
Do you see that the spigot because there's, a lot of talk at the federal level, at the state level for grants of this nature. How long do you expect that to last? Because we're already kind of seeing in a number of different areas, the spigot is kind of turning off.
Right. So the money from the BEAD program will be allocated this June based on the availability from the FCC maps that we discussed today and I discussed last week. That allocation, every state is guaranteed at least 100 million. And then from there, it's adjusted based on those who are unserved and those who are and once those are taken care of, then the underserved, right? So that spigot's not going to turn off quickly. I think what's more likely to happen is that we'll find that the money that's been allocated is not enough to get to all of the unserved or underserved, right? And so we'll focus on the unserved first and then try to get as many of the unserved taken care of underserved as we can.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I kind of mixed up my words there.
Okay.
And those allocations come in June, and so that goes to the state in June, and then from there the grant application process starts. So we're really looking at 2024 before we're actually probably have any grants or starting construction, and maybe even later after that. So if the funding dries up, it's probably going to dry up around that time.
And I have some questions about the programmatic EIR, but I'll get together with you offline on that, because I know that's fairly involved. But just briefly, are we looking at grants that go specifically to that, or is there a percentage that, because EIRs tend to be, I'm assuming that this EIR would be expensive.
Yes.
And so are we looking for grants specifically for that, or are we getting larger grants for the entire project and a portion of that is for government red tape?
The EIR is fully funded through our grant, the CPUC, the Local Area Technology Grant. So that's completely funded with no match. So I think that grant was for around $250,000. And that should take care of all of the EIR for all of the broadband projects that we might want to take on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Half? I'll make comments, yeah. Okay, sure. So here, I'll just keep mine really simple, because I'm trying to track everything that's going on. And I hear words like county-owned versus public-private partnership, funding sources, recommendations. My understanding of this at the very simplest level is this is a roadmap. But then I hear of lots of potentials with infrastructure and with grants and funding, and it feels like government's kind of getting into the private sector a little bit. So I think what I want to say is on the memo, one of the things that says, does the board want to speak to strategy, policy, funding? And I'll let you, because you're the expert, this is your baby with Len and them. I think what I want to relay is, how do we use the investments that are coming? How do we use the plan to basically help ISPs expand their service and lower their costs?
I think that's exactly what we should do.
And I think that's what this is. So
yeah,
that's where I'm at, is how do we get them to do the work? How do we facilitate them, make it easier? with the roadmap, with the funding, because I don't want to own anything. I don't want to be on the hook for anything long-term. We don't have the capacity, but I know that if we can streamline things and make it an easier process, the private sector will do their thing. So in a nutshell, that's where I'm at. I know you have some recommendations, and I'm going to open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board and break for lunch after that.
Should we do public comment first?
Unless you want to say, I can do public comment next.
Yeah, I think let's do public comment.
Okay, public comment, if there is any public comment. Do we have any on Zoom? Come on up. Almost good afternoon.
So I'm part of the 34%.
Let me get you, there you go, go ahead.
I talk loud anyway, so.
You're good.
I'm part of the 34%. My wife runs our local business or her business from home. And one of the reasons why I stay at work all day and come and hang out at places like this is because if I go home, I get to listen to her yell at the internet all day. So I fully understand how it is to be underserved. However, I also am a little bit of a fiscal purist, obviously, and I feel extremely protective over taxpayer dollars, and I agree with Mr. Goldenberg that I don't think the county should be involved in being an ISP. If the ISPs cannot deliver their products to customers at a price that they can make a profit on, then so be it. I built my house where I built it. I knew going in what the situation was, and I don't feel like the county or the taxpayers should be on the hook for the fact that I don't have good internet. I'm fine with it. I asked Comcast what it would cost to extend the line to my house, and they quoted me $70,000. And obviously I'm not doing that. I may do, 5 to 10. I might actually consider that $5,000 to $10,000. And so I feel that if there are people out there who really need internet, they can either move or they can, pay for it themselves. But I don't see that the taxpayer should be paying for this. I also have a little bit of an issue with everybody throwing around grant money, the idea of grant money as if it's free, as if it's just free money, it's just flying around out there and we should all jump up and grab as much of it as possible, which is kind of what this feels like to me. It feels like the ISP is kind of pushing the county into doing this because they know they stand to make a bunch of money on it too. And it's really the taxpayers that are on the hook. That is taxpayer money. Just because it's called a grant doesn't mean it's free. And at this point, it's our great-grandchildren that are paying for it, if not our great-great-grandchildren. And it's part of the problem with our country and why we're having such a huge increase in inflation right now. So I would really prefer that we don't just grab every grant that comes available, even though I know that's the temptation because you see everyone else grabbing it and we're like, oh, we better get some too. But that's not fiscally sound. It's going to destroy our country if every county and every person continually runs around and wants to get free money. So I am basically against that, and I would be against the county being on the hook for any increase. Furthermore, I firmly believe that our favorite new Twitter owner and possibly other competitors are going to improve Starlink. We've got people in this room who use it and are happy with it. And, by the time, if we're looking at 2024 before we even get the recommendation on how to proceed with this, and then we still got to go through construction, by the time this is done, I'm just afraid that we're going to be left holding a beta tape while everyone else is using VHS. Sorry to date myself, but that's just how it feels. I feel like we're going to be stuck on all this old infrastructure when there's an option that's like far superior staring us right in the face, and we're sitting here going, wow, look at all this money we wasted. Of course, somebody got rich off of that, so it's just not us, sadly. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other public comment in the room? Good afternoon, Tom.
Hi. Yeah, so I think these aren't mutually exclusive things. I think we need to take a look at expanding fiber where we can, where it's practical to do so. It's fiber versus rock. This is our issue. I have gigabit at one of my homes here, and across the street, my neighbor does not have gigabit. 12 years they've been trying to get Comcast to deliver gigabit right across the street. We don't have gigabit in some of the locations downtown where we have businesses that we need to have operating here, and they don't have high-speed internet right downtown, right here. So I'd like to see us put together a plan to advance fiber where it's practical to advance in the very short term. Because I'm totally on board with Starlink. I have 3 of them. They work great. I know we're gonna have constellation issues for low Earth orbit, but that's gonna get resolved over time. And I really prefer to look, if we have to look at subsidies to maybe reduce the cost on a per home basis based on income levels or whatever, to help those kids that need to have access, or small businesses, they should be paying for their own. But in any case, I believe that with point-to-point terrestrial microwave and the combination of that plus low Earth orbit, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape going forward. I would really encourage us to focus on fiber where we can make a big difference in the very short term to try to generate income for the community and grow business. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other public comment in the room? All right, any on Zoom? No hands, okay. All right, I'm gonna bring it back to the board, and I know half you had a recommendation. Or some comments?
Well, yeah, my comments are pretty similar to yours. I like all of your recommendations. You know, when I first read this, it is recommended that your board provide direction based on the presentation. I was also thinking of the presentation from NeoConnect, and I do have something I want to say about that, because we are the last county of our 5 counties to have this presentation, specifically because we're paying the bill. And as you probably already have surmised from my prior statements, I'm not happy with the standards that were used. I would like to ask our board to provide direction that NeoConnect correct their reports, their charts, their maps to conform to the new SB 156 standards. Now, SB 156 was passed in July 2021. That's almost a year and a half ago. And I think for the amount of money that we are paying for this report, that should have been done, and I would hope that we would demand that it be done before we finalize any payments. So that is my recommendation for this report. And then I'm following other statements that our supervisors have made regarding direction to you, Len.
Okay, is there any other pressing comments before we?
Just a quick couple. I'm very much in favor of seeing where we can advance, extend lines. And sometimes they serve certain subdivisions, and you could go cross-country to another subdivision. And yeah, there's costs involved. And as far as the underground versus above ground, it's tremendously expensive to go underground. And yes, I understand that there's benefits to that. It can save on some future costs as far as maintenance, but it does bring its own maintenance issues as well. And so when we look at how we can get this out to the most communities as possible in the most expedient manner as possible above ground, we'll do that at a far less cost. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested. So based on your request, Supervisor Have, I would agree with that. But I don't know I haven't looked at what kind of RFP we have or the scope of work. Is it? So I would look to staff to see, can we make those requests? Because if so, I would be in support of that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and address that. So this contract was signed in August of 2021, and so we received the original report that it all started with Cole Prisbilla and when he was still working here. We took that on. We actually spent quite a bit of time going through the RFP, the response to the RFP, as well as the agreement, ensuring that all of the components of the scope of work that were developed have been met. And so we have met the components of that scope of work at this point. That was drafted, that is within the four corners of that document. So we have spent some time going through that to ensure that those things were met, even though it does not specifically call out the different standards.
So the contract was signed after SB 156. So I don't see how in all good conscience that this can be approved, because the standards, and this really relates to unserved. We've got now, if I'm correct, 25 megabits per second. If you have anything under that, you're considered unserved. And, you know, we have a certain amount of allocation, like it's like 15 million or something for last mile projects. Those are projects that go into the neighborhoods. It's not anywhere near enough because our unserved is not properly represented. We need it properly represented in this study.
Yeah, we'll look further into the scope of work that was drafted and see if there's specifically calls out the difference in that.
Thank you.
Campbell. I wanted to also express support for that, investigating the scope of work. So there's the majority on looking at that. I think even if that wasn't in the initial one, that should have been anticipated and brought back. That very clearly the biggest investment in broadband that we're looking at, if that's the standard and it was passed very shortly after, we should have had that conversation, and it shouldn't have been our responsibility to have to bring them back in. They're the internet experts. I don't know. Maybe that's reducing it too much. So if Diane's on, hopefully, I think that's just the right thing to do. Did want to say, set up a meeting with CS Buzz would be great, I think, and getting that reestablished as well. And PG&E undergrounding has been a topic. I harass George Dillon, or Dillon George. I always get that confused. Yeah, Dillon George. Every time I get to see our local rep there. They're doing a lot of undergrounding in addition to the local credits. They're going to be doing, of course, across other lands. I would love to see if there's an opportunity to co-locate that. But of course, their timelines and from the Public Utilities Commission and what we might have control of locally may not line up. And so how can we get them to incorporate this before they've already made the decision and it's basically too late to do anything? You know, if they ever actually do all the undergrounding, they're going to say. And I think it's a good idea to have a requirement. We're talking Title 17. I don't think internet was as big of a discussion with that. This was pre-AB 156. But having that as a requirement for some of the new developments, that one makes a lot of sense. And I wanted to ask actually your opinion on it, because that was my understanding too. When we had approved this contract, one was the programmatic EIR with it, but the other was to have aligned policies. So I had thought what would come back from them would be, and there are model ordinances already, but that they would take those, adapt it for our region, and have a wireless one, and have a dig once and shadow conduit one, and just have all of those set up. Is that not in the scope of what we agreed on when we first got this? Because there's a recommendation that we develop that, but I thought we were paying them to develop it.
So the EIR came separate, and that came later, outside of the agreement with NeoConnect. But it's been a while since I've looked at that scope of work, but we would, again, like I said, we'd have to go back and look at that further.
Okay, I'd really like us to review that, because, you know, we already knew that we needed that. So, you know, hopefully they'll be the ones running it. Anyway, that was all. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. PG&E, their undergrounding, you know, I think they've identified an initial 3 miles. They're looking to, you know, promote that and accelerate, you know, doing so. But even if they don't, if this doesn't align with our internet aspect, if nothing else, and we talked about this, back to dig once, right? Put in the conduits, right? So that we have the availability to run lines.
All right, Len, did you get a clear, I'm hearing consensus to look at the scope of work, so we'll leave that at that. But everything else, are you good to go?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Can we
Okay.
review just the direction I was given? There was a few things I know that we had each brought up
Sure,
one,
go
and we
ahead and
didn't really give
repeat.
a
Let's get a
thing
repeat.
either way.
Sure. So, so check out the scope of work on the contract. Look to continue to work with the other counties to try to streamline everything. Continue to pursue a hybrid approach, and try to save money as much as we can where we can, and effectively roll out as much as we can. That was, and then go for whatever funding we can get, and provided it, we keep the county in a safe and secure place.
I wanted to bring up one thing that, and this is just based on the emails there, we had two mixed opinions on both sides of whether we should own any portion of it. And I don't think I'm in agreement. I don't want us to be a full ISP and really owning and managing the system.
Right.
But insofar as the grant eligibility and having a little piece of it,
Yeah.
if it makes us more competitive, I'm in full support of that. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear whether there's majority or not, because I know that there was also some that didn't want that.
Yeah, I'll weigh in on that. I do not think we should discount a public-private partnership. There is an aspect of that we could probably do, but, you know, we are not making that decision today. I'm just suggesting we be open to that idea.
I have some opposing views on that, but we're not there yet, right? So we'll hear it. So, I mean, you heard what I had to say.
I mean, I agree with Supervisors Brandon and Half. I think if it opens a window to more funding or better opportunities, I don't see why. But I don't think any of us want to be in the ISP business and be in control of this and people paying their bills to the county for internet. I don't want that, and I think if that ever came to the board, that would be rejected. But if it's the idea that we could get to a partnership with private ISPs and have some say in how they provide service to customers, to give our residents more of a voice in that, or if it makes us eligible for other types of funding, I'd be in support of that. So I wouldn't want to close that window completely.
So I'll concur. I'm not against a potential partnership, but I would be completely against the county becoming an ISP provider, period.
Since I'm chair, I'm going to say one last time, figure out how to help the ISP, not help, but facilitate them and get monies to them and their growth, because that's the private sector and they're the ones who are going to make it happen. And there's a lot of other things to say with that, but I think my nutshell explanation is that. Okay, so that being said, it is 2:16. We are going to break for lunch. We will be back. What's that? What did I say? I missed the one. It is 12:16. We will be back at 1:30 for lunch break. So see you guys then. Thank you. Board here, so we're going to get underway with our 1:30 appointment. So clerk of the board, would you please read that appointment?
1:30 appointment, presentation on drought conditions in Tuolumne County, and approval of Resolution 131-22, authorizing the application for a grant under the Department of Water Resource Small Community Drought Relief Program that designates the CAO or Assistant CAO to sign the application. And in the event of an award of grant funds, the CAO or Assistant CAO to execute the funding agreement and all necessary documentation.
Hello.
All right, take it away.
Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator, and I'm, of course, joined here with Sam Sable, who's from our Tuolumne County GIS. So we'll go ahead and get started. So good afternoon. Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors first declared a state of emergency due to drought conditions back in February 2014 and continued the local state of emergency until 2017. In the beginning of that particular drought emergency, our primary focus was to ensure our larger water systems had what they needed to make it through those years. Once they were stabilized, we then focused on private homes that depended upon wells as their only source of water. There were many individual wells that ran dry those years, and staff were kept busy tracking and figuring out how to provide much-needed resources. On March 5th of 2021, the United States Department of Agriculture issued a letter to the governor of California designating 50 California counties as a primary natural disaster area due to the recent drought. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, these counties, and Tuolumne is named, suffered from a drought intensity value during the growing season, that particular season D2 drought, which was severe for 8 or more consecutive weeks, or two, which is D3 drought extreme, or D4 drought exceptional. Then on Monday, May 10th of 2021, the governor of California issued a proclamation of a state of emergency stating extreme drought conditions through much of the state, presenting urgent challenges including risk of water shortages in communities, greatly increased wildfire activity, diminished water for agricultural production, degraded habitat for many of the fish and wildlife species, and additional water scarcity if drought conditions continue into the next year. The state of emergency also included Tuolumne County. On May 18th of 2021, your board then proclaimed a local state of emergency due to drought and has continued that proclamation every 60 days as conditions have continued to exist throughout Tuolumne County. California is no stranger to drought. It is a reoccurring feature of our climate. We recently experienced the 5-year event back in 2012, 2016, and other notable historical droughts, including 2007 to 2009, 1987 to 1992, 1976 to 1977, and often on dry conditions spanning more than a decade in both the 1920s and the 1930s. Paleoclimate records going back more than 1,000 years show many more significant dry periods. The dry conditions of the 1920s to 30s, however, were on par with the largest 10-year droughts in the much larger paleoclimate record. Droughts cause public health and safety impacts, as well as economic and environmental impacts. Public health and safety impacts are primarily associated with catastrophic wildfire risk and drinking water shortage risk for small water systems in rural areas and private residential wells. What causes drought? Ultimately, drought in California stems from an absence of winter precipitation. Drought is a normal part of that water cycle in California, and many of the dry years happen periodically. Sometimes dry conditions persist over multiple years. Again, back in 2012 to 2014, that particular drought occurred at a time of record warmth in California. Unfortunately, the scientific skill to predict when droughts will occur, which involves being able to forecast precipitation weeks to months ahead, is currently lacking. Improving long-range weather modeling capabilities is an area of much-needed research. Specific to California's drought, defining drought is based on impacts to water users. California is a big state and impacts vary with location. Hydrologic conditions causing impacts for water users in one location may not represent drought for water users in a different part of California or for users with a different water supply. Individual water agencies may use criteria such as rainfall runoff, amount of water in storage, or expected supply from a water wholesaler to define their water supply conditions. Drought is a gradual phenomenon occurring slowly over a period of time. Storage, whether in surface water reservoirs or in groundwater basins, buffers drought impacts and influences the timing and when drought impacts occur. A single dry year isn't a drought for most of California because of the state's extensive system of water infrastructure and groundwater resources buffer those impacts. Drought impacts are felt first by people most dependent on annual rainfall, such as ranchers using dryland range or rural residents relying on wells and low-yield rock formations. Drought impacts increase the length of a drought as carryover supplies and reservoirs are depleted and water levels in groundwater basins decline. Amid a series of storms, as we have seen recently, we want to remind everyone that we continue to be in a deep and historic drought. While the storms are expected, residents should continue to conserve water, including turning off sprinklers and other outdoor irrigation and allow rain to do the watering for us. One that I wanted to show here is directly from the Department of Water Resource dry wells report. And this year, nearly 1,400 household wells have been reported dry throughout California, a nearly 40% increase over the same period last year, and the highest annual number reported since 2013, when California Department of Water Resource launched their dry well reporting system. The actual number of dry wells is likely higher because reporting is voluntary. You can see in the diagram that we are starting to see that increase. One of the other requirements that is new is through SB 552, and every county is required to have a standing drought task force, but many of you know that we do that monthly. Each county must also develop a plan demonstrating the potential drought and water shortage risk and proposed interim and long-term solutions. There is currently a draft guidebook that is being created by a task force of county representatives, and Tuolumne County is represented on that particular task force. Myself, I attend those and helping the state look at creating a guideline for all of the counties to follow. So we're right in the mix of what will be required or suggested for us when we develop this new plan. So what are some of the Tuolumne County conditions? And this is, current for December 2022. We get numerous calls over the last couple of months and definitely the last 2 years to the Office of Emergency Services from individuals. And the reason why I have Sam here is, we've been tracking that. The last round we tracked, but this particular round we are tracking a little bit differently by creating a intake form that individuals can go to online, enter information, and that uploads, geolocates where that particular well report might be, as well as some very important information that we use to track, and I'll have Sam walk you through that. But currently right now for 2021 and 2022 combined, we have received 57 intake forms or reports, and we are currently right now, staff are reaching out to each one of those that have been received during that time period. Of them, 25 reported that their wells had gone dry, and 32 of them reported that they were having difficulties with their wells. We are currently right now calling each one of them or contacting them to see if the conditions still exist, so that we can update that particular intake. We also obviously work with our partners, and we have some here, right, from TUD. We stay in contact with our local well drillers, as well as some of the water delivery companies, water providers, and many of our federal land partners, as well as our 2 tribal entities, to see if they're having any impacts to their wells or their water system as a result. So one of the things I want to show you real quick, and again, this is from the ArcGIS mapping. This is kind of, we call it a heat map, but we'll just say it's not a heat map because it's just really kind of showing the density of where we're seeing the most number of well reporting occurrences. This particular map is 2014 to 2017. And what's great through Madeline and Sam's shop and GIS, they've been able to really kind of, track what we saw last time and compare that to what we're seeing today. So for this next period, this is what we're seeing currently. So if I toggle back and forth, you can see we're seeing a greater area of impact or reports more wildly from Tuolumne County as a whole. A couple of state resources, and this is thus why we're here today as well in front of your board, is there is a small community drought relief program. It is one of the Department of Water Resources drought relief grant programs that offers immediate and near-term financial and technical assistance to small communities. And that particular program is authorized by legislature pursuant to the Budget Act of 2021. We want to put in a request for funding to provide assistance to those individuals that are impacted or might need water. We also stay connected with the State of California Dry Well and Reporting. So individuals throughout California are voluntarily asked to go to that as well. They do send us reports. Sam gets that report as as well and make sure that we are looking to see whether or not that individual also has done our intake form. So we are kind of cross-looking at both California's reporting as well as keeping our own report in GIS mapping. So the DWR Small Community Drought Relief Grant, some of the eligible and planned activities that we have already started to work on, and allows for hauled water. As you know, in the last round, we did provide assistance through some tank program and creating that. And so what we're working with those residents that might still be impacted or have no water is whether or not they have an existing tank that then we can turn around and contract with a hauling water company to provide water. And then also some of those temporary community water tanks. Tracy will be thrilled to know that DWR is now doing water tank programs again, but they're administering everything, and I have a slide on that. We also, in the past, have done bottled water distribution for those in an immediate need. It is not our preferred avenue of providing water because, you know, it's cases of bottled water, and for the resident, it might not be the best solution, but in an immediate need, an emergency need, that is the simplest solution, and we've done that before. We are also working with TSTAN and IRWM, and of course, our partners at another grant that was awarded through that, and we hope to help support water vending machines. The concept and the idea is that if somebody is without water and they are issued maybe 5-gallon jugs or something larger, that they either have a token or some way to go to a water filling station and fill up that water, as opposed to us, you know, manning a spot to give them bottled water. So we're in the process of figuring how that can work and how we as a county can support and partner in that. And then the other area, as many of you know, in the last round, we had environmental health staff, Rob Kostelvy, who was out checking. We currently don't have the capability internally to send somebody out to basically vet if it's a well depth issue or it's a pump issue specifically. And so Quincy Yaley and I have already been talking about how we can incorporate working and training some of our current environmental health staff so that we're able to do that. Again, as everyone knows, possibly from the last round, is that we have a lot of residents that we're a little leery of having county staff come out to assist them for whatever reason. So we're also looking at what would it cost for a contractor to do that. And right now, kind of the local going rate to send somebody out to inspect the well, to check on the pump and the depth and also test water is about $350. So we are looking, you know, to see what that cost would be. Again, we're targeting around 57. We do anticipate that we are going to see an increase as we go into this next year, and so we want to be ready for the amount of folks that might be needing us in the coming year. Again, the state resources include a water tank program, and that is also implemented, so that's part of our request. There may be some residents who currently do not have a tank, but under this, we could get them a tank through DWR, and they would provide the tank, cover the cost of the delivery, installation, water purchase, water hauling, decommissioning of the tank, and of course, grant administration. So we're very excited about asking for that assistance as well from the state. So real quick, what can we do? The general public, obviously, despite what some observations will be with our last storm, we are not out of a drought. We will continue into the drought. And as you can see, we're just in those early stages, and they project the next couple of years to see an increase, a continued increase in drying wells, and I suspect we're going to see that throughout Tuolumne County. But we ask folks to continue their water conservation and using water wisely. Numerous things that we can be doing on a year-round basis. not just, during the summer months or in the times that seems more apparent. Just because it's raining outside doesn't mean necessarily that the drought has been remedied and we're out of a drought. And so I wanted to make sure folks saw that. Also, too, we will continue to do outreach. We will be continuing to do the intake and tracking that. We will continue to recommend that your board continue the proclamation of a local emergency so we can continue to access funds as they become available. We will continue to watch for other additional grants and funding and provide resources and education to the residents. We have some information, if folks, we have copies of this for you as well, and also in the back for the public. And also of note, I wanted to make sure that you saw the DWR's Water Year 2022. The drought continues, and this was just recently published in October of this year. So this is really relevant and new information about our reservoirs. So good information. So with that, I'm going to switch over real quick to Sam. Happy to answer any questions. And as I said, we are recommending adoption of the resolution so we can apply for the funding so that we're ready to provide resources to the residents as they're needed.
Cool. Thank you, Dory. I'm just going to quickly show our drought intake. Wait for that to pop up. There we go. I'm going to start by quickly showing the drought intake form that we're using that the public can fill out to report a dry or failing well, or that we can help you fill out for you if you call in and need assistance. So this form was linked in Dory's previous slide and is in several places, including on the OES webpage, on the Tuolumne County website under drought, and linked right here if your well has gone dry to fill out the Drought Assistance Program form, which will take you to this Survey 123 web form, where you can provide us your name, your location, and where, if you want, you can even fill in your location on the map here and point us to exactly where you are. If you aren't comfortable using the map widget, we also go in and I can put your dot in the right place later. And then we just ask to collect information about your well, how many people is it serving, how can we reach you, and then just information about the property, how long have you been experiencing a problem, if you need bottled water, if that's a service you immediately need, you can let us know. Does your well support livestock? And any other information about your well that you can provide us is just more information that we can have in our systems. And as soon as you click submit, that report will appear as a dot on a map like this one that we have access to internally, and we can then reach out to you and to ask you further questions or try to coordinate assistance. So like we showed briefly earlier, this is a map of the current dry and failing well reports we have received in 2021 and 2022. Like Dory said, we've received 57 reports in this 2-year period. There are some concentrations in certain areas, like around Shaw's Flat and French Flat, or in the Soulsbyville area, but we've also got reports received as far away as down in Groveland and really all over the county.
So Sam, can you drill in on that a little bit further?
Yep, absolutely. Any areas that we'd like to see.
Looking at the previous map, there was a lot of areas in District 5, especially.
Yep, and I can also. Yep, and we can also overlay the blue dots, our dry well reports from the 2014 to 2017 program, so we can see where these areas were before and versus where they are now. Some overlap and some other areas. Oops.
Can you show us an expanded view of the Groveland area too?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna jump in real quick just because we have 14 items left, and if we do 20 minutes per item, we're gonna be here for 5 hours. So just something to keep in mind as we go through these.
Okay. Jump back. We gotta remember what the recommendation is.
Yes. So with that, we are happy to go through all of that. I want to show you, this is in the report, but if you go to DWR's page as well, this is the reservoir list. And you can see, obviously the blue is kind of normal, or excuse me, the blue is where we're at now, and then the green line is where normal is. So throughout the state, we are still lower in most cases. So just wanted to give that. This is yesterday, I believe, December 12th. Yes. So that's all I wanted to show you. So I'm good. So.
That's it for the presentation? Okay. All right. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. Is there any clarifying questions on the
Yes.
data?
Yes.
Sure.
So-
And again, just keep in mind what I said, 14 items, 20 minutes apiece. We'll be out of here at
Yes,
7.
if you'll quit talking, I can start asking my question.
All right. I usually don't talk too much.
I'm going to be sassy.
Go for it.
The DWR water tank program, you have to give the tank back after the drought's over? Because it talks about decommissioning a tank.
Yeah, that's one of the questions that actually when we were doing some research this last week, we're waiting to hear the confirmation of that. And the rounds that we did the last time, they're there still. And so I am not clear whether or not that's going to happen this time, because to me that just doesn't make sense.
It's
but,
ridiculous.
yeah, so we have a call in to them to see if that's
Okay, I'd like
actually
to
true.
register my complaint that we not do
Yep,
that if at all
yep,
possible.
Okay,
And,
absolutely.
Yeah, that was my only question.
Okay.
And this is the time scale.
Quit wasting it.
Go for it. Jaren, go.
Great. I wanted to let everybody know, and please to the rest of the board as well, that if anybody's looking at some of those home energy and water efficiency programs, LIHEAP, great grant, ATCA administers it. Not a great grant name, and a lot of people don't like efficiency. It'll help get you low flow toilets and fix leaky sinks, and it does a lot. So it's money coming into that. So please let them know. I want to ask, are we doing any type of what type of outreach are we doing to get people to sign up on that form?
So we obviously, whether it's social media or through our webpage, and then avenues like this at the board, but we also work with our partners. All of our partners know that sometimes if there's a phone call, they refer them to our intake form. So we are working in that route, trying to get the information.
Okay, do we think we're pretty much getting all the ones that are happening, or are they aware of that this form exists and they immediately call into TUD? Or
Yeah, sometimes, and TUD can answer, but sometimes they will call a TUD or a water provider, whether it's Twain Harte or Groveland, and then they'll refer them to us, and so we direct them. And as Sam said, that if folks can't find it on the internet or have a hard time with it, they can call our office, and we will definitely walk them through it, so.
Okay. I just have one thought with the TUD connections. I don't know if there's any long-term plans, since now we have a couple droughts of data of where this is coming up, to eventually try and have hookups for this. I imagine it's pretty rural, and it's not for today's discussion, but only to say that if we're having this happening, obviously, in a cycle, it'd be great to see if there's an option to get them onto public water and sewer, and to present that cost to hook up right after the fact, that they're like, the wells are going dry, it's going to keep going dry. Maybe we should pay for this.
Yep, we are already talking about that, and we've
Great.
been doing that for some time, and we share information with TUD across about where the closest connection could be, and whether or not that is something feasible for them, but also, for the homeowner. So we're already working on that concept.
Awesome. Are we reaching out to Aqua and Irwin as well, as far as any type of either recharge or some type of groundwater, station in these areas? I know they do those types of projects.
Not specific, but
Okay.
I'll definitely take note of that.
Okay. And then just last two was, one, if residents don't want staff to go onto their property, my opinion is then, they're not really serious about asking for help. Like we shouldn't be spending extra money because they're afraid to have one of us come on there to actually install, help them with their well, and do a check like that. That's just my opinion on it.
Yep.
I don't know. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess, to an extent.
Okay.
Like, we're there to help, but
Yep.
maybe not always dictating how. And the second was just looking at either rain harvest systems. We do have rain coming in. If there's a way that tends to be fairly, you can get a system that's $200 that's kind of bare bones. You can get up to $3,000-$4,000 system. And then centralized distribution. So instead of having to do hauling water to each door, which I think is what we did last time, I don't know if we can install something like a commercial tank on a property somewhere that area is able to use, address having to go onto their properties, and make it a lot simpler for us to just keep one large tank full that they can go fill up on their own. At the end of the day, we have to figure out a solution for them that's not us hauling water to keep them going.
Correct.
New well or something like that, and that is on their responsibility for their property.
Correct.
Anyway.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna open it up to public comment, if there's any public comment on that item. Not seeing any, is there any in Zoom? Okay, so I'm gonna bring it back to the board, and again, this is simply for approval of the resolution for grant funding. So unless there's any other comment, I will look for a motion.
I'll just make a couple of brief comments. Appreciate the work, appreciate the form you've developed for people to be there. Some people are complaining about grants. This is a good example of how it can help people with the tanks. And I'm totally in favor of approving this.
So I'll move that we approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Drought.
I have a first by Campbell, I heard Goldenberg, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, okay, passes 5-0. Thank you, guys, thank you, staff.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Where are we? I think we're on, jump back 7, yeah. 7, District Attorney. You thought you were gonna be out of here earlier, huh? Welcome, Cassandra. And Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number 7? I think it's, you plead the 5th, right? That's what it is. How you feel?
Item 7, consideration of increasing appropriation in the Victim Advocacy and Outreach Cost Center by $39,000 and decreasing general fund contingencies by the same amount. 4/5 vote required, or alternatively, authorize the county administrator to issue a layoff notice to the affected employee. 4/5 required vote.
Your Tuolumne County District Attorney. Today, we are requesting, as Madam Clerk just mentioned, that you approve an increase in appropriations to our office of $39,000 to fund our Elder Victim Witness Advocate position through the end of this fiscal year. In 2017, we were awarded a 5-year grant from the Unserved and Underserved program through Cal OES. This funding was utilized by our department to develop an elder abuse prevention program with a specially trained elder advocate who was dedicated to serving our elder survivors of crime in Tuolumne County. In September of 2022, our office submitted an application to Cal OES for refunding essentially through the UV program. Unfortunately, as of today, which is 12/13, we still do not know if they intend to fund our program as of January 1. We are hopeful that they will choose to do so. However, I'm informed that they received an unprecedented number of applications for that program as they had broadened the qualifying programs. So hope springs eternal, but as of today, we don't know if we're going to receive that funding. Funding us for the next 6 months for this position will give us a stopgap. If we get the UV funding, then we will return to your board to essentially undo what we do today. If we don't get the UV funding, we'll have an additional 6 months to look for alternative methods of funding this position, look at how we can maybe shift operationally to squeeze in another person into the rest of our grants. This is a request that we made during the adopted budget process, and your board indicated that because we had grant applications out, we were going to wait and see what happened with those. One of the positions that we asked for at adopted has been approved through Cal OES, and we have received an additional 4 years of non-competitive funding for our Sunshine Child Advocacy Center and the child advocate that's funded there. What we do know right now is that our elder victim advocate, Jan Fuller, is essential to our operations. She is an incredible advocate, but she's also very uniquely placed to serve our elder population. She is passionate about serving our elders, and it's something that she, as she told me last week, she goes, Cassandra, if they don't approve it, she goes, can I come back as a relief employee? Because she doesn't want to leave her clients. And so it's that level of dedication that she demonstrates not only to our office, but to our community, and why we are asking you to continue funding that position through the end of this fiscal year. As mentioned in our memo, our salary savings within the DA's office cost centers would have covered the cost of this, but for the cost of bargaining. And so we have been making every effort to squeeze every bit out of our budget to try and keep all of our incredible folks working for us and for the county. And so our recommendation for you today, or my recommendation for you today, would be to ask you to approve the increase in appropriations to our office of $39,000 and decrease contingencies by the same amount. And I'd love to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, I'll jump in real quick. Just if you do get the grant awarded on December 31st, how long would it be for? Is it another 5 years or 1 year?
So it'll be non-competitive after the first round, so we'll have it for another 4 years.
4 years. Okay, so should we approve this today? And then on the 31st, you get that grant, the money doesn't come out. It's that simple. Okay. Dumb question, but I'll ask them. That's my only question. So unless board members have any questions, pretty straightforward. Okay, any public, or you do?
No questions. I think this is what, we talked about this during the budget, and thank you very much for reminding the board that. And this was the path that I think we chose at that time, and we should stick to what we agreed to. And I think that employee, I know her very well, and she's a great person and a real asset to your department. And I think we should support victim witness.
Is that a motion?
Hold on.
Probably need
We gotta do
public
Comments,
comment.
but
Yeah.
I would be happy to make the motion.
Public comment? Any
time
public
is-
comment? Not seeing any? Hey, we might get through this one quicker in 20 minutes. Make up for the other one. No hands? Okay. Yeah, and in that same vein, I agree. I think in what I relayed at that meeting, not just to your office, but to any office, is anytime there's grants, we got to go after those first, and we got to be dedicated to that process. And if not, we have this process in front of us. So, okay. I heard.
So I'd like to move that we, approve the request for increased appropriations for district attorney victim witness and follow the staff recommended practice.
Second.
First by Campbell, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going to jump into item number 9. Clerk of the Board, would you please read that item? Did I miss what I do? Oh, I was writing my notes next to 8 this whole, no, I'm sorry. I checked off 7 thinking it was done, but it wasn't done yet. Okay, item number 8. Sorry, Sheriff. All right.
Item number 8, consideration of approving the memorandums of understanding, MOU, with California Health and Recovery Solutions, PC, and the Department of State Hospitals to provide early access and stabilization services to inmates at the J.H. Downbacker Detention Center, authorizing the county administrator to sign the MOUs and all related documents, increase appropriations to 0001203-100-526255 by $123,373 and making the necessary staffing changes. 4/5 vote required.
All right, Under Sheriff Neal.
Good afternoon. My name is Neil Evans. I am the undersheriff here on behalf of Sheriff Bill Pooley. With me is the jail commander, Lieutenant Chris Hurtado. In a nutshell, we are asking you to consider approving a memorandum of understanding with the Department of State Hospital to provide early access and stabilization services to inmates at the jail. This program specifically is for individuals that are deemed incompetent to stand trial and who have been charged with a felony. Because of the backlog to get to a state hospital to determine competency, the state has implemented this program to go into the jail to help stabilize people who are suffering mental health conditions, specifically for their medical care. We have found that when somebody has mental health issues, is in our jail or any incarceration for that matter, they start to deteriorate, not only mentally but physically. And this program specifically is to provide the physical and the medical treatment of those people in the jail while they're waiting to gain competency. So this particular MOU for your consideration shall commence on date November 18th, 22, and expire November 18th of 2025. It's a period of 3 years with 2 additional 1-year extensions. There is some financial obligation provided by the state, $123,373 annually. We are asking for 1 FTE, which will help to provide those services, and we will be able to bill back the state to compensate for that 1 FTE. One of the considerations to take into account is if we don't provide that person, we won't be reimbursed and we will still be doing the work. So our staff will still have to perform that work without getting reimbursed from the state for that. We'd also like authorization of the county administrator to sign all MOU-related documents. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
All right, another pretty cut and dry, but I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any questions regarding this? Yep, Supervisor Haff.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just was curious as to how often you need these services, let's say per month on the average.
I'll let the jail commander answer that one.
Thank you.
Supervisor Haff. So these services will be provided daily. They have dedicated nursing staff that will provide services 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And as far as the provided services, we always have somebody that is waiting to go to the state hospital in our custody. Today, I believe the answer is we have 4 inmates waiting to go to the state hospital system.
So the incidence of needing these services is what I was asking for.
It's daily, Supervisor.
Right, but on the average, that's what I was. Do we need it like one time a month for one person, or is this something that happens quite frequently in the jail where these services are needed?
So these services have been needed for a long time, and we've been doing our best. So the answer is still daily. So these nurses will be providing additional medication, additional services that our current medical staff isn't contracted, isn't able to provide.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Question?
Mm-hmm. So this is basically the changes in fist and mist, right, for the incompetent stand trial folks, or no? Is this the changes for the incompetent to stand trial?
That's correct.
Okay. That's
good. That's who it focuses on.
Okay. I want to ask one thing, just the concern about in hiring a deputy with this, that may, I mean, we're already struggling with hiring, right? Point taken that we're going to have to do this either way. Of course, we'd rather have the grant for it. Is there a potential partner? I mean, does it need to be a jail deputy sheriff, or is there potential for this to be a position that is more in the behavioral health oriented field? I know there's partnerships back and forth quite often.
So the deputy position that we're hiring for, or going to assign to it, is for security for the partnership that you're speaking of.
Okay.
We will they'll have additional nursing staff that's there. They will have psych doctors and medical doctors, and this will provide for their security while they're in our facility.
Okay. And do we have, I guess if we can't fill that position, right, then what does that leave us with? Because now we're signing an MOU that potentially we can't uphold the contract. So do we have a plan B? Are there consequences?
We do. I've been in conversations, and they're actually on the line, should you want to talk to them directly today. But we're going to fill that currently with the existing staff. It doesn't have to be a set person.
Okay.
So it'll change from day to day. The goal is, as we get staffing up, we will assign a specific person to this program.
Okay.
In the meantime, it'll be spread out amongst the staff that we already have on shift.
Okay. So no matter what, we'll be able to have somebody there and meet the obligations we're signing up for.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Good. Okay.
No, and I think you just answered my question. Your existing staff is going to perform the responsibilities as applicable.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open up to public comment if there's any. Going once, going twice. How about on Zoom? All right. So I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I will look for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Well, I didn't even state the motion, but I'll
Staff recommendation?
Whatever you
I'll
want,
say
Dave.
staff recommendation approving the memorandum
All
of
right.
understanding with the California Health and Recovery Solutions, Department of State Hospitals, provide early access and stabilization services, and so forth.
Second.
All right, first by Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
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 And passes 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
For your time.
Guys.
All right. All right, let's do, now you can come up. Number 9, Assessor Recorder. Clerk of the Board, would you please read item number 9?
Consideration of approving the joint exercise of power agreement forming the California Assessors Association Technology Authority, a JPA, authorizing the chair to sign and delegating authority to execute all documents related to the formation of the JPA.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. So today, this item before you is a request for the Assessor's Office to join a JPA with the California Assessor Association. The association was awarded $30 million by the state of California that will be given out in $10 million a year over the next 3 years to implement IT projects. The first 2 that the association has on for this year is going to be a online portal to kind of help assessor offices share with other assessor offices property values and to certify property values to help implement and streamline Prop 19 that voters approved in 2020. And then the second one is going to deal with a exemption portal to kind of help the annual filers so they can just go to one portal and file with all 58 states. It's going to help nonprofits and pretty much any annual welfare exemption filer. And then there is not a cost to the county. However, if the state was to pull the funding, we would decide, we would do a cost share. And then at that point, we would be able to decide whether or not we wanted to stay within the JPA or leave. And so, yeah, so with that, I make a recommendation that we approve the joint exercise of powers agreement of the California Assessor Association Information Technology Authority and authorize the chair to sign and delegate authority to the assessor or designee to execute all documents to effectuate formation of the JPA.
Okay. Does the board have any questions? Look to my right. Any questions over here?
Any general fund commitment for this program?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And the only other one, and we traded some emails, Kanan, was regarding the timeline.
Yeah, correct. So the
Yeah,
JPA
so-
was formed on November 15th with Alameda County and Modoc County. Alameda was the lead county and Modoc was the treasurer for it.
So-
And those 2, they created the JPA.
So you feel comfortable, even though we're beyond that initial formation date, that this can
Correct.
proceed forward?
Yeah, most counties are joining in the month of December and January.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any questions over here? All right, any public comment? Any on Zoom? It's a nice 14-page resolution, so I'm glad we're not reading that. All right, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
So I'd love everything to be done on paper, you know, to track it all. Nice to have digitalization. So I'll make the motion to approve of the staff recommendation to join the California Assessors Association Information Technology Authority, JPA.
Okay, I'll second.
All right, first by Brandon, second by Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right.
And I should clarify on the recommendation, I meant both A and B sections,
Thank
and
you.
delegating
Yeah.
the authority and all the, yeah, great.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Legal, that's
Very
a valid
good.
motion, right?
All right, we are jumping into item number 10, Public Works. Clerk of the Board, would you please read that item?
Item 10, consideration of providing staff direction on additional $65,000 of funding for the Lions Bald Mountain Road chip seal project, 4/5 vote required.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, Board. Blossom Scott-Heim, your supervising engineer. And with me is Kim McFarland, your Public Works Director. The American Rescue Plan Act appropriated $2 billion across fiscal years 22 and 23 for the Local Assistance and Tribal Contingency Fund. On November 1st and 8th, your board reviewed potential road reconstruction and maintenance projects and directed staff to use the funds towards Crystal Falls Drive, Middle Camp Sugar Pine Road, Jamestown Road, Merced Falls Road, and Lions Bald Mountain Road. The action before you today will be to include an additional 0.5 mile segment of Lions Bald Mountain Road into the chip seal project for a total of $65,000. If approved, the total cost of the project will increase to $500,000. It is recommended that your board approve $65,000 to chip seal an additional 0.5 miles of Lions Bald Mountain Road and reduce contingencies in either the general fund or the American Rescue Plan Fund by $65,000 to cover the additional expense with a 4/5 vote required.
Supervisor Kirk, if I could
Yeah.
just weigh in real quick. When we did the original local assistance and tribal, I can't remember all of for the acronym, we actually did not do a budget action. What we did was we asked for your direction and said we would incorporate it into the year-end budget because Public Works wouldn't be going out to bid until the spring anyway. So we haven't actually done any budget actions for any of that money. We have the direction of what you've told us to do for incorporating it into year-end. So with this, what we are looking for really is not the budget action with 4/5, but do you want to increase that amount and where do you want it to come from? Again, we're not going to make the change today. We'll do it when we do year-end budget, but it's really to get direction so we know, are they doing that extra half mile or not? And then where do you want it to come from? Just to clarify.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it to the board for discussion. Do you have any questions?
No questions. No, I have a recommendation.
You have a question? Okay, we have recommendations. Okay. Unless there's questions, I'm gonna open up to public comment. So is there any public comment on the item? Not seeing it. Zoom now? All right, so let's go into recommendations and
I do
comments.
have one question.
And then make a recommendation if you like, or comment.
Okay. I guess, I don't know if this is for you, Blossom, or for you, Tracy. Is there a recommendation from staff about, because you have general fund, you have American Rescue Plan. I tend to prefer to take money out of the American Rescue Plan Act first, but do you have a recommendation about which funding stream?
We do not. It's just, I hate to say, it's kind of like a shell game. It's one or the other, so it's up to your board. We don't have a recommendation for either one. If I had to pick, I would say hold your contingencies for bargaining because we just don't know what those impacts might be until we actually put them in and get to, through the end of the year. But with that being said, you have both funds that is at full discretion for your board to choose to use.
All right, comment, recommendation?
Yeah, I recommend we not spend any more money. So I've already discussed this with Supervisor Goldenberg. My recommendation, I don't know if everybody has access to this map that shows Lions Bald Mountain Road, but the first segment of it, and it looks pretty darn near close to a half of a mile, it has a PCI of 44, and I would suggest swapping that for the PCI that right near the beginning, where people come in and out of Apple Valley ranches and estates. It has a PCI of 12. So I would like to just swap like for like and cover more of the road that really needs it and not spend any extra money. That's my recommendation.
All right, Supervisor Brennan?
Great. Two recommendations on this. Most of the money we ended up putting towards road projects. And so for one of them, based on the, real world conditions that you're seeing, if it's a wiggle room of, 10% or something like that, I'm fine with seeing the allocation there. That makes more sense. That's fine. I think 65,000 is on my tolerance, and it is a road that eventually is going to have to get fixed anyways. The second is I wanted to say that I think it should come from the contingencies, and the reason being we do have an item later on ARP. That one I'll say I think is a pretty good deal with it, but we've set the standard, at least as a board, quite a ways back, that we wanted to get together and make, I think, at the same time ARP decisions. I don't want us to have that funding sitting there and it's kind of taken to one project, without us being able to weigh in. I know we each have areas I think we'd like to see that go to, and I think that's just a line that as best we possible we should keep. If it's one or the other, we should do contingencies. To my knowledge too, if we ended up in a bargaining situation with needing to cover that, or we have an economic downturn in the next year, we could also use ARP for that, right? And so if all things are the same, just hold that line.
Supervisor Campbell, you have any comments?
So the portion that's proposed with the 65,000 is this at the end, right?
That's
That was
correct.
my understanding. Okay.
I just passed out an updated map of the one that Supervisor Half was referring to.
What? Well, I guess I'd like to hear from Supervisor Goldenberg, because there's a lot of merit in what you said, Supervisor Brandon. I do tend to like to look at these things as a group rather than piecemeal them out, because then it makes it harder to get the big picture idea of what we're doing in road projects. But I mean, on the other hand, if we're 65,000 out from having a complete project, then just do it, you know. But the question I would have for you that would inform how I would feel about this is when do we need to decide? Why is this? Because we haven't even really started this project yet, and it's not anywhere near. Well, I mean, it's closer than other things, perhaps, but we're not to the point where we're doing the work, so we don't fully understand what the costs are. What would be the downside of waiting on this and looking to see, is it really 65? Is it 85? Is it 25? It seemed like the project itself, we don't have a real firm number on, but then 65 is a very specific number. So where is that coming from, and what's the downside of waiting?
We're hoping to put these into design in January, February, so they'll be ready to bid in late spring. And hopefully put this in the Merced Falls, the two chip seal projects, out to bid, so they'll be constructed before the summer season. And then we can concentrate on the reconstructions and the overlay in the summer season.
So what I'm saying is if you put this out to bid with that additional portion, without the 65,000 allocated, and you get an RFP that is within the range, do you need to put that money in first, or no, let's say you get a bid that's outside of the range, that's above what we can afford with what we allocated, then can you come back to the board asking for the 65,000 at that time, or does that just make it more difficult? I assume that this is the path you've chosen, and so there's a reason to move this kind of up the list, but I'm just kind of trying to get a better understanding of why that is.
So normally we do not go out to road projects, capital projects, unless they're funded. So that's why this item is before you today, is we have a list of capital items that your board has allocated funding for. If we don't have the funding for it, they don't go out to bid. So can we come back? Yes, we could always come back. We've done it in the past sometimes where a bid comes in significantly higher than maybe was expected. But normally, all of the list of road projects you see that they're gonna go out to bid for in the spring and summer or fall are items they already have the funding secured so they can move forward. This item was also brought up because we felt like maybe this bit of the road, the half mile, was kind of in conversation when we had this original conversation. And Supervisor Goldenberg and Kim and Blossom had further conversation about it, and that's a lot of conversations. In order to arrive to the appropriate detail that really we should have provided to you when we brought this to you in the first place. So that's why this is here. And Supervisor Goldenberg did ask that we would address this sooner than later, because we did feel like maybe it was an oversight when we brought the first one to you.
Okay.
But I don't know if that helps or not. But
Yeah,
can we come back to you? Absolutely. But normally, we don't. Usually we get the capital, right? We can't enter into a contract unless you've allocated the money. So
I
it's
don't want you
difficult.
coming back to us for $1,000 here, $1,000 there for every single contract, so I understand that part of it. So I guess what I'm looking for is if 65,000 is what you need to do the project, I don't want to tell you how to use that. I just want to know if that's the total amount more you need to do the project right.
We estimate that the additional half-mile segment will cost $65,000 to design and construct.
Okay, all right. Spoken very clearly. Thank you. I guess I'd like to hear from Supervisor
All right.
Goldberg.
Sure, so I'll speak to it here. Quite honestly, I feel that this little section with the PCI of 8 should have been included in the first place. Got dropped off no worries, right? We're there now, looking at it. When we look at projects such as this, a chip seal or other methods that are lower end on cost save us a lot of dollars later on maintenance, because if we let the road deteriorate further, then it creates much more cost. And just as CEO Riggs discussed here, any project, any of these road projects, and we've certainly been faced with it and have approved it in the past on a number of times since I've been on the board, sometimes costs escalate, and we need to adjust to that and make a decision if we're going to approve, the additional cost. I feel pretty comfortable here on the cost as presented by our Public Works staff, and would ask that we go ahead and approve this. And as far as the funding, as per CEO Riggs, okay, I'll let her decide, a little bit down the road as we get further along in our budget process. But I do feel that ARPA funds would be a good use to do this type of project, one-time funds.
Okay, I think I already did public comment, correct? No? No, public comment. Is there public comment in the room? All right, any on Zoom? Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. I did hear from Supervisor Half, what you were recommending was that PCI section of 42, basically eliminate that orange and apply that to the PCI number 8 for red, okay. So it should be a cost neutral. Cost neutral, gotcha. And okay. All right, so unless there's further, I'm a little torn because I'm hearing that maybe at the initial conversation there should have maybe potentially been some more information at that first board meeting. I don't know, the logic of we need to correct PCI now to prevent more damage later. We could apply that to any road and any of that list that was at the prior board. I think there was other roads that had much worse PCI indexes. So I'm kind of neutral. I kind of want to just do what makes sense. It makes sense that we have a PCI of 42 at the end there by Quail Hollow. So I kind of like the idea of just throw that over to PCI 8, address that. So I'm okay with it, but I need to hear a majority. I need to hear some motions, and we just need to move the item on. So if you want to make a motion, or
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
To approve, this project as shown, and just with the understanding, again, preventive maintenance means a tremendous amount in the long-term health of our roads.
Sure. Okay, so I have a first by.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a first by Goldenberg, a second by Campbell. Yeah, I'm gonna do a call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, I'm sorry, we need to know where we're taking
Oh,
it
and
from.
I'm sorry, and ARP, and it would be for, I'm hearing majority for ARP.
Oh, that's for ARP. I'm sorry, I was confused on that item. Abstain? I don't know.
I'll leave it to our CEO to decide where the funds.
Well, no, we gotta
come
decide
from.
that. So let's take it back real quick. I'm hearing a majority for ARP, no matter what we do. I'm in agreement with ARP. Are you?
No,
No.
I don't
Okay.
want to spend any money.
Okay, so let's go back to the motion. Make a motion, please make it clear as far as what funds you'd like to use.
Could we give early direction before the motion on just what the majority would like the fund to come from? Is that?
You're abstaining, she's a,
No,
you're
so I
abstaining,
want it
she's
to
a
come
no.
from contingency.
So on the agenda, and I'll just speak to this.
So,
All right.
hold on, this is gonna go on too far. It's either gonna come from contingencies or ARP. So whether we apply the PCI over here, or we approve the project as a whole with 65,000, is there a majority? I need to know if there's a majority to take it at ARP. So I will look to my right for a thumbs up for ARP.
So I'll
funding.
revise my motion,
Well,
if I could, please.
I want
Because
to try and
I'm-
keep motions from going back. and
I'm
forth.
looking at the agenda item, and it does not specify. It just says an additional 65,000 of funding, period.
Well, it
It
says,
doesn't specify where it's gonna come out of.
it
I'm
it
being-
does,
I'm
it
being
says
asked by-
reducing contingencies in either general fund or American Rescue Plan
And the
fund.
staff recommendation.
Right,
stuff like
and,
that. But
and that's
there's no
what
re-
I would revise my motion to state, to, go ahead with this project and allow staff to decide whether ARPA or contingency or other funds to do this project.
That's not, we need to decide.
We're the governing board, we need to decide, we don't. So, if you want you gotta pick one or the other, Dave. So ARP or contingencies. So I will ask for a thumbs up if we want ARP. Is there support for ARP? Okay, support for ARP. So no matter what we're about to vote on, it's gonna come out of ARP. Clear?
Okay, so we have Supervisors Goldenberg,
Kirk.
Campbell, and Kirk for ARP.
And Campbell
Campbell, Kirk.
for
and
ARP.
Goldenberg.
Okay.
Yes,
So that portion is decided.
Well,
Now would you like to make a motion?
So I'll make the motion that we provide staff direction to approve and work on this project, $65,000 of funding for the Lions Ball Mountain Road chip seal project, ARP funded.
I'll
Okay,
second.
do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a second by Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so motion passes.
All those saying no?
All those saying no?
No?
Okay, and I'm gonna support the, I just wanna move this forward.
So it's a 4/5 vote,
Fourth-
so we need to know how.
I vote yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
We'll do it.
I wasn't sure it was clear.
All right,
Sorry.
so, approved by, Goldenberg, Campbell, Brandon and Kirk, and a no by half. So it does pass, motion does pass 4-5. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, staff. All right. And we are gonna move on. Do you guys need a restroom break? You guys wanna take 5 minutes? Yeah, 5-minute break. We'll come back. Actually,
Organization in the amount of $1,029.25 from the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund for the transfer and disposal of refuse from a former encampment at Mill Villa Estates and declare the same a public benefit and purpose.
Okay, good afternoon. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me is our Supervising Engineer, Blossom Scottheim. This past fall, One Pile at a Time performed a large cleanup of a former encampment along the creek of Mill Villa Estates property. After the cleanup work was completed, Jason Rivard of One Pile at a Time requested reimbursement of the garbage disposal paid to Waste Management Cal Sierra. Staff were unaware of any agreement made between the group and the county. However, Monique Holcomb, who is a member of the Solid Waste Committee, informed Public Works staff that she had received approval for reimbursement from the former Director of Solid Waste in advance of completing the cleanup. Staff were advised by County Council that reimbursement as requested required the Board of Supervisors to determine the project a public purpose and benefit. A request by Supervisor Brandon to agendize the item at the December 13th, 2022 Board of Supervisor meeting was made and approved by the majority of the board on December 6th last week. Receipts from Waste Management Cal Sierra are attached for your review as attachment 1. They include the 40 cubic yard roll-off bin, which included up to 5.6 tons of disposal for refuse and another 0.88 tons of disposal, totaling $1,029.25. We also included for your review photos of the site pre and post cleanup as attachment 2. Just as a note, we are going to be discussing this at the next Solid Waste Committee meeting this Wednesday, and we plan to get input from the stakeholders on the process and how we can create a better policy for distributing funds for abatement. So with that, staff recommends that your board authorize staff to reimburse One Pile at a Time in the amount of $1,029.25 from the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. Thank you.
okay, thank you. We're doing this again. I'm gonna bring it back to board. Is there any questions, comments? Any questions?
Yeah, just, I mean, you just stated previously approved, and you have funds in your budget to cover this cost, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I did have one question. It's not related to the item. It's on with solid waste. I think we identified last time that there's not really a process right now. We have a new contract coming in. I think it'd be good to establish something like that. I wanted to bring up, though, that as an operations committee, and we have policy committees too, I look at that as, you know, there's negotiations for contracts, there's kind of high-level decisions. Are we proposing then, with that conversation, that this would then be the group that has to approve all cleanup projects individually, or is it trying to create a process that anybody can apply for?
I'll kind of interject here because I think this is going to be something that the Solid Waste Committee deals with. And we've got an upcoming meeting to decide on, you know, policy. We know what Waste Management has approved, you know, that they'll give us. We just need to come up with policy on how we're going to manage that.
Right.
And I don't know if that answers your
Well,
question.
I know it's going to be talked about. I would like to just note that we regularly bring up that we do not want the board and committees to get into the operations within departments, and this would be an excellent example of it doing 100% that. I fully support solid waste setting up a process for that, but I think it needs to be available to everybody. If we have a cleanup happening within a district, it shouldn't be up to just that committee. I mean, I think it should focus on the policy area of that, and fair standards for application, but I don't think it should be like the housing policy, focus on policy, but housing loan review committee where they're looking at individual applications in that way. That's stuff that's best done by staff, and I think it should remain in that area.
So I'll just, and I'm sorry, I have to state it. This was your request at our last board meeting that we approve this expense. So it came to our board. So our board is looking to address this. And again, we'll go back to, you know, policy through committee and the CAO's office, but we're trying to move forward on your request.
I agree, and because there was no process.
We're here today to decide if we're going to pay this bill. This isn't about policy. This is about are we paying this bill. So do you have any questions or comments on that? My only question is, just because I'm reading the memo, it says that this individual from one pile at a time advised that she received approval. Did we just verify from our previous gentleman that he did give approval, whether it was verbal or written? Like, do we just confirm that?
No,
that
we
statement?
don't have anything from the previous director. However, I am not aware of him being well informed of the project itself. It was on private grounds and part of Caltrans property. So there's a little bit more information that needs to be had, and So
okay. It's, I mean, it's not your fault. I'm not looking to play fault games. He's no longer here. It's just, I don't want to go down that bunny trail saying, well, this sets bad precedents, because I've never seen this happen before. So, you know, almost in one sense, I'm in good faith believing this, but, and also, like, there's no way to verify, like, where I work, I have to verify things, and I can't verify this. So that just threw a wrench in it for me. So, okay. Well, no, it's not staff's word. It's people who want to be reimbursed. We're taking their word that they received approval from county staff who we can't verify that through.
So Monique Holcomb, though, is a solid waste committee member who stated that she had received approval by Jim
Okay.
McCargy, the previous director. I think what we're saying is that staff.
Oh,
has not
staff and
discussed-
that, even though she's not staff, she's just part
She's
of
not
the committee.
staff, but she is on the solid waste committee.
Okay.
So I would take
Okay.
that as to be staff approval.
So I'm just telling you the concerns I have, but I don't think we're going to have this issue again. And if it does, I'll be, anyways. Okay. Do we have, if there's any public comment? And this really sucks because we don't want to like treat one pile at a time like this. Like, they are amazing people. They're cleaning up crap for us for free. So I don't, this is just really puts me in a bad situation because I love the work that they do. It's just, this is a technicality that it doesn't look right, doesn't feel right, but we got to address it because it's brought to our attention. So moving forward, we just gotta have a process in place to avoid these situations. Any public comment? Not seeing any on Zoom? Okay, so I'm gonna bring it back to the board unless there's any final comments. I will look for a recommendation or for a motion.
I'll
with
make a
that,
motion
happy.
that we,
I have a couple of final comments.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, and I kind of raised an issue at the last meeting about this, and I'm not going to labor the point. I think a lot of the concerns that I had have been talked about. But I look at the facts is that we don't have anything in writing that the county agreed to pay this, which to me is a pretty basic element to this. However, we have been doing, I guess, handshake deals in the past that were associated with with solid waste. So, you know, I don't want to hold up the works, but if this continues, then we can't continue to work this way. And I think that's been stated. And I agree with Supervisor Kirk that, you know, this is a group that's doing a lot of good work, and we need to give them encouragement and support them and in any way we can. But we are also stewards of taxpayer money, and so we can't just take somebody's word for it that these reimbursements were agreed to beforehand. So, as has been said already, I think it's important that we come up with a process to do this in a way that's fair to the people doing the work and also to the taxpayers that are ultimately footing the bill. I think it's just unfortunate that it had to come to the board and that it couldn't get resolved in a different way, but here we are. So, anyway, that'll suffice to say.
So I'll look for a motion.
Yeah, so I'll move to approve on staff recommendation.
Okay, so.
I'll
motion-
second.
Motion by Brandon, second by Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your afternoon. We are doing item 12, correct? All right. So clerk of the board, would you please read that item? Yeah, so we're gonna convene as the California Water Agency, TCWA. Please read, and then go for 12.
Item 12, as the Tuolumne County Water Agency, consideration of approving the Association of California Water Agencies, AQUA, application for the Tuolumne County Water Agency.
Start over, Andrea. There we go.
Good afternoon, Board. I am Andre Rivera. I am the Natural Resources Administrative Analyst for the County Administrator's Office. With me is John Mills, the Tuolumne County Water Agency Manager. I'm here today for your consideration to approve the application for membership to the Association of California Water Agencies, or AQUA, for the Tuolumne County Water Agency, or the TCWA. This membership will provide many benefits for the TCWA with regards to water policy and everything related to water issues. AQUA is comprised of 460 local water agencies across California, represents 90% of water use in the state. This will provide the TCWA with opportunity to network, learn, and possibly collaborate with other water agencies where we can learn about successes, challenges, and more with regards to the very complex world of water. Membership to AQUA will allow access to conferences, workshops, and the opportunity to participate on committees with topics ranging anywhere from agriculture to state and federal law. There is a financial impact of $795 in the form of dues. This is budgeted for this fiscal year. It is the staff recommendation that you approve the application for membership to AQUA for the TCWA. Thank you, and we are both here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna bring it to the board. Any questions? No? Okay, I'm gonna, public comment? Not seeing any on Zoom? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board.
I only had one
Comment.
comment on it. This is just in the founding statement there. It specifies local agencies in one, and then it specifies tribes in another. And I know this is not the biggest deal of that, but tribes are local agencies, they're public agencies. And so by distinguishing that, I think implies that they're not, which kind of feeds into the discussions we're having on other stuff about can they be treated as a public agency or not. So I would suggest just rewording that section that it's public agencies such as City of Sonora, utility districts, special districts, and tribes, or something to that effect.
So I'm not,
It's
what
one line.
portion of the memo is, or on the agenda is that shown?
It's on the strategic mission.
Yeah,
I believe
that's the
it's line
next,
6.
That's the next item.
So that's the
Sorry.
next
This
Oh,
is
I'm
for
sorry.
the
This is
application
Aqua.
for,
Yeah.
yes, it will be mentioned on the next
We're
item.
addressing item 12 here, correct?
Yep, 12. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve?
And I will second if you guys
Second,
don't mind,
okay.
since I don't ever get to.
You go ahead.
First by half, second by Kirk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. So now we will jump into item 13. Clerk of the board, and we are still, let's see, are we still, yes, we are still the water agency. I'm losing the verbiage. Lunch and afternoon are settling in. Please read item number 13.
As the Tuolumne County Water
Thank you.
Agency, consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Water Agency, also TCWA, Strategic Mission Overview.
Good afternoon, Board. It's me again. I am presenting this item for your consideration of approval of the Strategic Mission Overview document for the Tuolumne County Water Agency, or the TCWA. This document highlights the objectives and goals of the TCWA. It was drafted based on the Tuolumne County Water Agency Act of 1969, which initially enacted the TCWA. These goals include working with our local agencies, districts, and tribes on everything water. The TCWA also seeks to work with our regional agencies, state and federal government to better leverage resources, to better serve the county of Tuolumne with regards to water-related issues. The main goal is to secure and maintain a clean water supply for generations to come. Water is a precious resource providing economic activity, recreation, it's a natural resource, and is life-sustaining. The Strategic Mission Overview document is a guiding force in how the TCWA achieves this goal and protects this resource. This document will be used in interactions with stakeholders as a handout in meetings and as a public information document. There is no financial impact for this item. It is staff recommendation that you approve this document for the TCWA. Thank you for your time, and we are both here to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back, Andre. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Are there any questions regarding this item?
It's not a question.
Sure. Any questions over here? Okay. I'm going to open up to public comment if there's any. Seen any on Zoom? Okay. So comments, and I'm assuming it's the same comment as before?
Same
And
comment.
Let me see where you're at.
And I had recommended language, so this is on the strategic mission
Paragraph
overview
5.
6 and 7. And my recommended language change would be seek out partnerships with public agencies located within Tuolumne County. And then the addition would be including the City of Sonora, Chicken Ranch, Rancheria, Band of Miwok, Tuolumne, Band of Miwok, local water agencies, and other special districts.
Comment is noted.
I have it written, I can send that, but basically it's all the public agencies that include tribes. If we say two separate lines, we're inferring that tribes are not public agencies, and I don't believe that's accurate.
All right.
So are we looking to change the strategic mission here by your comments, Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. Other than that, I have no other comments on it. I'm happy we're moving forward with this.
I'm good with that. I mean, it's just a clarification.
I have no problems with it myself either.
Sure. I don't think you were pointing that was intentional. I think that was just the way it was worded, so I don't think it was intentional on their side, and I have no problem making the changes, so good to go. Any other comments? All right. This is the first time I've heard a water discussion be short.
That's what I'm here
Probably
for.
the last.
Probably be the last.
Probably not.
Yeah, this is kind of like the agreement to start talking about
Yeah,
water.
yeah, the agreement to start talking about water.
What comes next will be longer, I think.
All right. So with that being said, I'll bring it back to the board. I will look for a motion.
So I'll make the motion to approve the Tuolumne County Water Agency strategic mission overview with the stated amendment.
Second.
All right, first by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, moving right along, we're gonna jump into item, hey, we might not be here till 7. Maybe, maybe not, we'll see.
Don't jinx
Don't
it.
ruin it, Michael. All right, item number 14, please read that item. I need to reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Look at you. Way to go. All right? Yep. She's learning, yeah. I've only been doing this for 4 years. All right, please read item number 14.
Item number 14. Consideration of approving the development of Tuolumne County Homeless Services priority projects as related to a comprehensive homeless services system of care.
What's that?
Well, good afternoon, Board. My name is Michael Roberson. I am the Homeless Services Coordinator for Tuolumne County, and I am pleased to be in front of you today with what I hope will be something that feels like I have some good traction moving forward after our discussion and our time together, so thanks for that. My hope is that you would consider and approve the development of Tuolumne County Homeless Services priority projects as related to a comprehensive homeless services system of care. In March of 2022, I started employment with the county as the Homeless Services Coordinator and began working on identifying existing components of care within the county system in an effort to establish a strong system of care for those who are homeless or vulnerable to homelessness in Tuolumne County. Consistent consultation and discussion with Health and Human Service Agency Director Rebecca Espino and members of HHSA staff were informative in gaining understanding of what county services exist and how they are accessed and current gaps in service. Collaborative relationships were established with local and regional stakeholders to include Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness, Tuolumne County Community Development, Central Sierra Continuum of Care, Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority, City of Sonora leadership, tribal government leaders, homeless service leaders, and nonprofit service providers, faith-based organization leaders, and members of the community who serve the homeless. I also consulted with Changewell, an organization whose purpose is to assist communities to scale programs that serve families, older adults, and individuals with disabilities who are experiencing homelessness. They provide technical assistance, training, and workforce to support California counties and tribal communities in scaling existing programs, developing a prepared and effective workforce, and advancing system integration efforts to strengthen the rehousing system's homelessness programs across the state. Through 6 private consultations and 6 sessions and a comprehensive learning cohort with 50 program leaders from across the state of California, information and insight was gained related to designing and administrating housing programs. As a result of these efforts, a visual illustration of the flow of the system of care for Tuolumne County Services was created. This isn't new, you've seen this. It has the sort of primary elements are a referral system, a navigation center where a variety of things take place, including personal assessments, coordinating services, referring to other agencies, prioritizing what those steps should be, and maybe even diverting people from the system of care to family or other organizations. And then ultimately to move them through to a place of housing. So that could be temporary or bridge housing, transitional housing, permanent housing, help support them on their way up the housing ladder to where maybe they could be in permanent housing and independent in that, and all the while having these wraparound supportive services supporting them. On November 3rd, 2022, Governor Newsom announced the state was holding distribution of the 3rd round of homeless housing assistance and prevention grants for local governments whose plans collectively would only reduce statewide unsheltered homelessness by 2% by 2024. Tuolumne County's HAP 3 plan would reduce unsheltered homelessness by 10%. On November 18, 2022, the governor set a path forward for applicants to receive their HAP Round 3 funding, provided that local governments agree to more ambitious reductions in unsheltered homelessness. The governor challenged local leaders to submit more ambitious plans for their next round of funding and to agree to the following best practices. That's in your document, in your supporting documents. I'm not going to go through it, but there were a variety of best practices that were identified by the stakeholders at the state that they were asking local jurisdictions to agree to in an effort to move forward with HAP 4 plans. So HAP 3 funding was held to get people's attention so that the more aggressive plans would come in the form of our HAP 4 proposals and plans, which we have redirected with the support of ATCA. Now, what happens with HAP 3 was that any amendments that they had for us came as a part of the process of our original application. So they weren't asking us as a county for any more aggressive plans on the HAP 3 part of it. It would be more for the HAP 4 part, which is already been submitted. The numbers for that have not come out yet, but we still had to send an application in based on the numbers that came to us for round 3 of HAP funding. So that's a little bit of clarity on what is still very confusing to a lot of people, I think. Several priority projects must be strengthened or come to fruition to fill identified gaps and to strengthen the overall system of care for Tuolumne County Homeless Services, as well as to meet the expectation of the newly agreed upon best practices. First off, one of the things that we identified as a gap that we would like to provide for our community is a community toolkit on homelessness that would address county policy and practice related to citizens' rights, business owner rights, law enforcement efforts, and homelessness. The coordinated entry system is a continuum of care established system-wide process to quickly and equitably coordinate the housing and urban development requirements of access, assessment, prioritization, and referrals to housing and services for people experiencing or at imminent risk of homelessness. HHSA staff has been trained, and the system is being developed consistent with the programs that we offer in Tuolumne County. Other regional service providers input their project information to the system to help create accurate data-driven assessments and reports. This is an area that we have come a long way even in the last few months. These are all new things as a part of social services, so we're jumping into these with lots of enthusiasm. Homeless Management Information System is a local information technology system used to collect client-level data and data on the provision of housing and services to homeless individuals and families and persons at risk of homelessness. Each COC is responsible for selecting an HMIS software solution that complies with HUD's data collection, management, and reporting standards. This has taken place in our community. The Central Sierra Continuum of Care has selected that. We are using that. We're being trained on it. But it is very tedious and very difficult, and so our learning curve is going up and going fast. A navigation center is a critical tool in the effort to end homelessness. Navigation centers provide intensive case management and needs assessments to connect people to the unique care and housing solutions they need. Clients receive personalized support to help address housing barriers such as a lack of personal identity documents, employment opportunities, or histories of eviction. If a navigation center has a housing component, the housing is temporary and low barrier with on-site case management, streamlined access to social services and medical care, and coordinated entry into pathways to permanent housing. Tuolumne County also has a need for mobile and outreach-oriented components of navigation services. Transitional shelter. Transitional shelters are a form of temporary housing that is typically offered with other supportive services for a set period of time and could be a part of a more permanent navigation center, but with the option for a longer stay. On August 2nd, 2022, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, your board, approved and directed staff to move forward with development plans for the Safe Stay Shelter off High School Road in Jamestown, which would be a low-barrier transitional shelter. Moving forward with development of the Safe Stay Shelter is expensive because of the costs related to operations. It is the recommendation of staff that plans for this project not be further developed at this time. Safe Parking is a program intended for adults who are using their vehicles as housing. The Safe Parking program would provide a safe parking environment on county property by permit only, with the requirement that the program participant is engaged in a person-centered case management plan to support stabilization and movement toward permanent housing. Landlord education and engagement. Private market landlords are critical partners in the work to help people quickly exit homelessness. Strong connections to landlords are even more important in high-cost, low-vacancy markets, where affordable housing options are limited and even those with a voucher may find themselves unable to locate a unit. Successful landlord partnerships are locally driven and involve ongoing engagement. No single approach is the answer. The unique needs and the assessment of each community must be considered. Partnership with Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority, Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, local property managers and landlords are essential in this effort. Core components should include a housing locator, a housing manager, a centralized housing hotline, housing search assistance, risk mitigation funds for landlords, mediators, subsidies for flexible funds, education classes, and landlord recruitment events. Distributive housing. It's a model whereby houses are designed for specific purposes and distributed around the county. These could be used for veterans, women, families, recovery, recuperation, or support to those with a mental health diagnosis. Tuolumne County has access to funds to purchase or lease residential properties to offer those properties to individuals who are homeless or at risk of homelessness for both transitional and supportive housing. Shared housing agreements and rent amounts would be fairly structured. For those who need personal or housing supports, services would flow through HHSA and other service providers who serve the homeless. In addition, active participation in a care plan would be required. Distributive housing is a model that Tuolumne County currently uses through services provided by HHSA staff. This type of housing is a rapid way to increase housing capacity and reduce homelessness in Tuolumne County. An increased capacity for permanent housing in Tuolumne County is paramount to solutions for homelessness. Continued collaboration with the Housing Authority and the Tuolumne County Community Development Department will include coordinated efforts for acquiring grant funds as well as creating partnerships with developers and other stakeholders that are attractional and supportive and that will yield an increase in permanent housing capacity. This responsibility is fundamentally within the CDD scope of work. We currently have the following staff who have responsibility for homeless services: Rebecca Espino, Michelle Clark, Nicole Griswold, a vacant position which is a social services supervisor, and Betsy Coe. Current staff that are solely dedicated to homeless services are myself, Whitney Hawkins, Julie McNair, Stephanie Frazzle. And needed homeless services staff would include the housing locator and housing manager that I mentioned as a part of the landlord education and engagement section. Financially, some of the elements of the homeless services system of care are supported by HHSA through the funds they receive from state and federal sources for those services they provide. Other necessary funding to support system components would come through grant funds as available to include but not limited to HAP, the Continuum of Care, Mental Health Services Act, Permanent Local Housing Allocation, and the Community Assistance Recovery Empowerment Act. Also just recently, the NOFA came out for the encampment resolution funds. That's a tedious one. Home ARP is another NOFA that is available right now, and then a FEMA grant. So those have all been added just as of a few minutes ago to the scope of work. So hopefully there's some money out there. It is recommended that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approve the development of the Tuolumne County Homeless Services priority projects as related to a comprehensive homeless services system of care.
Is that it?
Do you want more?
No. All right. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions from the presentation? I see Supervisor Brandon. Okay.
Great, thank you. So I want to ask about this. It mentions services very broadly, but it doesn't necessarily specify. I mean, what services, are we doing any proposed changes? You know, one of them, for example, would be looking at, service coordination focuses on like workforce education programs to try and get them back on their feet. I know that we've relied a lot on mud-load job training, but are we looking at those types of programs as well?
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to invite Rebecca Espino, Director of Health and Human Services, to come forward. These are services they already provide. They would just be amplified.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Brendan. You are correct. We are connected with Mother-Lode Job Training. The two social workers that are assigned to homelessness, one was a previous social worker in our Welfare to Work program, so very, very connected to Mother-Lode Job Training, as well as the college, as well as a local construction company that does journey level training.
Okay, and so that is within these existing programs. I know one thing we talked with transitional shelters is there some type of keeping them active, community service, job training. I mean, something to obviously get them out of what is a temporary situation and not a revolving door of they stay for a while, get some meals, get a roof, and then they're back out in the street, and then they're back in. And we spend a lot of money and don't really change an outcome. So that's already integrated in all the programs?
Absolutely. Self-sufficiency really is the ultimate goal, whether it be through employment or connecting them to disability-related income
Okay.
if they're not able to work.
With transitional shelters, we do have some emergency shelters within the county. I wanted to ask, one of the things is it can go to improvements within existing facilities for safety and privacy. Are we talking new facilities, or are we going to be working with our nonprofit partners on that as well? And some of these are kind of broad areas. I know it doesn't get into specific projects, but kind of the general approach to it. Are we creating the transitional shelters and running them, or are we having others do that?
You gave me option A and option B, and I'm going to choose option C. So both. There are some grants that I was just looking at that would help strengthen the services that some of the nonprofits in the county provide. And then there are some that would really be intended to be just for the county. It doesn't mean we can't partner with them or contract out to them, but we would run lead on that and help support that. The transitional housing that we're looking for is under development because it's shifting. There isn't such an emphasis on emergency shelter now. Skipping some of those steps that earlier were a part of things, and even temporary transitional housing, a lot of jurisdictions are putting all of their energy into some more permanent kinds of solutions.
Okay.
And again, I'm working on sort of the emergent housing need, not the mid-range or long-term planning, that's CDD. But even in terms of just the emergent need for housing right now, there's a lot of effort put into trying to stay away from temporary solutions.
Okay. And some of the core components mentioned in the housing, that it's firmly within CDD. It mentions having a housing manager and landlord education and kind of a lot of responsibilities to an extent. Is that also within CDD, and if so, what do we expect the staffing will be to actually run those programs?
Well, that would be under homeless services because it's really meant to increase capacity for sort of immediate housing. And for HAP 4, we have established with the help of other people in HHSA that we want the priorities to be for increasing housing capacity and having a housing navigator or locator, as well as a housing manager. So the idea is if you do distributive housing, you could end up having an increased capacity of housing of 25 to 30 people a year over a period of time. And you really need somebody who acts as sort of the property manager on behalf of the county for that. And there's a lot of development that has to take place in terms of what those shared housing agreements might look like and that kind of thing. But it is something that at least one neighboring county is doing, and it is something that is fast rising on the landscape of homeless services. I just signed up through Changewell for 2 3-hour seminars in January on this idea of master lease agreements related to housing, shared housing initiatives. So it's a thing that's happening.
Okay. It also has the increase in permanent housing section. It doesn't mention anything though specifically, and that is within CDD. And so what would that be? So we have the housing element that lays out a number of different programs. Does that mean that HAP funding will be going into implementing the private CDD side of housing development?
No, I think we would keep HAP because it's really a homelessness initiative. We'd keep that on site, this side of things. And they have a variety of grants that they apply for that help build incentive to developers and help mitigate costs for development. And that's where that handoff would take place. There's not a clear line of demarcation there. It would be cooperative through that process.
Okay. It's just a critique on it. It doesn't list anything of how to actually increase permanent housing, which is then it's very difficult to move forward with that. I had one last thing. It talks about distributive housing. In concept, I really agree with that. But how is it distributive? Right now, from the presentations we've had, it's very concentrated in areas of the county.
So distributive housing is an old term that was coined by HUD years and years ago, and it's the idea of what it sounds like, that it's just distributed throughout the community. But don't forget, not all of the housing would be homes that host intensive casework. Some of them would, like a big percentage of our homelessness in Tuolumne County is people who don't need casework or supports. They just need housing. And so if you can find a house, and we have a whole bunch of development to do there in terms of public housing and the county owning housing and that type of thing. But if we can get a house and it can hold 8 people and it's in compliance with all the codes and ordinances, and there are 8 people who want to share that housing, then, you know, that's how that works. And it would be distributed. I know you would like a really intentional plan, but we just haven't developed that yet. The request before you today is sort of to wave off on these big chunk priorities so that we can start moving forward. And as things need to come back to the board, they would come back to the board.
All right, thank you.
Any, and I'll just kind of, that last statement, I think helps, clarify, because I've gone round and around, and every time things come in front of the board, I keep looking at the end goal, the end game. What are we trying to accomplish here? And until we really we have to kind of define the big picture, and then once we get to those plans, we'll have more conversation. I know I keep beating the same drum of accountability. Jaren kind of brought it up at the beginning there, job, volunteerism. Not making sure this isn't, whatever these programs are, making sure they're not permanent end games, but that they're a transition to get people back on their feet and on their own. So I feel like every time we bring this, you know, we have these conversations at the board, it's tough because it's slow and we haven't really gotten into the meat of it, but I'm being told, and I know I'll be sure to be vocal about it once we start getting there and we start approving some of these potential housing solutions or these things that were in the presentation. We'll have more meaty discussions. So high level, that's where we're headed. That's what this is about today.
And no one's more surprised than me about how long this takes.
Yeah.
So just a quick side note, under distributive housing, we've got vets, women, families. I'd like to add elderly to that because that's becoming more and more of a prevalent problem within the county, and we should address that.
It was intended. It was just inadvertently left out.
Cool. All right.
I wanted to point out something
public comment.
based upon a comment you just made. See all those big white papers of our board priorities? Well, that's what I'm equating this document to.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. And then from there emanates all the
Yep.
work.
It's
So-
a process, because every time you talk about the big white paper, you're like,
You
well,
have
when are we
to-
going to go into the objective and
have to
action?
have the
I know,
plan
but it
first.
takes time. Government, slow and enduring. It's like the Titanic. Except hopefully it won't sink. That was a bad that was a bad example. All right, it's getting late. Is there public comment? All right, bring it back to the
We're
board.
doing comments as well. I only had,
Sure, if you comment, and then I'll look for a motion.
just, there's 3 things that give me concern and pause on this. One, this is a priority list, but it's a kitchen sink list, right? It's kind of absolutely everything. And so I'm not sure, there's very limited staffing, as you know, within your department to be able to work on this and implement a lot of these programs, and they're new and they're fairly intensive. So I'm concerned about the number of priorities that we have. I'm concerned that some of them have changed. You know, the navigation center as an example, we've applied, we've had multiple things, but there's been delays in that that we haven't reviewed. The second is, even though we don't have the plan, there's nothing mentioned in here for a fair housing assessment. And I think that's one of the biggest mistrust and misgiving areas within the community, is that there's a fear that each community will, by having a project, suddenly have all of them in that area and bear an undue burden. And it's a fair consideration, and it's happened. And so I would like to see a commitment in this that we would develop that fair housing element, which is in our general plan, that this is something we need to do. It's a segregation and integration, is it integration segregation analysis, I believe? Yeah. But it has relations to, I mean, it relates to transitional housing. It's not talking about private housing. Yeah. So I think that really needs to be in there. And then the third is it just has a lack of specificity. It talks kind of broadly. I mean, safe parking, that's a nice specific one, but some of these, like increase in permanent housing, we're putting that as a priority in this list, but that doesn't really put out any even broad, this is what we're going to be doing over the next year. So I guess I'm not sure what this does that's not on our priority list because of those 3 things. So that just gives me pause.
And my intention in putting that on there was so that I could communicate that that is not being overlooked, but it's also not the part of my job for the mid-range and the long-term planning. And I understand that there's a soft handoff there in terms of some mutual projects with housing authority and those kinds of things, but the overall system of care has to have somebody paying attention to permanent housing, you know, the long-term planning for that. That's why that's on there.
I hear you. And I appreciate that because I know that your job with public housing and service there is going to be different. But we're coming off of a meeting where we're having the recommendation put out to eliminate the one housing specific position to do a lot of that. So that's the concern I have is we've had coming into the housing element, a lot of goals set out. Only a portion of them were able to be achieved. Capacity's been the issue. We're having that conversation. And so what are we expecting? We say permanent housing is a goal. That's good. Great. It is a goal. We all like permanent housing. But what? And that's what it always lacks, the but what. The specificity on our priorities or this priority of, but what are we doing to actually make that happen? And that's the concern that I have with it. So I guess in concept, a lot of this I would agree with, but I think it just needs more work in those areas.
Well, and I agree with you. That was why the recommendation is that you approve the development of these. I didn't intend to come here with a system of priorities that we had fully developed only for the board to say, yeah, we don't care about those things. So the idea is for you all to say, yeah, thanks for taking 9 months to figure this out. Now go do it. And that's what I hope that today is about.
All right.
So are we?
Yeah, and I think, oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask, are we still just in the questioning portion?
No, I'm looking for a motion unless you guys got any,
So I just want to say
Well,
comments.
I
Go-
haven't
go ahead.
spoken yet, if that's okay.
Please. Yeah.
I'll be brief, I promise. Yeah, the way, I think this is what the board asked for. I think you've done a good job kind of coming back with an idea of the areas that we need to look at and that we can look at. Are we going to actually solve all these areas? Probably not in the short term, but a good way to solve a problem. First step in solving a problem is to first identify what it is. And so that's kind of the way I view this document, is that we're articulating what issues we want to focus on as a county. We certainly don't have the bandwidth to focus on all of them at the same time, but if opportunities come up, we want to make sure that you have some direction from us about what to do if and when those opportunities do arise. So I kind of look at it more that way. Yeah, looking at some of these things like Navigation Center and, you know, just kind of managing where people are. And I do tend to, you know, distributive housing, there have been different terms for that I've heard over the years, but I do tend to favor that concept because people that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of it, I don't like the idea of shunning them and putting them in one place as though that's where the bad people go. And I think it's part of the stigma that's attached to homelessness and people that are experiencing it. And it has a snowball effect to where it can cause the thing that we're trying to reduce and ameliorate gets worse because of it. And so I do tend to think that this is a better way of looking at it. So I'm glad that you've done a deep dive, or you're stating that you would like to do a deep dive into it, because I'm inclined to agree. So I do like the concept, and I do like the work that you've done, and I agree with most of the salient points in it.
okay, Goldenberg, and then look for a motion. after
Okay,
that.
so just a couple of things. The priorities, you've got 9 items listed. One that was brought up by, pretty sure, Supervisor Brandon, was training aspects. And so we should be looking at that because that's an important part of being able to move people forward if they get appropriate training that can take them out of homelessness, you know, by getting them jobs, and obviously we have to look at the housing. I appreciate Supervisor Campbell articulating, just our concerns. You got 9 items here, and they're all a priority, but we may need to refine those into a little bit more targeted priorities. Which ones we go after first, and provide some, information justification as to why. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the development of the Tuolumne County Homeless Services Party projects as related to a comprehensive homeless services system of care.
All right, first by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, and abstain by Supervisor Brandon. All right, thank you very much for the presentation and discussion. All right. We're going to jump into item number 17. Was told, yep, there's the fire, and we are sorry that you have been here all day. Hopefully you're able to catch up on some emails. Clerk of the board, would you please read item number 17?
Item 17, consideration of increasing appropriations in the fire budget by $500,000 and decreasing appropriations in general fund or American Rescue Plan contingencies by the same for the purchase of 3 Type 1 fire engines from Mariposa County and authorize the county administrator to purchase. 4/5 vote required.
All right, Mark, good morning. Or good morning, good afternoon. We should be able to. Is he on?
Yeah, you should be on. But we're
Should
going to go
be
ahead and tag team this year. So Eric Hart with County Administrator's Office. So before you today is a request to increase appropriations in the amount of $500,000. Over the last several years, we've made some, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've made some progress on updating our fleet. We've took possession of 2 new pieces of equipment, and I think we have about 4 more coming here in the next 2 or 3 years, depending upon the time frame, because it does take some time to build these engines. We were recently made aware that Mariposa County, fire staff found out that they were looking to surplus some engines from Mariposa County. So I did reach out to the Mariposa County CAO, Dallin Kimball, and kudos to him. Thank you for engaging us in conversations. And so we'll start working with their staff. Our fire folks went over and looked at these engines, and what they have for us is they have 3 Type 1 fire engines, all that are outfitted. They are 2009s, but the highest mileage one only has 17,000 miles on it. Anybody who's been in the fire business knows that these engines outfitted are probably around $1 million each, brand new off the showroom floor. Our folks have gone over and looked at those. We have been in communications, and we've come up with a final price on these engines at $150,000 per engine. So we are asking for $500,000. This covers the tax that we will have to pay, as well as some rebranding and some maintenance on the vehicles if they need any, but they have all been well maintained. I'll let the chief speak to that because I believe they all went over and looked at them.
One, Chief. I'm not showing that you're off, but we can't hear you well.
Oh, closer.
Oh, there you go. No.
Hey, there's a light. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, so we did send a group of folks out there to take a look at them. One was our fleet manager, some chiefs, and some operational folks. They came back and said there wasn't a dent or a scratch on them, and they all purr like kittens, which is a huge, huge deal. One of the things that you really start noticing on fire engines when they get used often is as a person gets out of the driver's seat to go do something, the seatbelt will come out and hit the side of the engine, and it puts little dips, little chips in the paint there. None of them have that at all. So the other benefit to this is that they come what we call wet. So it comes with all the equipment that's on it, the hose, the chainsaws, the blowers, all the tools and everything. They looked at the tools and it still has the original paint on them. So Mariposa County, just like Tuolumne County, has a volunteer department. Their volunteer staff is dwindling. And so they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with their equipment because it's not getting used. The maintenance for it is more than the actual cost of them getting used. And so they're starting to surplus some of their stuff. It's a benefit for us. We got really lucky. Chief Wood reached out to the other unit chiefs in CAL FIRE. Mariposa County has a contract and agreement with CAL FIRE, so that was a connection there. And we found these fire engines. So they have 3 of them there. They also have another one that is a Type 2 fire engine, two-wheel drive that was purchased off a FEMA grant, and we're looking at them possibly donating that to us as well at zero cost. So this is really, in the time of Christmas, a huge gift to Tuolumne County.
Yeah, so we've provided in the staff memo a couple of options for your board. So staff obviously does recommend making this purchase and allocating the funds, but we did provide two options for you. One would be funding this through general fund contingencies, which after the board direction today and approvals on the items you took earlier, there's about $3.3 million left in the general fund contingencies. And in the ARP contingencies, there's just over $1.1 million available. So staff does recommend making this purchase, and we're looking for direction from your board on where to pull these funds from.
All right. Before I forget, I'm just going to open up the public comment if there's any. Not seeing any, none on Zoom. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'll start over here with Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so thanks, Mark, for the presentation. Can you give us an idea of what wet means in terms of costs, right? You know, because a full complement, you know, with all of the materials, hose, saws, blowers, nozzles, everything else, can you give an idea of the cost to outfit a brand new engine?
So just kind of off the top of my head, it would be 50,000 or more than that. And that's going back to when I did this quite a few years ago, right? So the current cost of what everything is with inflation would be quite a bit more than that.
And that would be in line with my own thinking previously. It's a substantial cost.
Correct.
You know, so if we look at an engine that we can pick up for $150,000 that includes that full complement, we're looking at a $100,000 cost on the engine itself.
Correct.
Thank you.
Campbell, any comments?
No, I this is an obvious yes for me. I mean, it's a great deal, and I got to say you sent me on quite a rabbit hole this weekend researching different fire engines and how much they cost, and I didn't really see anything anywhere near what this is and for that price. So I'm really glad to work with the good folks in Mariposa County, and if we can put some of their equipment to good use, I'm all in favor of it.
All right,
In terms of where we fund it, again, same kind of question. Are you going to tell me it doesn't matter? Okay. Do you have a preference?
There is less accounting work if you do it out of ARP, especially when we buy things, as opposed to trying to do
Okay.
people out of ARP.
And I knew there was a reason. That's why I asked. Okay.
And
That would be my preference then.
And I'll just jump in. And I would go as far to say as if this item was before us when we were discussing ARP, I probably would have used ARP to purchase these. So I think the timing is irrelevant. That's kind of where I stand as far as ARP. And again, thank you guys. This sounds kind of cheesy, but I'm fine with even us, like the board signing a thank you letter to whoever was involved.
That was my idea. You stole it.
Like-minded. So, but no, seriously, I mean, it's $3 million worth of equipment. Maybe 2.5 or 2, depending on depreciation. I don't know, but we got a killer deal. What I'm stoked about is that there were some relationships involved where people picked up the phone and called instead of just letting it flippantly go out. Mm-hmm. So I'm fine with us as a board. Merry Christmas, thank you. I really appreciate the kind gesture from Mariposa. And I don't know all the details, but I know we're lucky to be there. So please do something so we can sign it and say thank you.
Stole my thunder.
No, sorry.
So yes, ARP funding and some kind of a thank you, at least a thank you letter or card and or thank you Christmas card. And if there's anything we can do in a small way to send a little package of something to them, I would like to do that.
Yeah. Say Merry Christmas and they'll take back to Tuolumne County. I wanted to ask just one specific one. So 2009, obviously there's changes in these. Even though they're in good condition, do we expect that there's still, I guess for lack of a better word, a relevant technology that's going to be around for quite a while, even though the wear is good?
Yes, I believe that they're going to fit our needs really well. The big goal for a lot of this, right, for the fire department is to be able to provide a product and be able to provide a service for the businesses and the people of Tuolumne County. And as we've increased staff with the SAFER grant, we need to have equipment to put them on.
Right.
And so finding this equipment is perfect timing for it while we're doing this, but they are absolutely relevant to what we're going to be doing in the future.
Okay, so that's not out of date. So I think it's a great idea. I would still like to see it out of contingencies. I think we're gonna be very limited when we have an ARP discussion about other ideas that have held off. But really good job on this. This is gonna be great for those stations. And thanks to Mariposa too for being willing to support this, so.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. It is a 4/5 vote required. So I'm gonna look for a motion, and I am hearing consensus or a majority at least for ARP.
So
Okay.
I'll make that motion, please.
Sure, go for it.
So for item 17, consideration of increasing appropriations in the fire budget by $500,000, decreasing appropriations in general fund or American Rescue Plan, and my recommendation would be American Rescue Plan. One-time funds, it's a perfect way to spend those. By the same, to purchase 3 Type 1 fire engines from Mariposa County with full complements, which is huge, and the low mileage is really huge too, because the engines, obviously they get dated, but you know, they last a long time, especially with low mileage.
All right, first by Goldenberg. I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
All right, second by Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? All right, make sure. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out with us today. If we could get, Tracy, if we could get wet signatures on whatever you guys come up with from us, that way they know it's real.
Yeah, we were going to return with like more formal certificate of
Sure.
appreciation
Okay.
for the board. Yes, that was our plan.
Cool, thank you. All right, you guys want to take a break? It's been over an hour. Let's take a 5-minute break. Come back at 3:45-ish. Yeah, make it. Hello, hello. There we go. All right, welcome back. We're going to jump into item number 15. Clerk of the board, please read that item.
Thank you. Item 15, consideration of approving the updated hiring incentive program for all classifications in the OE3, attorney, healthcare, and executive confidential bargaining units, and authorizing the county administrator to apply the program to all classifications in the Deputy Sheriff's Association and Management Employees Association, contingent upon their acceptance of the program.
Good afternoon, Board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I'm going to keep it brief. Your board knows that we have quite the challenge with recruiting and retaining county employees for positions across every department in the county. As a result, we have put together a recruitment and retention team. It's made up of staff from all levels of the organization, represented by multiple departments within the organization. That team has been in existence for, I think, nearly 2 years, and there's a variety of subcommittees, and, you know, we did that presentation a few months ago to your board. One of the items that has come from this recruitment retention team is this updated hiring incentive policy. This was actually a direction of CAO Riggs to the team. We have had a policy in place, and that was established in 2008, so you can imagine it's not quite the incentive that it was back then. And so the recruitment and retention team looked at updating the hiring incentive, and just for your board's awareness, the departments that spoke in specifically to this, to the development of this new policy, are probation, human resources, health and human services, the ag commissioner's office, animal control, district attorney, the county administrator's office, and the sheriff's office. So the team spent months researching other counties, looking at specific details of the policy, analyzing costs, and then other impacts to the organization. Discussed a lot of these details, went back and forth a lot through email and in person. And then, of course, the department heads all had the opportunity to provide additional input on this policy as well. So the policy has been presented to all 6 bargaining groups in Tuolumne County for the meet and confer process as required. And as of the writing of this memo, and as I sit here before you today, 4 of the bargaining groups, the Attorneys Association, Healthcare Employees Association, the Executive Confidential Unit, and OE3 have approved it. And so every vacant classification in these 4 groups will be eligible for the hiring incentive as long as the position meets the criteria listed in the policy, assuming your board approves it today. We are also asking that your board authorize the county administrator to apply the hiring incentive to classifications in the 2 units that have not, bargaining groups that have not approved this policy yet, but that she would have the authority to apply it to all those classifications once they do approve it in the meet and confer process. As far as the cost for this program, it is quite, it's a great policy. I think that will in fact be an incentive for some folks to come and work here, which is very exciting. And so departments who want to utilize it will need to budget for it in their budgets. Some departments will have the ability to use salary savings because the idea is the position is vacant, right? So you can use some of the savings for this position, but though not all departments have that high of salary savings, and so they will budget for it throughout the year to make sure that they can apply this program to those vacant positions. So again, I'm asking your board approve the hiring incentive and apply it to the 4 bargaining units that have already approved it, and then authorize the county administrator to apply it to the 2 bargaining units once they complete the meet and confer process. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions, comments from the board? Actually, before we do that, any public comment? I don't want to forget. We're moving quickly. No public comment? Any on Zoom? Okay. Questions, comments? Nope, no?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
just
so
say
take it away,
really quickly
Campbell.
that,
Okay.
that- thank you so much for working on this. And I think our county is not alone in that we've struggled to bring people onto the team. But I think this is a really great place to work, and I think adding any level of incentive to get people to get their foot in the door is a great idea. So hopefully this will kind of put the word out there that, hey, come work for the county. Because I think we have a pretty good deal here, so.
Supervisor Goldberg?
So I'll echo those sentiments. Glad to see that all department heads had a voice in this. Glad to see that it was presented to all bargaining units. And unfortunately, 2 of our bargaining units, and I'll say this for the record, DSA and management did not approve, and we're still negotiating. So I understand that. The only other area that I had is that on the housing allowance and moving expenses, that we somehow come up with language, to deal with this so that it's new hires. If we have an employee within Tuolumne County, I'm not in favor of giving them a housing allowance to move from one spot in Tuolumne County to another, quite honestly. So I think it needs to be somehow language, be adopted that, specifies that it's for employees coming from outside of the county, and that there be, quite honestly, no conditions placed upon it, that we look at, and I know this may require a little legal opinion from county council, and we can have discussions on that, but that they be able to, we just say, you want to come to work for Tuolumne County, we're going to give you $2,000 to help you move, period. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, I
Yeah.
did speak with Supervisor Goldenberg about this. This would be something we would discuss in closed session if we want to go into any kind of detail. And just because I did also discuss this with Supervisor Goldenberg, any changes to this policy would require that we re-engage in the meet and confer process. So what Supervisor Goldenberg and I discussed was possibly looking at any type of changes, maybe when we do personnel rules and we engage in a meet and confer process during that, we could look at if your board wants to make any changes. And then we would discuss it in a closed session about those changes before we went through the meet and confer process.
And I appreciate those comments and would be willing to move forward with the hiring policy, so that we could put this into effect, certainly for the bargaining units that have already approved it. And if we make some refinements in the future, all the better.
All right. Supervisor Haft, do you have any comments?
Yeah, only that this will move us one step closer to becoming the employer of choice for the region, and I applaud it. Thank you.
And Brendan?
Yep. Appreciate all the work, and I do agree. I think it moves us in that direction. I want to say that I think we should also bring this back again in the future and look at something specific to housing. This is just an idea, but RCRC has the Assist to Home or Assist to Own program that offers up to 5.5% for public employees, recruitment incentive. Right. I would love to see something that comes back, especially where we're trying to get these people, we're recruiting them, their families to set down roots, right? And we want them to stay here for the longest time, especially if we can't always offer exactly the same as other areas. So I really support this. I would like to see us bring something back to try and let's match that and be able to say, you move to Tuolumne County, we'll cover your down payment on that with RCRC in partnership and make it a really compelling offer. Because I know if today there was an item before this board for deputy sheriffs to try and bring them in here for lateral transfers or whatever, and the cost was each of them getting a $30,000 down payment assistance, but we would fill most of the vacancies, I'd jump on it immediately if I knew that they were going to be setting down roots living here. So just a thought for a future item is where I'm at is I want to keep them here and I guess get them tied to being here.
And just for your awareness and the whole board's awareness, really, the team, again, when I say we talked extensively, we did talk extensively. And we actually did have some discussion about some other like housing type incentives, paying down payments or first month's rent or something like that. And the team sort of unanimously decided that what would be best incentive would be cash in their pocket to use as they wanted to, because some people may not be buying a home. Some people may be coming from the city of Sonora or, we wanted to provide the most flexibility as possible. So, but happy to bring back a discussion if that's what your board wants about housing specifically.
And in the future, because it was a previous discussion, look at the childcare issue and what can we do with that to intrigue employees. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to look for a motion on this item.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
first by Campbell, second by Brandon.
I'll second. Oh, I'm sorry. Jaron seconded.
Second by Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
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 Brandon.
What did I say?
Brendan.
Brandon. Brandon. 5-0 passes. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to move on to item 17. Clerk of the board, would you please read that item? What did I say? Man. Yeah, 16. We did 17, yeah. Yep, 16 and 18 left. So please read 16.
Item 16, board direction and approval on the retention of the Committee on Aging in the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Committee Handbook.
Okay, good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So during the last board meeting, the senior board clerk, the deputy board clerk, and myself went over the board committees and commissions with you to get your direction on board committees. During that time, Supervisor Brandon had brought up that we did not apply really equally the lens of and I'm going to go through what the lens that we used with the Committee on Aging. Well, it used to be commission, now everything's committee. So Committee on Aging. So these are the bullet points in the memo, which is, does the committee's purpose directly tie to the board's strategic goals? As we discussed during that, there is nothing on the board goals at this time related to senior citizens. And we did talk about, was that an oversight by the board, or is that something that we need to revisit, or you didn't want it? And I don't think it was because you didn't want it. Then we had, is it the committee mandated by state or federal law? This committee is not. Does the committee meet on a regular basis and produce a valuable information for the board, for board consideration? There's two things as we start thinking about this. It's hard for any of the committees and commissions over the last 2 years because they're either not meeting as much, they're meeting virtually, things have stalled. In the past, for those of us who've been engaged, I was an analyst for the Commission on Aging way back when. They used to do a senior expo every year, and they were the ones who would go out and get the money to do it, and then it was fully funded, and they usually ended up with enough that they would carry forward into the future year. It was always well attended. They also used to bring items before the board where they were looking at advocacy for legislative items, both state and federal, that were working their way through. In fact, one year I was actually sent with many members of the Commission on Aging to go to Chicago to the annual National Conference on Aging, and that was how engaged they were at the time and the board was at the time. The other is a board member assigned and regularly attending the committee meetings, and the answer to that is yes. So we are asking, Supervisor Kirk asked that we wait until all 5 of you were here to have this conversation. So what we're asking is, does your board want to maintain this committee or not? The second question is, we know on January 9th and 10th, we have a board workshop, and it could be a time that your board could modify your current board priorities where we have children, ACEs and that kind of stuff on there, but we do not have anything for your senior population, which we know are the largest population in our county, higher than even the state of California. It's about, I think, what I got from Kristen was about 40% is what the average of our meet that senior citizen criteria or label. So just something we're looking for your board so that we can bring back to you on January 3rd, but continue work with once we have the finalized list of committees, we will then work with you to get your desired assignments. We will get those ready for your incoming board chair for January 3rd to get those finalized and get those assignments ready to move forward into next year. So we are looking to you for direction on how you would like to handle this committee.
All right. So I think we have a pretty good idea of what we got to decide. Usually I go last, but I'll just jump in because I talked to Tracy about this over the weekend. I think, and again, the reason why we wanted to have it here half is because you weren't here for the last conversation. And that conversation was, if it doesn't support our objectives, our priorities, then we were removing them. We couldn't find anywhere where that specific committee was supporting a priority. And as CAO Riggs said, there's a good chance that in January we may kind of add that to our priority list. I'm of the firm mindset that I want to be firm, fair, and consistent, but I'm also being realistic as to understanding that we're probably going to have a conversation in January. That population, I don't think they're ever overlooked, but I think in that conversation they probably were. And so I would be fine. I'm just putting my opinion out there up front. I'd be fine with leaving that committee as is until we have that conversation. Once we have that conversation in January, February, then we can make a final decision. So that would be my recommendation. We just leave it as is until that conversation comes. So unless if you guys have any other thing you'd like to add or your suggestions or thoughts.
Well, also as a former liaison to the Commission on Aging, when they decided they wanted to do something because they were just basically a committee before 2007, and they really wanted to do things, and that's when the era of the Senior Expo and other things that they decided they wanted to have a legislative platform and all sorts of things. And I think COVID has really cut that short in the last couple of years, so we're not seeing in the last couple of years what they are capable of. I do believe that in our goals it's an oversight that we have not included the seniors, and I'm willing to just, even though it's inconsistent, I'm willing to go ahead and vote for this now named committee rather than commission to be part of what has always been part of our handbook. And when the time is right, when you call for public comment, Kristen Milhoff, who is the executive director for Area 12, wished she could be here, but she had something else that she couldn't move. And so she wrote a letter to our full board, and I'd like to read it during public comment.
Supervisor Brennan?
So, bringing up this item and last time, it's not an issue with the Commission on Aging, but, let me lay out the picture. The year was 2012, and committees were being just slain all the time, right? There's a lot of them. There's the idea we got to reduce a lot of the burden of this. And for a long time, many years, there was a youth advisory council within the county, and I'd say that's 2 years that existed. And it was, I think, an equally important population as we're talking about local folks. It ended up being something that was not aligned with the priorities at the time, even though it could say making an annual report and serving a watchdog, and that all of these goals fit into that. We had before at the previous meeting a recommendation on these committees, and I don't expect it to change the outcome on this, but the way that this is being applied to this group, it just undermines everything that's being talked about as fair standards and doing this. When we talk about related to the Housing Committee, and that's very relevant to this conversation, that has both workforce and transitional on our board goals, that has been brought consistently, that's provided input into many different grants, that's tried to do events, that's mentioned 3 separate times in the general plan, and has mandated responsibilities within the Regional Housing Needs Assessment and within the housing element as the body that develops that. Certainly more than some of the other groups we talked about that are mandated to meet once every 5 years. That it is required, ties to the goals, meets on a regular basis. We just had an item today that progress was made on, which is valuable input to this group, and certainly wanted to have more, and regularly occurs with a board member attending and membership attending. That it meets every standard set out here, but what it is we don't like having conversations about housing, and while we talk about housing at the same meeting, nobody batted an eye that the housing coordinator position was going to be eliminated.
This item,
Yep, I know. So I'm pulling it back around. So the point being that
the item is about
the Committee on Aging.
The Committee on Aging. We already had a discussion about the other committees
and I'm bringing it back
commissions.
around. So the Committee
But
on
we're not going to
Aging,
vote on the Housing Policy Committee.
which is why I'm bringing it back around to the Committee on Aging. But the reason we're discussing this is directly relevant to that conversation. The Committee on Aging is a group that meets regularly. It's a really great group. I'm in support of it, but the way that we're applying this, I think, is very unfair and unwise. And I wish the board would see that. I feel like that wasn't in the presentation. We recognize that it doesn't very clearly meet some of these goals. So now we're trying to amend our goals to add it in there. And we're saying, well, one of the things that it produces is an annual report to the board that can be said of almost all these groups. So I support it, but I'm not going to be voting for it, for the reason that this is playing favorites with these groups, and any pretending that this is an objective process and not a hypocritical process is unfair.
Okay. All right. Is there any other comments? And then we got to move forward.
Yeah, and I apologize. I just wanted to shed a little light on one element to this, and it's the idea that vulnerable populations and seniors in particular are not reflected in the board priorities. So the Supervisor Kirk will recall that in years past, vulnerable populations was always on the list of priorities. And we actually chose the first year that the 3 new board members were on to remove that, because the types of priorities that we were looking at, fire, law enforcement, they serve vulnerable, they do serve vulnerable populations. And so it was seen as redundant to state that explicitly, because everything that we do here, virtually everything we do here is aimed at seniors and other vulnerable populations. And so I think that's the reason why it's not explicitly stated there. And, you know, I've served on the Commission on Aging, and I think it's a really useful committee. And so that's kind of what I have to go by, is that I think that there's value in it. I think that it has contributed a lot to the discussion, and I think the fact that it's very much driven by the senior citizens themselves, And it's kind of nice sitting on that committee as a board member because you're just sort of there to listen, you know, more so than to drive the conversation. And I think that's a really important thing that we need to do as supervisors, to spend more time listening and not necessarily trying to drive these committees. So.
Okay. Did you already, have you gone yet, David?
No, I haven't, and thank you. Understand the concerns, you know, but when I look at the Commission on Aging, what they've done for the county, the senior expos, annual reports to the Board of Supervisors, surveys, including areas regarding homelessness. You know, we've got an event tomorrow, the centenarian event, which I hope my fellow board members will
thank you for reminding
will participate in. Still trying to work with the chair of COA. I asked that perhaps she could identify people by district at different tables, you know, so that, you know, when we show up. You know, beyond that, you know, legislatively, they're very active. They're working hard. I have never, you know, so I've been on the board 2 years now. I have not seen a single committee or commission that has been so absolutely active and supportive of the county and working to further us, and they clearly and strongly recognized that they were advisory. And that was one of our concerns, you know, when we met, you know, previously to talk about committees and commissions, you know, what they were doing. And so they strongly identify and acknowledge that. And, you know, I see no reason at all to not. And I know Supervisor Haff has a letter from, you know, Kristen Milhoff from Area 12 that also discusses this, and I'll defer to her, you know, to read it.
Okay. And I believe you had a okay. Any public comment on this item? Not seeing any, not on Zoom, so go ahead and read the letter.
All right. So this is addressed to the Board of Supervisors from Kristen Milhoff, Executive Director. Dear Board of Supervisors, Area 12 Agency on Aging fully supports the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging, or soon to be recognized as the Committee on Aging. I have been working for the agency for almost 23 years, and during this time I have had the pleasure of working with amazing commission members. As you know, the agency's mission is to enable persons with disabilities, older adults, and their families to make informed choices regarding the supports needed to live with dignity in their home and be fully included in their communities for as long as possible. The COA supports this mission and the citizens of Tuolumne County. The COA is separate from the agency, meaning Area 12. However, they are a very important part of ensuring the voices of older adults are heard. They are the eyes and ears in our community and often give reports to the agency and the Board of Supervisors on what is needed in our county to ensure that older adults can make informed decisions about living independently with dignity in the setting of their choice. The COA is always willing to support the county and community-based organizations, no matter if it is related to older adults, because they believe in making Tuolumne County a better place to live. It only makes sense with 40% of our population over the age of 60 to keep the Committee on Aging.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I will look for, let's see, is this a motion or is this discussion only?
I believe we have, we need approval. So I'll make a motion for the board to provide approval on the retention of the Committee on Aging in the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Committee Handbook.
I'll second that.
Okay. First by Supervisor Goldenberg, a second by Haff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain?
Abstain.
and abstained by Supervisor Brendan. Okay. All right, thank you very much for that conversation. It is 4:17. Let's see, what item do we have? 18, and then closed session. So clerk of the board, would you please read item 18? Bless you.
Item 18, consideration of approving amendment number 1 to Kelly Schroeder's employment agreement as Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, Animal Control Director, extending her term of employment to December 18, 2026.
All right, good afternoon. Tracy Rakes, County Administrator's Office. It is with great pleasure that Eric and I bring this item before you today. Kelly is one of the most conscientious individuals that you could ever work with. When she came in, your board is aware, but when she came into our county, she had all of the licensure required to be agricultural commissioner. She'd never done animal control, and she had never worked with air pollution control. Yet in the 4 years she's been here, based on the 360 eval that I got from her staff, she has more than earned the loyalty and appreciation of the staff in those departments as well as in ag. It's with great pleasure that we have the memo before you, and Eric is going to go through it. But I am so thrilled that be able to work with Kelly and that she was willing to commit to another term. And I'll defer to Eric.
Good afternoon, Board. So on December 18th, 2018, the county entered into an employment agreement with Kelly Schroeder for all of those positions that we just listed. And so unlike many other department heads, this position is required to be appointed for a 4-year term under the Food and Agricultural Code. So before you today is a amendment number 1 to her employment agreement to extend her contract for another 4 years. She has expressed interest in maintaining her position here with Tuolumne County and wishes to continue working with everybody here. And so this amendment does not make any changes other than the term of her employment to her agreement, and it would extend her agreement through December 18 of 2026, so for another 4 years. So staff does recommend approving amendment number 1 to Kelly Schroeder's employment agreement as Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, Animal Control Director, extending her term of employment to December 18th, 2026.
Okay. Bring it to the board. Any, actually, before I do that, any public comment on this item? Any on Zoom? No? Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments, and then I'll look for a motion. So I'll start with Supervisor Brandon.
Kelly does a great job. I have no comments and move forward.
Half.
I just wanted to say that I think Kelly is a gold mine. And the fact that she has not done some of those positions before is not evident. I think she does a terrific job. And I just wanted to say so publicly. And we're lucky to have her.
Campbell?
Ditto everything that's been said. She's an extremely hard worker, and I think she is a real asset to our organization. And her, and not just her, but I think her team as well at Animal Control and then in the Ag Commissioner role. I think she inspires a lot of good qualities in her staff. So very happy to see her coming up for a contract renewal and gladly agree with it.
Supervisor Goldberg.
And I so concur. And, there's times where I have not necessarily agreed with Kelly. But what I really respect from her is that she is not shy by any means. And she'll bring an item to me and we'll have a discussion and we'll land where we land. But I really appreciate that she does not hesitate to do that. And I fully support her extension of contract.
And I'll keep it short. I'm not sure if she's listening, but yeah, she's a great department head. Oh, it's unfortunate the way I gauge a lot of folks is how many complaints do I get about them. I don't think I've ever got a complaint about her. And the 360 thing that Tracy talked about, her staff say nothing but good things. And I really appreciate, because I know in her personal life, it's a bit of a drive. So I'm just pleased that we were able to keep her and to work things out. Our board is headed towards potential, we want to make Tuolumne County a place that people want to come and work. And so when ideas get brought up before the board to accommodate folks to make it worthwhile to keep their employment here when they have lives. And then you can take somebody like Kelly who can actually do that and do it well. Yeah, it's a good example to the rest of the organization how we might be able to accommodate some ideas that are coming. So thank you, Kelly, for that. And we're stoked to have you for another 4 years. And I'll just leave it at that. So with that being said, I will look for a motion.
So moved.
I'll
I'll second.
All right. I'll give it to the ladies first. So we'll go Supervisor Brandon and then
Great.
Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes 5-0. Okay, we're gonna go into closed session. Do we expect to, do you guys wanna do reports? We don't have reports on here. Oh.
Oh, yeah, because it's a special
It's a
meeting.
special meeting. Perfect, it's my last, so it's fine with me. Okay, so do we expect to report out for the closed session? No? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and read that item, and then we'll take public comment.
Item 20, closed sessions, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earnhardt, Assistant County Administrator, and Karen McGettigan, Deputy County Administrator, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
All right, is there any public comment? You got anything to comment on back there? Good. Any on Zoom? All right. With that being said, we are going to end this portion of the meeting. We're not